Hello, hello, hello. What's up, XP? WillChobra. Should make a little name tag for him. If I can tighten the screw again. I don't know how it's getting loose. Sure, should be okay for now. Let's get our coffee up front. And a bit of a awkward brunch timing, so we're gonna eat a cookie here before we get started. Whoa, what's going on with the sound? That was weird. Let's see. I want to set something up as well while we are eating our cookie and getting warmed up. Hey Sora, could DFM be the EG 2024? I mean, the storyline it's all set. The storyline is all set. I mean, EG's a friggin' lightning in a bottle scenario though. And also, as much as I have mad respect to Astel for what he did, I think it's way too early to dare to compare the likes of Astel to Potter. What's up, Orange Juice on YouTube? Like, that's not even the players. I mean, the players a little bit as well, but Crew versus DFM Champions 2024 Grand Finals would be insane, though. My gosh, that would be a glow up. What's up, Jai? Let's see, how do I want to set this up? I wish I could make this like a bigger screen. If I did this. Okay, we can still do that. Okay, this might work. This just might work. Oh no, it's not going to work. The dimensions aren't correct. What do I need to do? Oh, I know what I need to do. You remember watching Astel for a Cypher setups? Man, that feels like it was probably a while ago. No, I was so happy for him. I was so happy for him just because you could tell that, like, the idea of coaching in VCT Pacific so early on in his coaching career was very daunting for him. And then the pressure of the brand, etc., etc. So It was I was very happy for him. Hold on, I think I know how I want to set this up here. Oh, wait, no, that's not the problem, is it? That's not the problem. Unless I stretch it out. I guess we can work with it like this for now. Yeah. Okay. That looks good. Let me finish eating my cookie before we get started here. From YouTube, people find yesterday's gaming match surprising, but I feel like Foot and Vitality were going to be a top team. I mean, my like predictions for EMEA and Americas are mostly based on feel and like a lot of recency bias, etc. But yeah, like I still have always had faith. I think Foot is kind of Foot's another one of those teams where like you can't be faulted for having, like, they have such a good core and they've always shown really good ideas, and they've actually always like quietly placed high. So I wasn't too taken aback by the Foot game. I haven't watched any of it yet, but I mean, as much as Vitality, there's always been a lot of hype around them. I think given how things started, and then Team Heretics, granted, they took down a Fnatic who was very sick, but all of that, I think that second match was a bit more surprising to me result-wise. But this is a question that I've been thinking of for the last month. In 2022, why was PRX in the playoffs of every master? Why not DRX? Huh? Oh, qualified directly. Because back then it wasn't VCT Pacific. So Southeast Asia had 2 seeds, as Korea always only had 1. A Korean team was never seeded directly into playoffs in 2022. Korea as a region was seeded into the groups, whereas SEA, APAC, had 2 seeds. So one would go into playoffs and one would be in groups. Oh, someone else answered that. Maybe it also wasn't double seeds. Maybe, actually, Pablo might be the more correct answer. What Pablo said is also true, but I'm trying to remember if maybe not every Masters actually had 2 SCA teams. I could be wrong. But yeah, back then, Korea only got 1 seed. Which, I mean, I think it's totally fair. Especially back then. What's up, Draco? Yeah, I mean, every region and every team has leveled up, I think, a lot, for sure. I think, I mean, obviously, I think there's, like, big groups of tiers in every region. But there's definitely not as... I mean, I would argue that while DFM, I think those of us who followed their roster thought that there was hope for them to get better and that they were going to get a win this year. I mean, I guess DFM and to a certain extent GE were the teams that everyone was like, oh, those are probably the still like the teams you expect to beat during the round robin. But I mean, in some ways, G is performing worse than I thought, and DFM is performing way better than I thought. So even there. Chat, a piece of that almond in that cookie is stuck between my teeth and it really hurts, so I'm gonna be right back, and then I'll answer more of your questions before we're gonna do our updated power rankings first before we do VOD review. So Draco, we'll talk about your question here in depth in a little bit. Okay. Teeth have been relatively cleaned. Not that you need to know that. Dude, I'm kind of fiending for a DFM Gen G upset for sure. I'm not gonna lie. I'm kind of on that train. Not gonna lie at all. I mean, the only thing is now that everybody knows for sure that they're capable of doing it, I don't think it's gonna happen, right? And Gen G, I think, is also much stronger than T1. They're just much more cohesive more than anything. I mean, if you think about like the peaks of the individuals, I mean, actually, I would rate Meteor over Excurate. I think the opping at the peak, Excurate probably matches, or even maybe even tops. But as a player, I think Meteor is still above. I would rate Texture above Saya. But like, they both have kind of ups and downs, so I guess you could kind of argue, but I think Texture is definitely much more, his average is higher. Locky and Carpe are probably comparable. Carpe probably actually has more pop-off moments. And then Charon and Izu. Charon's above for the time being, and I think probably for the most part. And Munchkin and Rossi, I think, are comparable. But the overall cohesion. So even the players on average, I would say Genji's slightly ahead overall, but the cohesion and like the identity of the team, etc., and the execution, everything, Genji's ahead for sure. Hey, what's up, Lauren? We're gonna do our power rankings and pick'ems for week 2 of VCT Pacific, and then we will review T1 DFM. And if we have time, maybe we'll watch a little bit of the EMEA games, but I don't know if we'll have time, because I kind of want to dive deep into it. Genji has more vibes. That is for sure, dude. Dude, T1 needs a vibe guy. I mean, every team reacts differently, and sometimes you need like a little bit more fire under your ass, but I feel like the fire under your ass part can probably wait until in between games. Like, I think on stage you definitely want a vibes guy, and I think T1 desperately needs a vibes guy. I'll say that for sure. And like, I know we were memeing about it with Zelsis during the offseason and even now, etc., but like, every team that has one is proving just how important it is. And we've all kind of known that, especially in an FPS. But we've always only talked about it in an overall like team atmosphere. Like, this team is currently like really riding the momentum. Like, Paper X is still having fun, things like that. Whereas like now we're really seeing the impact that one person's atmosphere can bring, regardless of the mechanics. Is this a wool shirt? No, I don't think. I mean, Rossi kind of is, or he was, but I feel like now in the regular season, Rossi's also like they're much it's like a much more stressful vibes situation, right? Yeah. I mean, I don't know. The thing is like some of those guys, like they're also not very expressive to begin with. Like Saya and Carpe both aren't like the most expressive, so it's kind of hard to read into their facial expressions. But yeah, it's much more the consistency. But that's what I mean, is that they need one person that's like consistently willing to like bring things up. Right, like you need that one person that's able to bring things back up. Like what's funny is for instance, like for Paper X at Masters Tokyo last year, like CGRS was that guy to a certain extent, right? And like he was probably the one feeling a lot of the pressure too. But obviously in general, a lot of the Paper X guys, they kind of all fill that role. Obviously on Genji, I feel like it's a good mix of Texture and Munchkin, but now like even Charon's really getting up there. But I think the ones who are like consistent leading, I mean, Texture probably isn't the most. Munchkin's probably the consistent factor. Texture definitely gets a little too hard on himself sometimes. Same with Meteor. I think Meteor has gotten much more stable, but he's not a very like jovial guy to begin with. But DRX, like Bane seems to be that guy right now, for sure. And that seems to be bringing back a part of that from Buzz as well. Yeah, things like that. Anyway, so today we're gonna do. So here's how it's gonna work. We're gonna record at the same time, but we will go through updated power rankings. Then we will immediately jump into pick'ems for week 2 matches. We'll update those, kind of see how things have changed. Let me actually set that up real quick as well. No, I can actually set that up separately. Yeah. And then we'll jump into VOD review. So we will jump into that. Happy to, you know, take questions during the recording as well. Don't worry. I mean, if it gets too long, I can edit it out, etc., etc. Yo, Intel Sama with the 2 gifted subs. Thank you so much. Thanks for gifting subs out onto the channel. Really appreciate it. If you got a sub, you know what to do. Give a little shout out to Intel. But thank you. Really appreciate that. Who's the vibes guy for the APEC type? It ain't me, I'll tell you that. Well, I kind of just lose it if things get too long. Oh yeah, sorry MJ, I saw that question. I'll answer that before we jump in to the rankings because it's a bit of a separate topic. This is from YouTube. Do you think any APEC team would adopt the retake meta that Sentinels are really good at? Now I would actually argue that Gen.G has their own take on it. But Gen.G's much more trade-based. They're much more flood-based. Sentinels is a little different from that, which is personally why I found those two matching up very interesting at Madrid. The funny thing is like DRX was the retake team, right? Like they were the retake team in the world. But I don't know if this well, especially now because they got to work on their fundamentals back up to par as well. So this iteration probably won't get back to that point for DRX. I think they're also trying to move away from it. But you know what's a funny idea is I think DFM could. Like I think it could be good for them. Like their own take on it. Obviously this is all based off of one match, so like take it with a grain of salt, but I think so. Like for instance, I don't think T1 wants to play that way. Therefore, I don't think they will be good with that way, like even with their own interpretation. Paper X, definitely, they're just in their own world. I think GE, yeah, there's other things that you really need to work on. Bleed, there's other things you really need to work on. Talon, I don't think they're really built for that. And RQ, I don't think can do that consistently enough. And then Team Secret, yeah, Secret's another team that could do it, but I really believe that they're also one of those teams that's kind of stuck in the past. Which, like, you know, if you're individually good enough, you'll still hang, right? Like, you might still make it to playoffs, etc. But obviously, if you're a Team Secret fan, like, you would want to see them grow and evolve, right? It's like the same thing with DRX. Obviously, like, getting consistently, you know, 3rd through 6th in the world is amazing. Like, that's really crazy good consistency. But if you're a fan of DRX, if you're a Korean fan of Valorant in the past years, like, you wanted to see them eventually get over that hurdle. And I think people would want to see that for Secret as well. So that's where I'm a little torn on that. Zeta, I mean, we'll see. Zeta, I'm actually not quite sure what they want to do. Excuse me, that burp just came out of nowhere. I'm sorry. But Zeta, I think, I don't know if they will want to go that route. So we'll see. We shall see. All right. If you have any other questions about like overall, like meta, Pacific, etc., happy to talk about it once we're in the VOD review. For now, if you want to chime in onto rankings, etc., if you want to talk about specifically like team performances at Pacific, feel free to do so. Obviously, you guys can have your own discussions in chat, but do forgive me if I don't respond to everything in chat, since we'll be recording this at the same time. Let's turn off the music. Boom. Especially because the sound keeps bugging out. Okay. Which scene do we want to go to? Chen, I got a fun little thing for everybody. Boom. Look at that. We got graphics. My God, we are upgrading. It's crazy. I know. You're all really impressed, and you just can't wait to throw your subs at my Twitch channel. I understand. But just calm down. It's going to be okay. All right. Anyway, let's jump right into it. Hello, YouTube. Welcome back to another week of VCT Pacific as we take a look at what happened in the past week and how it's looking moving forward. Obviously, we're only into week 2, so we've only had the first set of matches, but because of the format, some teams have played double matches, so there's a little bit more to look at. What we're going to do is every week we will take a look at the rankings from the previous week, make tweaks, and see how teams are evolving, how our impressions of them are changing, and then we'll jump right into the pick'ems and see how that affects our predictions of the future matchups and how it compares to our very initial impressions at the beginning of stage 1. And at the end of all this, I think it will be fun to kind of take a look at, all right, at the very beginning of stage 1, here's where we ranked the teams. How do they all stack up by the end? Anyway, for now, this is what we had. So last week it was week 1. It was before week 1 started, rather. And we were basing this off of mostly kickoff and, of course, Masters Madrid for Gen G and Paper X. I don't think any of this was too crazy. I think some people would argue that my DRX ranking was too low. Obviously, part of that was also because of the roster change that they had to make much more immediately, with Bane just being a full starting 5, Flashback requesting to be put on reserve, things like that. But overall, I don't think this was an entirely crazy idea. I mean, tell me otherwise if you don't believe so. But obviously, the results spoke quite differently. I mean, mainly this little guy right here, right? I mean, he's really trying to rank up somewhere towards the middle. But overall, Gen G Paper X, I didn't think anything really should change there. T1, I still believed in not only individual firepower, but their overall ideas. I had a lot of faith in Secret. We'll talk about that in a little bit. Also, a lot of faith still in RQ. We'll talk about that in a little bit. And then the rest, I think, is mostly like a lot of these teams people had question marks about, right? And it was a matter of like, do you have faith or not? So let's see how things have panned out. I think let's start. Okay, let's start bottom up because I think that's going to be a little easier. So the candidates haven't really changed, right? Towards the bottom here. Obviously, GE didn't have a great showing throughout their week 1. Quite a rough showing, actually, and they even talked about it in their own post-game press conference, where they straight up just say like, hey, things worked out a lot better in scrims, and it's just frustrating because we don't know what's going on and things just aren't happening on stage, etc., which obviously, if you're a fan of that team, you don't really ever want to hear that. That's unfortunate. But they also had it was not an easy week. They had to face a Zeta that looked very rejuvenated, and then they had to face DRX, who also looked like they were doing just fine with the roster change. So for me, the competition is still between GE and Bleed. Yeah, because DFM has basically escaped that conversation now. I mean, between these two, here's the thing. So I was actually thinking about this before we even booted up the stream today, but to me, this is the order, right? And I'm going to tell you why. I think a lot of people would agree with me, but the reason I wanted to talk about this is normally I'm more the ideas guy. And I think GE, it's actually so frustrating because they came prepared with so many ideas. It was so apparent, which is all I was asking for from kickoff. Because in kickoff, I was like, I don't know what you're trying to do here. I can only theorize on my own, but I'm not seeing any of it, which is really annoying. But in their first week of stage 1, I'm like, oh, yeah, no, I see what you're trying to do. Like, this is cool. Ooh, that's a good idea. Like, that's good prep. And then the round starts. We're like 10 seconds after. I'm waiting for the thing to happen. And either it doesn't happen or it does, but in a really, really messy way. And then, the worst part is that sometimes it's just you're not hitting your shots, right? And at that point, I'm like, Okay, I mean, I guess I said all I was hoping for was for you to show me at least you had good ideas, which you did. But if you're not able to really execute and carry it out, more than a measly handful of times, then I can't really rate you any higher. Like, here's the thing. The reason I'm normally more of an ideas guy is because that's with the assumption that generally the individual mechanics are going to be on a similar level within each tier of competition, right? So within VCT Pacific, obviously you've got like top 2, top 3 teams and players, and then, you've got kind of big batches, but generally you expect everyone to be within the realm of possibility, and then challengers, right? Et cetera, et cetera. But quite frankly, currently, I mean, again, like, I would like to believe them when they say that things look very different in scrims, because otherwise, why would they come prepared with the same ideas if it wasn't working out in scrims? So I'm sure they were, but until we see it on stage, I can't sit here and be like, it'll happen one day, right? Because that would just be blind faith. If you're a super fan, then sure, but I'm not. I mean, I don't think that's anything. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. So, yeah. Because here's the thing, Bleed, I actually don't think they showed that many good ideas. Not surprising, right? They've had some big roster changes as well, a change in their IGL, Scary now the main IGL. So I wasn't expecting anything revolutionary from them. They seem to have better communication and teamwork than I would have expected, actually. For instance, I would say their win against Talon on Lotus, it actually looked like their comms were pretty good, and a lot of it they could kind of just work off of the basics that each person knew what to do, like especially Zest, on the Fade, like he knows all the individual timings of his utility, etc., and how to use it and how it works. So then it's your teammates kind of working off of that, and that seemed pretty good. So overall, I think Bleed looked a lot more stable. Ye's now back on the primary duelist, and that seems to be working out for them. Everyone seems to be in their own comfort role, more or less. So I'm happy for them, but they didn't really show anything new. If anything, they kind of looked like a lot closer to their Ascension selves last year, which, for anyone who didn't watch Ascension, a big part of Bleed winning Ascension and getting all the way through was partly good ante, but second was that they would just play really patiently, right? Like, they would just wait until their teammates made mistakes. And what's the biggest difference between tier 1 and tier 2 is that tier 2 makes mistakes on their own, right? They make unforced errors way more often. And so Bleed was really good at punishing those mistakes. But they wouldn't really do anything to really pressure those mistakes out of your opponents. They would just kind of wait. And they were kind of doing the same thing. So once, Talon caught on to that, or Talon was starting to not make mistakes, etc., it didn't work out so well. So idea-wise, I actually rate GE higher. I think their prep and their ideas are, their neurons are firing in better directions for the time being. But the execution is just, the gap is too big. It's just too big. And I mean, it's not even anything against the players. It's not that I think the players don't have the potential to do it, because I believe you. I'm sure it's working on in scrims, because otherwise, why would you try the same thing on the big stage? But whatever is holding you back from doing it on the stage, I don't know. But until you get rid of it and show it to us on stage, I can't in good conscience rate them higher. I mean, it is the conversation about firepower. Chat, you're entirely correct, and it stinks, but, whether it's a mental block, whether it's actual capacity of firepower, whatever it is, until that gets fixed, it's going to be tough. But then, so then Bleed right above, right? Just very, they've still got potential. I'm not saying that they don't, but I think it's going to take some time. So for the time being, I haven't seen enough to rate them any higher than that. This is where things get a little interesting, because we've got quite a few teams that are kind of bouncing around. This is in no particular order, by the way. Let's talk about the big surprise. DFM. One thing's for sure, they are not 9th place. Oh, DFM. Oh, they're not 9th place. I don't know how high they're going, but they're already on the elevator. They're going up floor by floor. And for now, until we talk about the other teams, I don't know which floor they're going to stop at. They might even go all the way to the top floor, right? They might be right here knocking on Gen J's doorbells. I don't even know. But this team is looking so good and so exciting. And we're going to do that VOD review later today. But DFM looks so good, actually. So they're in a bit of a different conversation. To me, the big questions are actually like Zeta and Talon. So RQ and Team Secret, I think, basically have to be tied at the hip. I think they're still a very 50-50 team. The match itself was a 2-1. Obviously, it went to overtime. And while RQ wins, especially thanks to Jemkin's ace in overtime, that, you know, that's one of those things where you're like, okay, like everyone knows it's done. They're going to win the next round. I would say RQ definitely probably isn't happy about how they won. They should be happy about the win, but they're probably not content with how they won. And Secret's probably upset. So this is like, there's just a lot of messiness on both sides. This is another case of, I think RQ has better ideas. I think they are trying to evolve a lot more in tempo with the current meta of trying to be much more proactive, even on defense, you know, like pressuring different parts of the map, etc. But Team Secret, I was talking about this on Plat Chat as well. They're playing a very old style of default, right? Like 2-1-2, hang back, throw util out on a timing, you know, make some rotations off of that, and then just like wait, you know, maybe go for a retake and things like that. And I mean, if your utility's damn perfect and your aim is damn perfect, then you can get away with that up to a certain extent. But even that, I think, has a cap in the current meta, where things are much more proactive. So I don't know. Individually, I think they're still very good. Personally, I'm still on the Jeremy hype train. I mean, Envy's already kind of proven himself above and beyond, in my opinion. So I'm still on the Jeremy hype train. And I don't rate NDG that low. Like, some people seem to really bounce back and forth based on how his performance is map to map. Like, I think NDG is fine. But if that's all they're going to continue to show us, then I think they will continue to just be like middle of the pack. So to me, I probably rate them kind of one after the other, but mostly tied at the hip. Zeta and Talon, I'm actually really curious what everyone thinks, because Zeta's impressions are probably really all over the place right now, because they came out swinging. They came out with a 13-1 on Sunset with a Phoenix and Chamber comp, right? This was everything anyone had ever hoped for Zeta Division. So this, I mean, it was impressive. It was 13-1. It had tempo. It had contact. It had trades. It had everything. It was so exciting. But then you consider where we're rating global esports and what everyone's impression is of global esports, and they ended up going 2-1, right? They still got taken out on Icebox. I mean, their Icebox looked more improved, but it still lacked some stuff. And like the whole KO Gecko, it didn't seem like they were really used to it yet. And then the Ascent was fine, but not great. So I'm a little torn. On this, because to me, Talon, I think, still showed more individual. Well, actually, I take that back, chat. Talon's dealing with this whole musical chairs problem right now. Oh, Talon's playing musical chairs, and I hate it. But honestly, again, similar to what I said when we were discussing like pick'ems as a group on Plat Chat, is I think that really ruins their map ban strength, because you can constantly try to force them into these Sova maps where they can't play what seems to be what they want to move forward with their starting five. Are they divided internally? That I don't know, right? But I don't know if they're 9th place though, right? Like just at an eye test, like Talent at 9th place, that just sounds wrong. Like, they're individually very talented. Governors still doing quite well. They were much more restrained. Jit Boys, while he didn't look that great against Gen G, I still think Jit Boys is one of the best players on that team. Zeta at 9th? See, Zeta at 9th doesn't sound that bad. Team Secret at 9th? Yeah, Talon's one of those cases of like potential. But But Team Secret at 9th, I don't believe in that. Like, I don't care how they looked against RRQ. Team Secret at 9th is ridiculous. I think that's so much recency bias, in my opinion. Yeah, the roster thing is a bit concerning. The roster situation is a bit concerning, right? If we are to go off of results and a little bit of potential, right? Because power rankings is kind of what we're looking forward to. I think I would actually rate Zeta above just because they have a consistent roster and I think they're building in the correct direction. So, I mean, yeah, we're doing power rankings for week 2, but I'm kind of thinking like ahead still, right? I want to do these as like, okay, how do I think these teams look going forward, not just in week 2? Which again, that's like GE, I think it's just going to need a lot more time. Okay, let's move forward with this for now. Let's move forward with this for now. If that's the case, it actually ends up getting much easier in my opinion. Dude, why are these not lining up immediately? Right? I mean, they beat T1. These guys are knocking on the door to Shanghai right now. DFM is already looking up plane tickets all the way to Shanghai. Oh my gosh. No, but okay, so here's the thing. Okay, DFM did beat T1. All right. Let's obviously that's a little bit of recency bias. But with how they played against T1, I do think they're stronger than RRQ and Team Secret right now. I think they're definitely stronger than Zeta right now. Now, the potential of Zeta, I think, could arguably be higher in the future, but I have no idea when that potential is going to come online. So, okay, but here's the thing. Okay, people are saying like, yeah, but DFM only won one match, but it's about how you win and lose, right? For me personally, if I like don't, right, if I don't take into account how Team Secret lost, Team Secret would be 9th for sure. But to me, like the way DFM won is much more convincing than any of these teams, quite frankly, in my opinion, from week 1. Granted, these two playing against each other is always a little weird. So this is why I was actually wondering today if I wanted to do VOD review before or after the power rankings, because my big question is still how much of DFM looking good was specifically anti against T1, or how much of it is, damn, they're just really understanding Valorant a lot better now, right? And I'm not quite sure where that balance is. Do I think DFM would beat T1 in a rematch? In a best of 3? I think so. If the only difference is just that they already played once. I think they could. Not like confidently. I mean, it was a close match, right? Like DFM did not win very confidently, but I think they could have. I think DFM, but here's the thing, is that I definitely think DFM is above RRQ, right? I think DFM is above, let's save T1 a little bit of face for now. I think DFM is definitely above RRQ. Oh, why is DRX out of this conversation, chat? DRX doesn't get a free pass, not yet. I mean, they look good, but they don't get a free pass yet. Calm down. I think DFM definitely is better than RRQ, in which case I think they're better than Team Secret. I think Zeta's the one that's weird because I really believe Zeta has a lot of potential, but I have no idea when that's going to come online because at kickoff I thought it was going to start to build and then they were like way up and down every map they played. So Zeta will keep here. Secret. Okay, let's compare these one against each other. First of all, we're gonna just put the top teams up here, okay? And yes, I still rate Gen G higher. I'm gonna rate Gen G higher mostly because I think Gen G is gonna still beat Paper X this weekend. I don't think it's going to be easy. Although it is a best of 3. In best of 3s, it's a little different. But I think Gen G can still win. I think Paper X's biggest weakness is a best of 5. I actually think Paper X's kryptonite is best of 5. But... So T1 versus DRX, for now I still give T1 the edge, right? Like T1 lost to DFM, but that was DFM looking good and T1 looking messy in certain rounds, but it was mostly DFM looking good. So I, for now, and maybe I'm just being a DRX doubter still. I could be, but you know, their initial games were not exactly that difficult, right? It was against a Team Secret that always kind of needs to get used to playing on stage again, and then it was against the GE. So DRX, I think they're not. I can't in good conscience rate them confidently higher than T1. DRX versus DFM. This I actually think could be a very interesting matchup, right? DRX versus DFM. I think that could be interesting. DRX versus RQ in their current form, like if they played now. I don't know if I can rate them higher. I think this is even, but DRX has a slight edge just because I think they're more consistent, even if they're not as clean as they used to be. I think their fundamentals are so consistent. That's honestly, let's just talk about RQ briefly. One of the biggest problems with RQ still is that their fundamentals break down when they get messy. Like when they panic a little bit, or when they get a little bit overheated or overexcited, their fundamentals break down, which I think is a big problem. Like obviously you all know I'm a big believer of RQ, and I think they have potential, but fixing something like that where your fundamentals are like breaking down when things don't go your way, that's not an easy fix. I have faith that they can fix it, but it's not an easy fix. So that's where I would rate DRX slightly higher, in which case Team Secret, originally this was a lot of like, I have faith in their individuals, but currently Team Secret also seems to still need a little bit more time to cook. And then I mean, quite frankly, I'm just kind of disappointed in the fact that they're not evolving the meta in any direction. I mean, DFM doesn't have a sure win over anybody, chat, right? Obviously, we're all very excited about their victory over T1. And while I'm very excited to see them continue to climb the elevator and eventually knock down Sideshow's door, that's not a guarantee by any means. But if DFM and RQ played tomorrow, I think DFM, based on how they've looked, obviously only one match, but I think you favor DFM. Not because of who they beat, but how they beat them, right? So is this really it, though? Oh, this looks so crazy. DFM's really throwing a wrench in my plans, chat. DFM's really throwing a wrench in my Glaze RQ forever plans. Okay, let's just double check how this feels. I mean, I know DFM beat T1, but like overall ranking wise, some people are gonna vote for DRX over T1. I think that's totally fair. I think that's totally fair. RQ and DFM. RQ and DFM. Man, I actually think DFM could... I think they could beat DRX. Maybe I'm just a DRX hater. I don't know. But I think there's a world. Okay, so let's touch upon this real quick because chat's talking about it. T1, yes, I know that they are currently having things that are out of their control, right? So obviously the T1 HQ has not, none of their teams have been able to really practice consistently because of the DDoS problems, which is terrible. But I would assume and I would hope, especially now that they know that this is a thing, that they've got other fail-safes in place, you know, whether it's a different location, etc., which I've kind of heard that is happening. So I think that we can, like, it sucks, but I don't want to weigh on that too much, unless it's literally like, hey, we just like couldn't scrim at all for the entire season. Then it's like, okay, well, this really sucks. And then Xcurate, obviously, he's mentioned it himself, and I think a lot of people noticed it. I kind of noticed it during the cast too, but I wasn't sure, so I didn't want to mention it. But obviously, his hand is not in the best condition. So, I mean, how fast does that recover? How much is it affecting him, etc.? It's there. It's something to consider. But again, because I don't know the exact like severity and impact, I don't want to suddenly rate them low just because they're like, yeah, Xcurate's hand hurts and he's like not playing as well as he used to. Because quite frankly, here's the thing: if Xcurate played better, would they have beaten DFM confidently? I don't think so. I mean, they could have beaten them because it was such a close game, but. Right? Like, I don't think that's the reason they lost. That could have been the reason they could have won, but I don't think that's the reason they lost. So, yeah, like, again, I'm aware of the T1 HQ things, but again, what I'm saying is like, they're now aware of it now, and yeah, it kind of sucks, but if you wanted to put it that way, like, all these other teams that aren't Korean have to deal with having to get used to living in a country where they don't speak the language and not always get to eat the food that they want to, and get stuck in traffic because some of their team houses are really far when they're coming to the arena and all that stuff. So like, if we want to count all of that, then this power ranking goes out the window. So I'm not gonna weigh that too, like, I'm not saying that it doesn't matter. I think that impacted them for week 1 especially, like a lot for sure. But I'm just saying. Like, I guess here's what I'm saying. I think they're good enough to still win, like, despite that, right? That's what I'm trying to say. So, but yeah, it's good to keep in your mind, right? It's good to keep in your mind so you don't just be like, wow, T1 is washed. Like, that shouldn't happen. But I think they're good enough. Yeah, DFM's really hard just because they looked so good. Again, not just about like the win, but like the way they played just looked so good. It was definitely, so I'll say this. DFM, the Valorant they played this past weekend was much better Valorant than any of these guys. And I would say in a sense it was probably in theory better Valorant than DRX. Though DRX is execution, and obviously at that point I think you have to start considering the opponents they played. Let's also talk about, hold on, before we move on with that though, let's also talk about the fact that both of these squads actually had a bit of a role swap, right? Neth seems to be fixed on Sentinel now for DFM, which I think is working out real well for them, but RQ also made a big switch where Xfero is now the fixed Sentinel, which I think works out really well for Xfero. Let's just talk about that before we lock any of this in, because I think it really allows Xfero to feel less pressure in creating space on his own, because he would often be doing that on initiators and smokes as well anyway, but then he has to consider so many other things about like, what's my utility timing to support my teammates, what's my range, etc., etc. Now as a Sentinel, he kind of doesn't have to worry about that as much, so it makes him a lot more free. And I think he proved that that's working out for him. Now, obviously, that means Elmimore is now kind of the fixed. Well, then they have Elmimore and Initiator, and then they have Estrella on Smokes, which that's the part I'm kind of like, just because Estrella has flexed around a lot, but like his main big thing is Flash Initiators. So I don't know if the current, I think Xfero and Sentinel is really good for them, but I don't know if the current mix is maybe the best. But obviously, I mean, I'm sure the players and the coach know better than I do. Elmimore definitely, I mean, he looked fine on the Sova, which he's played a lot of, but he definitely didn't look good on the Sky. So there's something to consider there. Flips' Yoru looked really good. I was actually very happy about his Yoru. And Flips, I think, like, playing Yoru fits him so well in so many ways. So I think they're going in the right direction. But I think like Elmi Moore, Estrella is something to consider. Maybe 2GE, right? Put him back in the mix of discussions, right? We got to remember they have a 6-man roster. 2G's still there with the team. So I agree that Elmi Moore going on Initiator in general is better than on Sentinel, because while, like, when Elmi Moore's hot, he's hot, but when he's cold, he's very cold. And then if he still tries to go for these like solo lurks and pushes, it really ruined a lot of our Q last year. So I think, you know, him sticking with the team and focusing more on his utility and then being able to basically trade with good aim works out for them. It's just that the flash, the sky was there were a lot of self flashes and team flashes, which you just cannot have. So I mean, I think RQ. That's the thing for me, is that RQ, I have faith that this team can climb. Like, I have faith that they can climb, but I think stage 1, they're not going to do it all in stage 1. I think RQ is going to need until stage 2. I think RQ can still make playoffs for stage 1, but the thing is we have to remember that they're in the same group as DFM, right? So they're now in contention with DFM, and the question becomes, like, I mean, at this point, RQ needs to beat T1. to really solidify themselves above DFM. So, because DFM's already beaten T1. So in that case, it's like, I mean, they could, but it's a little rough. So, This one's hard. But you know what? I actually think like this. You know what? I'm going to keep this way. I'm going to keep it this way, but it could very well change after this week. At which point, then I'm just going to become just like every other viewer out there that posts on Reddit and VLR, who just reacts to every match every week, and I just change my rankings every week, and then I call for people to be taken off the roster. So maybe I'm no different than any of you, but I just really liked how DFM played Valorant, and maybe I'm gonna go into this VOD review in a little bit here and realize that I was just in the moment and emotional. So maybe I'm gonna be proven wrong by myself, but like the Valorant that DFM played was just like, they had good ideas, they had good comms, they had good trades, they had multi-layered flowcharts, they had clutches, you know, they had carry potential. I mean, yes, it was only against one opponent, but like, here's where it gets me though, is that I think they played really good Lotus too. The score, I don't think, does them any justice. For those who don't watch, again, we'll check it out together in a second, but it was a 13-5, but it should not have been 13-5. It should not have been 13-5. Granted, I would say probably a handful of those they lost, mostly due to like one or two players kind of making terrible decisions or whiffing shots they shouldn't have. So I'm not going to say it's completely, I'm not saying they should have won. I just think the score should have been closer. Oh, the Cyanoscope was sick in that game. No, I know some people are thinking like I'm rating, and listen, I could be, I could look like an absolute clown after week 2, right? After week 2, I could be like, they're going right back where they belong. This was a one-hit wonder. T1 was the sacrificial lamb, and they go right back where they belong. But from what I saw, I don't believe that. I don't believe that. Basically, here's what I think. I think if we were to look like all the way ahead, which is, you're thinking too far ahead, but like if I'm counting all the way to stage 2, I think RRQ probably has more room to grow in their current state. But I think DFM has such a head start in how they look. Like, such a head start in what they've figured out, right? Like, what is our style, right? How do we trade? Like, do we understand each other's util? Like, things like that. I just feel like DFM has a higher start. On top of that, DFM doesn't have to deal with comms things, which is always going to plague RRQ as long as they have a multinational roster. Again, RRQ is not the only team to deal with that, but it is something they have to deal with, etc. So I think I'm gonna do it. Chat, you're gonna call me super overreactive Andy, and maybe I'm gonna be proven wrong, and I'm gonna have to put out an apology video next week after week 2. But I'm gonna put DFM above. I'm gonna put DFM above. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. DFM. They're going up. They're on the up and up. And then the other discussion that I see you having in chat is T1 versus DRX. A lot of you think that DRX should be over T1. I totally get where that's coming from. I for some reason, like, I can't give, I still think T1 their ideas, basically they didn't change their ideas, and I liked parts of their ideas. I still believe that what I'm seeing from them, the style that they play, which is it's their own variation of like contact play. It's their own variation of like trading, but not as much macro as Gen G, which is where I think T1 really starts to look weaker compared to like Paper X or Gen G. But I think it's really good for within Pacific. I still think if T1 went to an international, they would actually start to look a lot worse in their current state. But I still think the way that T1 plays is really good within Pacific. I think it's still very strong within Pacific. And I think that they played okay against DFM. I don't think it was T1 just like not doing anything. So whereas DRX, like, for me, DRX looked good mostly because I expected them to look not good. And I was like, oh, okay, fundamentals are still there. Great. Like Bane, you know, you had some ability misses, but Bane looks really good. I will give him credit, right? Mako looks right back in form, very stable. Foxy9 looks a lot more stable. So these changes are working out for them. And obviously, they're a team that's proven time and time again that they will be stable. So it's not that I'm rating DRX low. I just think T1 has a slight edge for the time being. But I will say this. This is the big caveat, chat. This is my big caveat, is that this is kind of my, like, here's your one more chance to T1, right? They don't have to beat DRX in this head-to-head. But if they play and they get, like, close but no cigar again against DRX, and they fall apart in the same ways again, right? If that happens, then I'm knocking them down. Then I'm knocking them down in the rankings. Like, no mercy. Because at that point, then it's no different than RQ, where you seem to just have these fundamental things that are holding you back, where you just cannot get over this hurdle. So I think, to me, though, I'm willing to give them one more shot just because I think DFM's victory over them was much more credit to DFM than T1 lacking. So I'm going to give them this credit. Now, Sideshow brought to my attention that T1 is the only team that has to play double matches back-to-back in 2 weeks. By the way, only one team ever has to do that from Group Alpha. T1 just happens to be the sacrificial lamb. I took a look at the schedule. All of them play 2 weekends from Alpha of 2 matches, which means as everyone rotates, one of the teams has to play back-to-back double matches. It just so happens that it really sucks that it's T1, and it's like against really strong opponents. So it's rough, but I'm going to give them that shot. But again, we'll see how they look. I'm not saying they have to beat DRX in the head-to-head, but if they lose, like, again, in the same manner, right? If they start to fall apart in the same ways, etc., then I knock them down for sure. Then I knock them down. Then I give up. Then I give up for sure. But that's why I'm rating T1 above. Just overall, like, I think their abilities to trade based on util, to set up, Saya, and then Excurate, I think with the op is still really solid. I know Excurate has a hand injury, but I don't know the exact extent to it, so I'm not going to let that affect my power rankings. Obviously, that could be another reason why they maybe look weaker than I had expected them to continuously throughout Stage 1, but Things like that. And I mean, Carpe looked a lot better than I had thought as well. So Izu had a really rough first game. That's true against Paper Rex. Like, Izu was absent from that game. But he picked it up against the DFM game, in my opinion. So we'll see. We'll see with T1. But then Paper Rex and Genji, I'm still keeping Genji above. Paper Rex looks, the magic is back. Jing is back. I get it. It's exciting. I think they look very good. I'm very excited to see them. But I still think they're also a team like within their own tier of like top 3, right? Top 3 in Pacific, potential top 3 in the world, things like that. Obviously, they were top 3 at Masters Madrid. They're another team where it's like, but if you want to get over that hurdle, like you got to figure new stuff out, right? You got to show me something a little bit more for me to believe that it can be consistent. And I don't think they have the time to do that right now because they're busy trying to just get back into the flow of things with Jing. So that's where I rate Genji higher, which means let's take a look at the ups and downs. First of all, we've got a little big up here. Okay, so the top 3, we don't have any movement, so we don't need the big numbers, right? So let's get rid of these. Put them all the way up here. Let's see. We got a little +2 here for DRX. That's huge. And the DFM, what a glow up, chat. I mean, what a glow up. I mean, some of you guys think I'm overreacting, but I really don't think I am. We're going to do that VOD review. And I think you're all going to become believers. How far did I knock down RQ here? Just 1? I think that's totally fair, right? I was riding a lot of Hopium. I still think ultimately my Hopium will be intact, but in the current state of things, I think it's going to take a little while. Team Secret got knocked down a lot more. And quite frankly, they just looked a lot worse than I thought they would coming out of the gate. Like, I thought their fundamentals, right, and their basics would actually carry them forward for the first couple weeks. And that's, I think, what would keep them afloat. But didn't look great. Zeta doesn't move. Talon got knocked down a little bit, which I think Talon's ranking getting knocked down is much more in relativity, because I actually think they look better than they did at kickoff to a certain extent. Oh, and then there's a little up and down here action between GE and Bleed, because I had no faith in the roster swap from Bleed. Huh. Okay. I'm okay with this. Chat, you gotta get my power rankings are not about results, because if it was just about results, you would just look at the standings of the groups and that would be your power ranking. So I mean, we're gonna have opinions here, and listen, I totally respect you if you don't want to rate DFM as high. I think that's the more reasonable take. I think that's the safer take. But if I just wanted to be safe and post the exact screenshot of the VLR group rankings on my YouTube, then I wouldn't make a YouTube video, because you would just all go watch it on VLR and not look at my YouTube channel. So while I'm not doing this just to draw aggro, I actually believe this. It is my opinion. So feel free to have a separate opinion, but just the disclaimer is that yes, some teams are going to look like they get bumped up because of their recent match, but my point is it's not so much the actual score result, because quite frankly, if it was just the score of the result, they shouldn't jump up this high, because it wasn't a one-sided game. It's not like they 2-0 T1. But it's much more about what I saw within that game, right? I'm talking much more about the contents of the game, which of course, if we're doing this week by week, we're gonna have recency bias. But for now, I'm all aboard the faith and the hype train for DFM. RQ, now my copium is still there, but my hopium has dropped a little bit. Team Secret, here's the thing. I mean, 7th place is still right. They're exactly where I thought they would end up, which is a gatekeeper team of like, you're the team that decides whether teams make it into playoffs or not in overall rankings, obviously not accounting the whole group format here between Alpha and Omega. So right around 6th place. That's right where I expected them. Zeta, I think for now, I'm kind of still in like holding off mode. But if you're a fan of Zeta, I would love to tell you to have hope, because they look like they're going in the right direction. And then Talon, the musical chair sing is a big factor here with Surf and Lenny. And then Bleed, better roles. GE, execution's still lacking. That is going to be, bam, bam, the final power rankings. So that means it's time for the pick'ems to see if this gets reflected in the immediate upcoming matches. Let's see here. Where are we, chat? There we go. Can we make this bigger? Yeah. Okay, since it's on the page, we might as well take a look. I didn't have the greatest of records last week. I saw some people had 100% right up until the T1 DFM game. But I thought DRX was going to look a lot shakier, especially with Bane being just set as the starting 5 immediately a couple days before. I thought Secret was going to look a lot more just like solid, not revolutionary, but solid. Neither of those things were true. So this flipped on its head. This was probably me giving a lot of hope to T1 more so than anything, and also thinking that Paper X might get read a little bit because they're still going to have to play a lot of the old stuff. Again, neither of those things came true. Paper X wins out. And then T1 DFM. I mean, we all know why that was wrong. So let's look at what I was predicting before the season started. So Gen G, Paper X. I predicted Gen G over Paper X. The reason I predicted that before the season pretty much remains the same reason I'm going to predict it now. I think Gen G, basically, they are going to continue to move forward. They've built a really solid foundation, etc. Paper X, while their foundation is obviously very good, in some ways it's more storied than Gen G because they're back to the OG 5. I think Paper X needs to evolve, right? I think their style has been getting read. I think they didn't really figure out good directions on the meta, and I don't think that was necessarily a Monyet thing, right? I don't think it was just a matter of like, well, the roles are weird with Monyet. I think it's just a matter of like, they don't seem to have their own interpretation of the current meta yet, which is where Paper X shines. So I'd like to give that to them. So basically what I'm trying to say is Paper X, their like overall individual and team mechanics of like trading and awareness, that is continuing to carry them into the top 2 of Pacific. But I think Gen G is good enough to beat that. I don't think it's going to be one-sided. But I think Gen G can beat it. I think it's very 50-50 in my opinion, quite frankly. And because it's best of 3, maybe that gives Paper X a slight edge, just because the BO5 is where Paper X really struggles in their map pool. But I would like to give them that edge for the time being. And then T1 DRX. Okay, so the reason I'm going to keep this is the same. It's the same reason, which is I still think T1's ideas are cool. I think they're still very valid in Pacific. I think individually they still match up quite well against DRX. But DRX looks a lot better than I had imagined for the beginning portion of Stage 1. So if you were to just go off of like straight up what we saw, if you were to go off of straight up what we saw just in the contents of the matches of week 1, I think DRX is a safer bet. But I'm with the idea. I'm such an ideas guy. Like, I just like it when teams have their own ideas and interpretations. That's what I'm finding out about myself. And I think T1's directions aren't bad. I just don't think they can go very far. But I don't think they're bad. So I'm still gonna give T1 the edge here. But this is another one where, personally, I think for week 2, with them matching up week 2, it's a bit of 50-50. Now, the other thing you should consider if you're very serious about your pick'ems is obviously T1 has to play back-to-back matches again. But I can only imagine that they're going to focus more on the DRX match and hope once again that their fundamentals can carry them over RQ, because in theory it should. So, I think T1 is going to have that edge. Is this where I find the RQ Hopium stream? Well, we're about to find out. We're getting close. We're getting close to that moment. Team Secret versus Zeta Division. Oh, we do this one in Plat Chat? I think we did this one in Plat Chat. I'm going to be very honest. Suddenly, I can't really remember what I said. But I'm going to switch. I'm going to go with Zeta Division. I know I ranked them lower than Team Secret in my overall power rankings, which now that I think about it, that sounds kind of insane. No, I went with Secret. And it's the exact same reason why I paused right now. Okay, hold on. Whew, chat. I almost rode the momentum from chat. Oh boy. No. No. Team Secret. Unless Zeta plays Chamber. Unless they play Chamber in all 3 maps, which I'm now on that train. I mean, I think Dep's gonna outperform for the most part, but chat, why is it that I cannot give up on Jeremy? I don't know. I just think this kid has so much potential, and like, I feel like he's slowly showing more of it, right? It's not even like he's just been stagnant the whole time. I feel like he's still showing more consistency. I just can't give up on the guy. I mean, Depp, I think, should definitely be rated higher individually, but I mean, I don't think Secret had good ideas, to be very honest. I actually don't. I don't think Secret had good ideas. I think Secret had very boring ideas. I think they played very boring Valorant. Well, not boring, but old Valorant. Boring's a bad term. I think they were playing because boring could be good. But yeah, I think Secret. Yeah, I mean, both of these teams are kind of reliant for the time being, right? If we're doing pick'ems, they're kind of reliant on their stars, right? Like Envy and Jeremy, then you got Depp and Laz, right? The others are all kind of floating around the same realm against each other. I mean, I guess, well, Envy's mega consistent. Depp is more consistent than Jeremy. But Laz he's not inconsistent as long as he's just playing the Sentinel. No, I still have faith. That Secret, I think Secret's going to carry this out. I think it's going to be a 2-1, but I think Zeta still, and in a way, I actually give credit to Zeta here. It looks like they're really trying to build for the long term. Where they're coming up with their own ideas and working on their own development of their own new style of Zeta Division. And that's great, but that's going to take time. So they'll come prepared with another good map or something like that. The other thing is surely, like, Secret seems to, and maybe this is why they always end up right in the middle, is I think they just need to get their butt beat before they wake up, right? I think this team always does that, and they just got it. All right, so they've got to be coming back. So angry. It just so happens, just like kickoff, Zeta's going to be the next sacrificial lamb again, where they have to face angry version of Team Secret, and Team Secret's going to carry them forward. All right. That's true. I mean, maybe if you're a Zeta fan, maybe you should send my power rankings to Zeta Division and let them know that I've lost all faith in them compared to DFM. Maybe that'll wake them up. But no, I think Secret will win for week 2. Again, like, this is not a knock on Zeta Division's potential. I'm actually really excited for Zeta Division's future. But I mean, as I've said, I actually said this on stream a couple days ago, but I also seem to just really think that teams, I'm always the more cautious type. So I think teams need a lot more time to, like, build things and evolve things. And a lot of the times teams have proven me wrong. So happy to be proven wrong. But I think Secret has this. This is probably, like, if you're a fan of either team, I think you're safe to just cheer for your team. Moving on, though. RQ versus Bleed. I just want everyone to know, I made a promise to the coaching staff of RQ. I made a promise, but it was a very specific promise. And the specific promise was that I will not predict them on the official mainstream predictions, because that's what goes on the VCT Pacific Twitter, and that's what goes out on the VCT Pacific channel, and that seems to be what's apparently holding these guys back when they're on the stage, because all they can think about is that giant RQ logo next to my name on the official Twitter and the official stream. So guess what? I mean, you already know. You already know. You don't even have to look at the Twitter posts. You know, when Sunday rolls around, VCT Pacific's going to be like, day 2 of week 2. Let's see what our talents predicted. And good old William Cho is going to be predicting bleed on that little spreadsheet. But guess what, chat? RQ's winning. All right? We're really testing limits, okay? We're going to see how far this curse goes. RQ's going to damn right win this game against bleed. And just help me if they don't, because I don't know if I can handle that level of power. There is no reason why they should be losing this game. Yes, Ye is on Duelist. That's amazing. Zest, I mean, if he's playing Fade, yes, they're going to look good. Scary can still clutch. That's all fine and dandy. But Bleed is just going to wait for you to make mistakes, which now that I've said that out loud, that's actually exactly how RQ loses all of their rounds. So stylistically, Bleed actually has a chance. In case you're a Bleed fan, I actually think stylistically, this is like the perfect matchup for Bleed. RQ is that team who's gonna run in and make mistakes. That's currently their biggest weakness. That's what's holding him back. So unless they can fix that in 1 week, Bleed, just casually, just sitting back and waiting for things to happen, might actually win this game. But surely not. Surely not. No, surely not. No. All right? RQ wins this. I don't have to explain myself. I think RQ has better ideas, right? Again, like RQ, I think they're exactly that team where they're still making these like mistakes where they overheat a little bit, they get a little bit messy, they greed a little bit, and then it falls apart, and then that round, and then it snowballs into the econ, and the matches always end up getting close. But their ideas are better, and I think they look a lot like their ideas looked a lot better than Kickoff as well. I think Xfero on the Sentinel is going to be very solid for them, etc. So I give RRQ the edge here over Bleed. Oh boy. Gen G versus DFM. You have no idea, chat, how much I want to send this. I don't think it's... I mean, if I do, though, it's like, it is Hopium for sure. It's Hopium and Copium and all the huffing and puffing for sure. But it's not impossible. Yeah, I mean, Gen G's focusing on Paper X. Granted, I think Gen G probably watched this game and they're like, oh, damn. Our week 2 just became literally our hardest week. They're probably thinking that after watching the T1 DFM game. But here's the thing. I'm going to stick with Gen G. Here's why. I think, listen, if you're a DFM fan, absolutely get excited for this game. I think it's actually going to be a very exciting prospective game. I think DFM's got a real solid shot and it could be a very fun idea. However, Gen G individually is way more stable than T1. I say way more, but I just mean more because it's not way more across the board because some players are similar. But Gen G's a lot more stable individually over T1. Gen G also plays mega trade-based positions. So Mei coming in, getting these triple kills, going crazy on the Raze should not be happening against Gen G. Now, again, maybe DFM, their ante is going to be really good and they're going to figure out how to ruin that from Gen G. Like Talon actually did that quite a bit. Like there were a couple of rounds when Talon was playing Gen G where Talon knew how to pace their rotations around the map to stop Gen G from flooding the site in time. Like there were some actually really cool rounds where I was like, oh my gosh, Talon prepped. Like they prepped so well. And they knew exactly how to push and pull Gen G and get, kind of ruin their tendencies of getting to flood sites in time and always be prepared for a 4v5 or a 5v5 on the defense. So DFM can do that. But May's not going to get to go in and get triple kills to save the game, man. Against Genji. I think it could be a 2-1, though. I think that'd be exciting. Talon versus GE. Unfortunately for GE fans, this is much more about GE than Talon. I think Talon wins. It really sucks because I really thought GE came out swinging with the ideas against DRX, and they just could not hit the shots, man. So until that happens, not even for a full match, just on one map consistently, it's going to be hard to pick them over any of their matchups. And then RQ versus T1. You know what's funny is both of them have to play 2 matches this week. Both of them have to play 2 matches this week. It's both the second match. Oh boy. Listen, again, not on the official stream, not on the official Twitter. My hopium's going off the charts. I'm getting it all out on my own channels right now. We're going to vote for RQ. We're going to vote for RQ. There's no actual reason for this one. I'm just going to put the disclaimer out there right now. This is just my feels. This has nothing to do with my analysis of these 2 teams. But my feels tell me that week 2 is RQ. This is RQ's week, man. All right? This is their week. Jemkin got an ace. He finally got it. He's like, oh, yeah, I'm the best duelist in Pacific. He's going to come out swinging. He's going to shut Saya player down, man. It's just full faith. I have to do this because I can't do it on the official predictions anymore. But in all reality, I think obviously T1's favored, but especially like with T1's schedule and everything, again, not about power rankings, but about just the schedule and the matchups. Like, dude, T1 has to play Paper X, a very rejuvenated DFM, and then a DRX that doesn't look as shaky as you would have hoped, and then an RQ who's growing, albeit slower than some of us fans would have hoped. So T1's got a rough schedule. So I'm going to vote for RQ. And then Bleed versus Zeta. This one could really flip depending on how both of these teams looked. This is another one where both of them are playing double matches, but this could really depend on how they've looked coming into week 2. But I think Zeta comes out on top here. I think Zeta's got better ideas, and Depp and Laz will be consistent enough to not make them fall too far behind. So I think that'll be it. So the only one we've changed is what? No, I don't remember. Did I change any of them? I changed none. Oh, it all stays the same. Cool. Wow. Good job, week 1, William. I mean, I don't know if it was smart or not because you weren't exactly 100% on week 1, but okay. My ideas for the pick'ems haven't changed. Our rankings have changed a little bit. I was considering DFM beating Genji, but yeah. I mean, it's a fun idea. It's a fun idea, and it's not impossible. It's not a miracle anymore, in my opinion, but it's very hard. It's an upset for sure. It's an upset. All right. Well, I think that's going to be it, chat. So my pick'ems haven't changed. Here it is. Mostly, well, actually, week 2 is actually just a very interesting week here for VCT Pacific. We've got some bangers, right? I mean, right off the bat, Genji, Paper X, T1 DRX on Saturday. Like, the stories there, the power levels of all the matchups. They're actually, like, both of them, I think, are very even. I think both of these matches are going to be 50-50. And then the other days as well, it just continues on. And obviously DFM now adding a great new storyline for Pacific. It is an exciting year for sure. I am going to be casting these 4 games, and then I think I am on the analyst desk for these games. So I'll be on the official broadcast all week 2 But it should be an exciting week. So these are my pick'ems. We will lock them in, but nothing's changed. And then, of course, the power rankings were at the start of this video. Those have changed a little bit. We'll keep tabs on these every week. If you're curious about how my pick'ems looked at the beginning of the season, you can see it here on the screen, but you can also check out last week's video. And we kind of run through that very quickly on our process of picking those pick'ems, and we'll review them after each week's matches. That's going to be it for this week's video. Let me know what you think about both my power rankings and my pick'ems. Feel free to post your pick'ems down in the comments below as well. We can all compare how we're keeping up in VCT Pacific. And most importantly, do let me know if you think DFM is going to go to Shanghai in first, second, or third seed, because my goodness, are they going to go to Masters Shanghai? That's it for this week. Hope you guys enjoy the matches at VCT Pacific, and we will be back with another video next week. See you then. Boom. Dunzo. Why does Pacific have so many double matches? We have basically we have 2 matches every day, every week, because they want to wrap it up in 4 weeks, I guess. I don't know. Every region has like slightly different schedules. So, and then 11 teams. The 11 teams doesn't really help. So, you think GE will surprise us? You don't know which way, in a bad or good way. No, I really hope. Okay, so this is not on the YouTube video, but like, I just have this bad feeling. Should I say this out loud? Should I say this out loud, chat? Because I have a bad feeling. I kind of don't want to say it out loud. No. I'm gonna do it. All right. Nobody knows how to find these VODs on YouTube, so we're gonna be safe. I just have a really bad feeling that GE is gonna wake the F up in week 3. And they're gonna get their first one. They're gonna start actually firing back and hitting their shots against RRQ. And they're going to beat RRQ and then immediately go back to losing because they have to play Paper Rex. No, they're not beating Paper Rex, chat. That's crazy. And you know what the worst part is? If that happens, by the way, there's a very real world where that's the match that keeps RQ from going to playoffs. I hope I'm wrong. I hope my gut is wrong. I do. No offense to GE, but I want to see RQ succeed. But, oof. I think there's a world. You know what's crazy? Can we just, this isn't part of the video, but before we go to VOD review time, like what is the possibility here of so in case you don't know, in case you haven't heard, there is an extra rule for making playoffs, right? So it's the top 3 from each group, but you need to have a minimum of 2 wins, because otherwise, like, you know, it'd just be like a really skewed balance in the playoffs. So you need to have a minimum of 2 wins. And this is where, yada, yada, the format gets a little weird and it shows the weakness of the format, et cetera, et cetera. I agree, but we have 11 teams. What are we going to do? So I actually kind of like the aspect of cross-group round robin, but it just kind of stinks because we have 11 teams. So, like, is there a world? Like, is it even possible for only Gen G? I mean, I guess it is, if they just all lose all their matches, right? Because it's all against Omega Group. Right? There's, like, not a guaranteed win because you don't play each other, right? So, you think only 2 will qualify from Alpha? I mean, I guess most of them only have 4 matches left. I mean, yeah, because T1 lost to DFM, right? Like, well, what's Secret's matches? What's Secret played RQ and DRX? So Secret still has to play Paper X. But like Secret could like, if I think they're gonna beat Zeta, Secret should be able to get 2 wins out of Zeta, DFM, Talon. They should, right? They should. Unfortunately, GE I don't think is in the conversation. Bleed probably not in the conversation because, especially now with DFM looking good, they might be able to beat Zeta, but yeah, and then they have to play friggin' Paper X and DRX last, so Bleed's probably not getting 2 wins. I mean, Bleed has a chance, right? They've only played Talon, so like if they're prepped for DFM, like Zeta, RQ, DFM, Bleed could beat, so it's not impossible, but it's very unlikely that they could get 2 out of those wins. I think they could get 1. But T1, man. If T1 doesn't beat DRX, oh, man. I mean, dude, looking at it now, T1 has the toughest schedule, in my opinion. 4 matches in 2 weeks against the highest rated teams on the other side, other than DFM. The schedulers were probably looking at it and be like, well, T1 can play 4 matches in 2 weeks because they're going to play DFM, and that's probably going to be a free win for them. And then it just so happens that it's not. That's insane. I mean, I think T1 RQ could be close too. And here's the thing, if T1 loses to DRX, if they're coming off of a loss again and then have to play another match in the weekend against RQ, granted RQ's coming off of a match too, like they could go like there is a possibility they go 0-4. And of course, then their remaining matches are Zeta and Talon. So, like, yeah, you should win those. So, like, there's still a world where you got 2 wins and you somehow move into playoffs. But, yeah, you can probably get 2 wins. But what's up, Keyframe? Isn't it 2 wins? I think it's 2 wins. I think you need a minimum of 2 wins to get into playoffs. 3 wins would be insane. Yeah, T1 and Secret should get 2 wins. They should get 2 wins. Yeah. But here's the other thing is that things get real interesting now with DFM winning, right? Things get real interesting in Omega. Because suddenly, because until DFM won, RQ looked like they actually had a decent shot, right? Like, sure, they didn't improve as, like, overall in 2024, they didn't come out as strong as I was hoping they would. But especially, you know, they made some adjustments off of kickoff. And I think them winning a close match against Secret is a huge benefit to RQ, just like getting that confidence in them instead of having to start slow again and like having to fight your own demons. So while it wasn't as clean as I'm sure the players and the coaches had hoped, the win was what's important. And knowing that, like, right, that whole idea of we always get close, but we lose in 2-1s, like that's out now. So that's great. But with that win against Team Secret, they were probably feeling like they could get a better record against these teams than Zeta or Talon. But now DFM's in the mix. So, yeah. Oh, dude, that 13-1 is doing wonders for Zeta, isn't it? That 13-1 is insane for Zeta Division. Plus 14. So RQ's got to get some clean wins against the quote-unquote 2 weaker teams of Alpha if they want a good shot. Can't go with the 2-1s anymore, which I think that's going to be tough for them. RQ really is the in my opinion kind of the weaker version of Gen G. The way both of these teams play, they're very prone to going 2-1. But Gen G will win out, and RQ has a tendency to lose out. Unfortunately, a big part of that is because they keep playing each other. But dude, when did they play? When's RQ Gen G? Oh, that's the last match of Stage 1. The script writers are cooking. Oh, they are cooking. Oh my gosh, Gen G versus RQ is the last match of Stage 1. You know what's gonna be even greater is, I mean, not great for the RQ players, but you know what's gonna be so good is if once again RQ making playoffs comes down to like round differential in this match. For anyone who doesn't know, it wasn't against Gen G, but last year, whether RQ made playoffs or not really depended on whether RQ, I think, was it they could get a map or just the match win against Paper Rex? But they had to, basically it was in their destiny. But if they lost to Paper Rex, then Gen G would move into playoffs. And RQ actually got really close. They pushed Paper Rex, but Paper Rex eventually just closes it out, and RQ loses. And then RQ doesn't make it to playoffs. Gen G moves on, and suddenly they get revitalized, and then they win again in LCQ against RQ. So if they have to go into this match again, and it comes down to like map or round differential on whether RQ makes playoffs or not, man, the storyline of whether or not Gen G continues to be just the absolute gatekeeper against RQ would be insane. Right? It was only one map win. No, it wasn't head to head. It got to a really weird situation where we got like the craziest scenario for the tiebreaker, where they needed the one map win, and they just couldn't do it. Was it match win? Either way, it was in their hands, and quite frankly, while everyone thought it was a given for Paper X, RQ put up a good fight, and I really thought they had a shot. I think they did have a shot, just, you know, obviously not enough, but it was going to be an upset no matter what. But yeah, just the storyline's so good. Oh, the storyline's so good. So good. Oh, man. Boy. Oh, boy. Oh, no, but I think what might have been it was maybe if RQ got a map, Gen G doesn't make it and someone else. I don't know. It was really complicated last year, and it kept changing until the last match. But anyway, this is just poetic. This is just poetic. Oh, this year is going to be so good. All right, cool. We got that out of the way, chat. Let's get set up for some VOD review time. Let's get ready to bunker down. Someone had asked earlier while we were recording about like the foot. I don't know if you're still here. I like glanced at chat. Someone was asking something specific about foot in KC. I didn't watch it yet, in case that was the question. I'm interested in rewatching it, but for now, what I do want to do is I actually want to dive deep into the DFM T1 game. And this one might, some of you might find this one a little boring because we're going to do a lot of jumping back and forth. We're going to do a lot of jumping back and forth. But I'm really curious how much of DFM's prep was specifically anti against T1. That's what I want to figure out today. Want to VOD review DFM versus Gen G last year? DFM destroyed Gen G on Fracture. I actually remember that game. DFM played that really well, and what they did really well was they anti-Gen G really well actually that time, because they knew how Gen G was playing Fracture, where Gen G was just cycling through all their cooldowns on it and non-stop, and then DFM knew exactly the timing and the order that they would cycle through their smokes, and then DFM just crushed them. It was really promising. I got very excited after that map, and then they continued to lose. But that was a different Gen G and a very different DFM. That was also, yeah, that was just a very different Gen G. Different Gen G. So let's change our titles so everyone knows. Also, someone gave me the idea that I should pin that tweet where I'm not allowed to predict RIQ anymore on the official stream. That is an excellent idea. Who gave that? Who said that in chat? Because you get a virtual internet cookie from yours truly. Let's see. Let's change our titles here. It was you, Warlord? You get a cookie. It can be any cookie you want. What's your favorite type of cookie? Chocolate chip, macadamia and white chocolate, green tea. You know, we could get a little crazy. Marshmallow s'mores. All right, titles are changed. Everything's good to go. And, well, let's bring up the VOD here. Oh, you know what the worst part about doing this VOD review is I casted this game, and now I'm going to have to, like, review my own cast while reviewing the game. Ugh. I do almost always immediately review my casts the week of, even if I'm casting week to week. It's never fun, in case you're wondering. Listening to your own cast is, even if it was good, it's not fun. Listening to your own voice is just generally, like, humans just generally don't like listening to their own voice, but it's necessary. Okay, T1 versus DFM, that's set up. You saw a 10 euro cookie on some French bakery and you 10 euro? Was it big? Is it like a giant cookie? There's a brand in, I mean, there's a lot now, but there's like a famous chain in America that does like cookie pies. Does anyone know which one I'm talking about? I feel like that they're like, their logo is like gold lettering on a red background. They're in like all the shopping malls. Dude, speaking of which, I feel like it's, I don't know why it feels like this. I guess it was a while ago. It feels like it's been forever since I was back in the States. But like, are shopping malls still a thing? I don't even know why this is a question, but are shopping malls still a thing? I just feel like they like might not be a thing anymore. Are shopping malls still a thing? Like, do people still go to the shopping malls to hang out in the States? Are any of you guys from the States? I guess it would be a weird hour for you if you're from the States. Do you not cast on the Korean broadcast anymore? Generally, no. They have me kind of all in on the English broadcast this year, mostly just because of the schedule as well. But in stage 1, I'm going to be on the Korean broadcast once on the analyst desk. Oh, yeah, there you go, Anders. What's up? Only 2 a.m. Oh, only normal gaming hours. You know, no big problem. Only normal gaming and esports hours. Just peak esports and gaming. That's all there is to it. Yeah, right? So many malls have like closed down. I remember like seeing all the news about that. And I was like, oh, that's kind of sad. I remember, dude, one of my favorite, like one of my best memories is going to the mall, going to the GameStop, playing all the free demos that are standing there on the stands, and then like going to the food court and eating Panda Express. Dude, I love Panda Express, by the way. In case anyone's ever wondered, which you probably never did, but Panda Express is my go-to first food when I land in the States. It's like a big shopping center, but like I feel like American malls are like, they have that feel, like just a giant building that's like, 3 stories or more for some incredible ones. Yeah, like all the online shopping's killing all the retailers. Yeah, there's still one around you. That's cool. Yeah, man. Panda, and the thing is like Panda Express at a food court just hits different, right? Like you can go to a standalone Panda Express and it's not bad, but Panda Express at a food court, it's just different. Anyway, let me go to the bathroom real quick and stretch my legs, and then we will watch T1 versus DFM. All right. Okay. So here's what's interesting is that I thought if we go to this match, right, DFM picks Ascent, and when we saw the map draft, I would have thought that this was some hard ante from DFM against a T1 whose Ascent wasn't bad, but it was pretty telling, right? Oh, I didn't mean to actually click on that. Because they used to play, right? They used to play the Viper. They played it twice, but they were playing the Viper Omen and the Fade. And there were some distinct weaknesses that were shown during these matches, both against Zeta. Let's open these up in case we need to go and check those out. So when I saw the map draft, I was like, okay, yeah, I don't mind this at all. Like, I don't think Ascent was, obviously not just because of the win record, but I didn't think they were playing it in a very solid and strong way. So I thought, you know, you could really target some weaknesses. That was cool. Until this match against DFM, or I should say until stage 1, we didn't really have any reason to believe that Rossi was going to be playing anything other than the Viper, right? So I thought it was a good map pick. But then T1 shows up with the meta comp, which definitely threw all of us for a loop. So already in my head, I'm thinking like DFM came prepared with their own comp, right? And then, of course, they picked their own comp. So let's talk about that a little bit first. So DFM has got Omen, Raze, KO Viper, Cypher. Hold on, let me... I want to have some notes ready so I can just... I don't want to like record and go back and forth during the stream, so I'm just going to write down all the rounds I want to record separately. Okay, so you've got the Omen Viper. Okay, so Omen Viper, obviously, I mean, that's what T1 used to run, but the double controller, just generally, we're all used to double controller now. It really lets you help cut up the map in pieces, really helps you kind of control the pace on what you're blocking out, etc. Let's actually play this out a little bit so that the minimap shows up. Why is there no sound? Not that I want to listen to my own voice, but we'll put it on 2 times so that we don't have to listen to it very well. And then obviously Omen on Ascent is just like a given with the one ways and the paranoias and everything like that. And then the Viper basically helps you, you know, either set up for retakes, especially on B. That's a really common one. Or lets you set up for like a lot of pressure onto mid across like various lanes, right? So there's interesting ways to do it, even on the entry, things like that, or you can cut it up like this, so you can only have to worry about one side. So that's that. The Cypher, I think, goes a little bit alongside that. Obviously, we talked about it a little bit on Plat Chat as well. Sluggy was mentioning it. The Cypher plus the Viper, also very cool ideas from DFM, considering that both of them are global anchors. So that was a very cool thing that DFM brought forward. And then they play with a single KO. So they play basically, I mean, they play with no drone. I mean, you have the boom bot, but this is a 0 drone comp, which is also interesting, right? No drone and no pings. I mean, I guess you have the Cypher for if they walk into it, but you have no way of like accurately gaining exact information before you go in, right? So the set plays are very different and limiting compared to, or how you play them are going to be very different to whether you have a Fade or a Sova. and things like that. So you're much more relying on, again, how you're, I guess, working the overall map and areas and how you're kind of pushing and pressuring certain points. But in that sense, it all goes together. Even Rays, right? You got paint shells. Again, Boombot is a bit of a drone, but Boombot, paint shells, it's all stuff that basically pushes people out of areas, right? And makes them have to move. Same thing with the 0 point, same thing with the fragment. I mean, any of the mollies. Then you've got toxic screens. Then you've got omen smokes. Then you got paranoias. So I think overall, that's kind of the other unique thing about this. Something that I don't think we ever talked about during the cast was that it's not about like pinging specific information and then like using that as an execute, etc. It's much more about knowing which areas you're pushing and pulling and pushing and clearing, and then executing on that. T1, obviously, not much to talk about there, but let's take a look at the tendencies. What's up, Weil?
The way you can use other things to clear out some utility, to put extra pressure, to control both A main and B main from either part of the map. I think it's a huge boon rather than Jet, who eventually always does have to take that contact, which is slowly being phased out of the meta.
So they're going to wait. Medusa waits until, what was that, 5-6 seconds? So Medusa waits until it puts up that, puts up the toxic screen. So obviously, not letting them get known. On top of that, you have both your lurkers and anchors on the B side. You've got a trip to watch out for a B push. You've got a cam to watch out for a B push. And is that, I assume that that's high up, obviously. I can't imagine it would be anything else. It's already set up, I think, by this point. I don't know if he ever activates it, but so it should be able to see this way. So this helps, this cam helps cover mid a little bit. It can still be an extra tag after if anyone pushes out. And then its main force is going to A. And then the poison cloud as well. So right off the bat, I mean, denying information and just trying to create a trap here on B. Like, this is all for B, and then even basically making T1 so curious, right? Like, you have no information here. You got potentially no information here. And obviously here, like, you're going to have to stay ahead, so it's going to be a little bit of extra contact. So you're basically kind of telling them that you kind of want to push out. It's either that or you're pushing out of here if you want any information at all. And then this prevents, if there is a mid push out on pistols, which a lot of teams do, you still got fail safes, you got the cam to spot for it, you still got a crossfire. It's a 2-3 setup on the pistol on attack, which we don't see too often. And DFM, they're going to clear out this corner as well. So seeing if there's any push out. Whoa, don't do that. Get the early ult orb, trying to get some contact off of it. So now with that being sounded, we're going to see T1 start to creep up mid. Crossfire setup, great first kill on Neth. Now the thing is you killed the Cypher, so you're kind of thinking like, sure, the Viper was here at, you know, near the 5-second mark, but you're kind of thinking, all right, Lurk's clear, we should be safe. And Medusa then still hides himself around the wall and starts his move. So off of that, you're like, all right, Cypher cleared, Lurk cleared, T1 delays A main and pushes them back. And then everyone on T1 backs out. So T1 playing this pistol real well so far, right? You re-smoked that. You sent back up over to A. So you've got the jet over there. Then you're just jump peeking mid. And then screen, the toxic screen to hide that info. Now that one's unfortunate. I mean, I actually, what's the timing here? Because Izu was waiting for the flash, right?
30 seconds left. Pressure on tree just to keep them tied up. It's going to be a quick pinch onto market.
Oh no, he wasn't. This wasn't that round. Maybe this wasn't that game. Oh, he just doesn't get the shot. Sees him on the minimap first too. Where is his smoke going? Oh, he doesn't send it. Okay. Yeah, Rossi now not playing Viper. So the 0 point to keep pressure. I remember, I think I said that during the cast as well. You've already got Medusa coming back through B main. I mean, this alone though. So here's, you know what's really funny is this is actually very similar to how like Crazy Raccoon used to play. The biggest difference on this pistol versus how the old Crazy Raccoon used to play, which is mostly what we're going to compare DFM to, because the core is the Crazy Raccoon core, is the fact that they would always group as 3. Like, they always had people following May to trade. The problem was that they never did trade, right? So there would be rounds for Crazy Raccoon where May would get 2 and then go down, and then they would still come out below because his teammates would then continue to die without getting a trade. So staying as a group and like trading, this is pretty core to their identity of DFM actually. But the biggest difference here is that Medusa, instead of like going way ahead or way late, which he still did in this best of 3, and that's probably one of their biggest weaknesses, was really in sync with when he was pinching onto the site coming in from B main. So basically he calls for the rotate. He says, okay, Neth got taken out. I still have control here. They haven't really cleared B main. They came out of mid and then they rotated. So Medusa gets all this information. Then he takes, he's kind of helping watch mid for the time being. They come out. The main forces come out. Then he goes back to main. The overall flow is really good. And then they win the pistol. And this one is not really anything specifically against T1. T1 actually plays the initial part quite well. It's just the double lurk and the timing of that being really well set up from DFM. So they switch up. Lurk over on A. With a Spectre with the cam forward to check against the one-way. Also, another ult orb for May, right? So ult orb control, overall very good for DFM. This one, yeah, they're able to just push forward. Harpy gets 1. I think that's all he gets.
I mean, dropping more weapons than they should. Pistols. You utilize the weapons you have to maximum efficiency. So they take the time to push back out, deliver the numbers, and keep them at bay so that you can still spam through those choke points, through the smokes. So it's really good decision making. Overall, looking like a very stable start for DFM. And now we'll see how T1 reacts with the buys up, the Odin coming out.
Okay, so still the same screen in mid. 0 points on either side. Cam in mid though, right? So already the idea is to take over mid. You've got the screen, you got the cam to check over it, you got the cam to check out for the peak here as well, along from B lobby. So that way you're kind of safe to creep up on Cat. Good flash. Oh, what is that timing? So the pop flash is from behind, right? Anthem sitting below the one-way. Tosses it right into the site. Rossi actually only gets full flash because he turns back into the site. Is that both flashes? Oh, Anthem sends a double flash. Okay, double flash. But what is May just going off of a... Okay, so the smoke shrouded step. I actually missed that during the live game. So Cess goes in to draw aggro in the site. And then another flash. That allows him to peek out. And then the fragment for Heaven. So, okay. So this is... Oh, this is really good, actually. Holy cow. I mean, it's stuff like this, chat. They look so good. Okay, so... You're throwing... Firstly, you're throwing the smoke. Very telling smoke. Oh, someone's going to dash into this, right? Whether it's the Raze or the Omen. But since there's no Jet, it's probably the Omen. But either way, you dash into you have weaker weaponry, so you want to close the gap. You dash into this. I mean, granted, the Sheriffs you probably want at long range. But you're looking to dash into this. As you're smoking, you throw the first flash drive. They might anti that, so you immediately throw the second. This is an entire execute. You immediately throw the second. During all that, Cess jumps in. So they're not entirely sure, depending on how much some of the other guys got flashed, on if he already shrouded stepped in or not. But even if he did, they've now been flashed. So now they have to check this angle, right? And this angle. Or even this angle. So there's... And because it's a circle, there's actually a lot more, but there's basically 3 large angles that you have to be looking for that this Omen could be coming out of. Meanwhile, you still got the KO that could be here. They could have already been swinging here because at a certain point he throws the fragment, so this is now eliminated. So now you have to worry about this coming out straight on, and the wraparound around the smoke. So because of that, because Heaven's deleted with the fragment, I don't know if it lands perfectly, but either way, he's denying information from Saya. Your base, like, Cess is now the aggro magnet. Like, I mean, you have to bring backup to check for him. It's either that or the site's getting taken over. So if Mei dies here, first of all, there's 3 people here. So if Mei dies, the goal is you trade. So either way, you're looking to take over Tree. And if Mei dies, that means Cess is now free to take over the site alongside Anthem, because now they have absolute crossfire no matter what, right? Like, this is not a 50-50. This is like, who knows how many chances they have to take to check for the angles that they're clearing. It's so good. And then you're looking to win this by numbers anyway, right? And because it's a gun round, it's the buy round from T1, they're not going to be stacking. This is within the first 20 seconds of the round, mind you. So, like, the fastest rotation is going to be 3 people, right? Maybe a 4th one here. Like, maybe someone's just here as this fight breaks out. But you've got a toxic screen to block them off. So this, like, you're taking over this part, and then you're looking to swarm. The fragment should be protecting you from heaven. You're looking to at the very least guarantee the plant with a kill or 2. It works out perfectly because Rossi makes the decision. Then you've got the showstopper. So Saya actually gets past the fragment. Does he take damage on that? He does. Well, I don't know if he got tagged, but yeah, so T1 actually plays this super well too. Saya decides, if I back away from this fragment, we die, right? Especially as Rossi goes down, he's like, I actually have to just eat this, because otherwise Izu's just dead, and we lose the site. So Saya goes forward, dashes away from the showstopper. If he dies there, that also just instantly ruins the round. Izu has a good spray down. Mei, great usage of the paint shells as well, just underhanding it. I remember this. Dude, Medusa had gotten that kill. I mean, this map probably gets a lot quicker. But I mean, mega props to Saya here for just eating the fragment. Understanding that that's their best shot, because they got the smoke off onto the side as well. That lets Izu kind of avoid the pinch in from Tree. That's huge. That's a huge round from both. But overall, the execute from DFM is very good. This sticky pad is too small. Let me get my notebook. Okay. Round 3. All right.
Little bit whippy. Decent damage dealt.
So unfortunate, DFM could have actually gotten the bonus.
I mean, they were close to actually winning that round too. The setup they happened to Medusa trying to create that noise. Medusa in the flank around window.
Of course, T1 takes it. Overall, not bad though. Keeps them on half armors. They're still buying up the Odin to bot, or they're still keeping the Odin. That's kind of the big thing for Carpe, is that they're keeping that. So T1 does this a couple times, right? Where they don't actually do the crunch. They just use the Odin to keep them at bay. But look at this. This trip again early on. I mean, this has to be for Tiles Crunch, right?
Trying to make sure he's the anchor that T1 needs.
One less kill from him.
there's no Blade Storm.
Very well been.
So what is that trip there for? I love that he helps break that wall, by the way. That's good.
Very far back. Okay, side players flying one. Does you use the tailwind there? It's May. Work down to 60 HP. So
See a different one here.
So many things has happened today, man. Lots of ups, lots of downs, but we are 100% sure that they have all.
All right, T1's on defense first. That's good.
Of this last series, T1 versus State of Division. Yeah, the winner of this one definitely goes forward through the.
Let's see. We're like almost better off
That is the Diet Coke. You know, all the fun.
just going for this.
None of the bad stuff. Sugar Zero. Oh, okay. But he is on an island right now, Quack.
And that was round 4, yeah?
They have the Odin, of course, they have a read off of, that spot from Sabrosa. And with that information, right, Rossi, well-timed snake bite. It completely halted Zeta in the tracks. So we're seeing Card maybe on that fade, right, over the Soba.
No, it doesn't happen there.
And definitely doesn't feel impressive. This team is
I mean, that could just be their default
I like the idea of the fade.
to check for, just so that way you don't have to worry about trying to guess when it happens.
It's going to be very risky. One, the side player shuts him up very quickly due to that play. Very reactionary position.
Because there's not anything else that really signifies that you should be worried about that, right? There's no Blade Storm. It's not an eco. Yeah, so this has to just be the default that... I mean, they've been using it for the first couple rounds as well with the cam as well. And I guess the first couple rounds they didn't have double tripwire, that's why. But, okay.
They'll boost it up over the top, Saya. He knows that he's there now because there's a swing out. He doesn't send the shot. He had the lineup ready to go, but decides to just back away instead.
So 40 seconds down. So DFM doesn't actually get all that information. Yep, good Killjoy setup from T1. The toxic screen. Oh, and the null command immediately. Draws him out, but Izu actually able to get through the smoke. That's the huge part. Keeps Excured alive. So why were they denied so much information in this round? To be fair, the attack, they kind of... DFM kind of flips and flops a little bit here and there. So you're respecting the one-way. You get tagged. You're trying to... Okay, you re-clear that at 30 seconds. Right, so you clear that. You've denied this, but you don't exactly take it over. You've held on to this. You reset the cam. I do like this. Kind of step-by-step cams from Neth. When you're set up, you even hear the Odin, so that's a surefire go forward. No command for the fake. But they get slowed down here. They're so concerned. They're so concerned about the backup arriving, and May's the one that kind of gets stuck being the one who wants to guard this corner. I think if May was the one who was going forward first and Neth was here, they might have been able to just put pressure backside a little earlier.
Yeah, a little bit aggressive there from DFM, but not with the entire clearance. I like the idea of the fake out, right? You're sending the no command, you've already pressured A main, and you think it's going to be an A pinch. However, they have no secure information on B, so no way to really clear that backside. And Izu, very fast back. I mean, seeing through his own Caterpillar smokes there. That makes all the difference for Excured to hold his one angle.
Yeah, I mean, trying to go for that, trying to drag everybody across, but he's still in the middle of rotating. So like, okay, where's back spawn?
He's had a good start to this game.
Find a solid foothold on that B side. T1, that's good too. But it is.
Okay, so this is just their default? Where's that other trap? Did it get broken?
That makes all the difference for Excured to hold his one angle.
Yeah, I mean, trying to go for that, trying to drag everybody across, but he's still in the middle of rotating. So like, okay, where's back spawn?
Oh, he only had one?
You think it's going to be an A pinch. However, they had no secure
100.
information.
I mean, trying to go for that on that B side. T1.
Okay.
That's good too. But it is anything other than clean. Is right now very scrappy between the two teams. See cash up, he builds up here.
Yeah, whoever
Card
wins
with
this,
some money.
yeah, we'll be able to start to bang things up. Now, DFM's continuing to try to condition with this default screen. Okay, and see if it ever stops.
Yeah, not really dissuaded.
Ooh, dude, I can't believe Anthem Matrix is out of there, by the way.
Right now, it's been pretty wrecked in their HP bar.
Yeah, none of them look green, that's for sure.
Side is sticking through that 0 point. Says, oh, you must think I'm a tree. Flush along the stairs now, just peels back over towards bench. All DFM set out to try to attack this A side, but Carpe, he's already rotated his way over with that Odin in hand. Smokes continue to come down, there's a page out, Net dead. Rossi as well.
Yep, Rossi, good. Flick up.
Effectively has to be the call to save now.
Yeah, you have to. Talked about the credit at the start of the round, not much you can do in here. So, okay, especially with this round loss. Okay, take the upgrade. I don't know if T1's going to let you get away with it, but...
Flush doesn't go deep enough to swing in here. Might still be bridge too far, but okay, yeah. They'll lose out on 2 of those weapons. Still get the round win, but damage dealt.
Yeah, I think Sess also coming in was huge. I mean, nothing.
But I'm wondering if DFM, they're gonna start to switch up the screen a little bit just to apply some pressure elsewhere.
You know, nothing against this team, but obviously, like Anthem, you still wanted him to be the IGL, the main initiator. Popagachi doesn't really have a slot anymore. You put in Sess. He played well at kickoff too. Okay, so they really upped the tempo, right? 20 seconds down, and they've done their step-by-step cam in mid to clear that, put pressure on market. It is an eco, but you've got a showstopper. Flashes, the trays from Anthem.
It's just bloody back and forth. We're all on the floor here at the moment. Carpe saying, well, I can't really res you.
30 seconds left.
But also we have the spike down, and that guy's got no HP. There's the kill. Now we'll be able to pick it back up. So it's going to be 2 more weapons carried forward here. 14 wants to move it forward to 2. Again, damn scrappy.
Yes, yeah, a lot of weapons being dropped. No one really able to build the bank for the entire team. But overall, a good read from T1. Right, you get pressured in mid. You still have ways to get information across market. So the only thing you're really lacking on is main and where that top screen is covering you. So you don't have to go through the decay. You ditch main. You stack up on tree. You're looking for a way to push out of the 0-point tag. Just so lands right on the flash. And then the no command denied to showstopper as well. That no command saves everything.
Oh man, just the fake flash. Which is interesting, right? Like T1 basically, like they're doing a lot to keep DFM at bay, which is, I actually, okay, so T1 plays this defense pretty well if you think about it, because you're playing the double controller. You have no hard info, right? You don't have a Sova, you don't have a Fade, you don't have drones, etc. So they've been doing like fake tiles crunches. Now they're doing the fake hit onto A main just to keep DFM at bay, right? Make them react, make them back off, make them have to re-clear everything with a lot of util, because otherwise DFM gets to really creep up using their smokes and then execute when they're ready, right? They get to creep up, they get to deny so much information and get ready here and go immediately for a pinch, or you know, they get to like creep all the way up to here with a smoke and then immediately pinch in, and no one can really support you from top or from bottom mid, things like that. So overall, T1, I like the ideas of really pressuring them early, even if it's at the cost of some really good util, and also just conditioning them to always respect this, right? Like you can't ever, like if you're doing it this early and you're doing tiles crunch and then A main, but without the actual follow through, you can't ever just assume that it's going to be a fake anymore in the future rounds.
It's not that far away here for the side of the DFM, early pick. Set up for Neth to utilize the mural theft.
Just write that down real quick.
Not with the rest of the squad, so it does have to rotate it back on the other side.
So DFM still, they didn't use anything, right? Off of that? Yeah, they just back up. May immediately retakes the corner. He gets that angle. Yeah, he backs up a bit, and then he's holding the angle. Recognizes that there's no one there. He's already passed the smoke. Medusa going down is unfortunate, and then the 0-point pings everybody.
Very much taken away from them. Spikes in hand, but realistically, where do you try to go from here?
Yeah, DFM, I think they could gain a lot of value right now in this round to just try to suss out what's the movement like from T1, right? What's the rest of the setup? Because the round, like you mentioned, is looking very difficult, but you're not that far out on the attacking half on Ascent. So getting some more information, getting some habits and tendencies out of the way from T1.
Okay, so when they're down, they just try to pressure on one side and try to get a crafty thing into the smoke. Rossi's ready for it. Sai's ready for it. Well played by T1. So far, not the most impressive thing. And then a timeout happens.
So
let's see what changes here. So once again, off of the timeout, T1, they're going for the fake tiles crunch, right? Well, they were. Isn't this the round where they do it? They do it 2 or 3 times, yeah. They're going to send the Odin out from mid to break the wall. Nothing on the other side, though. Only one away from the pit. You do make it. Poison Cloud to try to pressure that. Their entry in, kind of like how you would use the Cove as well. Obviously, you do it a lot with the Poison Clouds. immediately they're going to be doing it. Great recovery from T1.
You have to remember that it's multiple rounds you have to think about, not just one round.
Success is on the lurk. I don't mind that. Even as from the shadows. I mean, it's interesting because I think if you're gonna do this, there could have been a better world where also as soon as the injury happens, you just send Cess before any of the other reactions, and then you pinch, like really overwhelm them with the numbers just because of the weaponry you have. But I mean, I get it, right? You want to see if you can get someone on the rotate, pick up a weapon, but they hard commit to this, right? So, dude, the fact that Izu gets away there. Not necessarily aware he's on that flank, but nice little adjustment. We'll flick the wrist, and we'll be able to find that third kill. The cover from Saya so good during that round. If he doesn't catch the members filling back of sight, that could have been the spike landed. That could have been a weapon recovered, and we could fill the sight. You don't get that pick. Maybe the paranoid doesn't go out from Izu as well. Then the cleanup on the remaining players have more difficult. So immediately, this time it's Odin on B. Medusa constantly still waiting for the peek out. Does Cess get contact here? On A? They flash out. And then the rotate. So you could argue that this is kind of a bad habit, but see that they've pushed out of A. So basically you're pressuring B. Now, whether it would have been better to push that immediately or not is a different question, but Medusa doesn't have B main control, so you're banking on the fact that it should have pulled weight away. If anything, at the very least, you're going to have the numbers advantage regardless. Cess actually wins A main, which is huge. Plenty of cash here in the hands of T1. May just 2 away from a showstopper. Perfect continuing. Doesn't clear him nor May. Well, it's very Delayo. So just going to be backpedaling now. It looks like they're going to be leaving Izu in a bit of a more unorthodox position. Just fine. Well, it's a very unorthodox position as well. So we'll have to watch and see how that pans out. That's very true. It's extra. A little bit there by the boom. Kill happens. They back out immediately. Cess is waiting. Is noise made here? I guess the screen goes up. Makes him really think that you've exited from mid. I mean, basically lets him know that you've exited from mid to go to tree. Plenty of cash here in the hands of T1. May just 2 away from a showstopper. Continuing to creep closer though. I mean, you guys little just up. He's 1 step closer to that showstopper. DFM, right where you're waiting for their continuing to expand their territory on the map. I mean, the kill onto Saya is kind of everything in that round for sure. Right where you put pressure on one side, and even if things don't work out, you still to go Ray main. However, one of T1's weaknesses is they don't ever stop that, right? They're always willing to take more contact to get information to make sure that they're continuing to expand their territory on the map. DFM correctly identifies that they're still waiting for another peek out across all 3 lanes of ascent, and they will get rewarded. Chance to soften up the bank a little bit here. Saya player the one lying down to get that operator back online. Yeah, I think DFM at a certain point recognizing that T1's going to want to come out and get information. So T1 pressuring early to keep DFM at bay that's fine. But at that point, they still can't stack unless they get hard information. And they don't want to have to use all their util early. So they start to kind of peek out a little bit here and there. Overall, still quite healthy. T1 is clustered up over here towards Market. Joining alongside Rossi, trying to rotate over around through B main. Side player taken out, so up on the floor. Man continues to take space here, takes out Carpe. Very 2 players that were going to go on this flank, they're just going to be sat back in B lobby. Yeah, very big for May, recognizing that if the Odin's going to keep spamming, we got to push out, we got to do something about it, otherwise this pit is our own death trap. Whether they knew about the flanks or not doesn't even matter, but you got to imagine that that's a possibility DFM considered. Now, I'm going to go get a snack. Blood sugar's running low. hello. Sorry, I was getting a snack. What's your opinion on the fact that a whole group went winless and the other one won every single game for both APAC and Americas? I mean, yeah, they seem a little unbalanced, but like in the case of Pacific, I think it's also just like one group had to play their stronger matches first, right? Or their tougher matches to a certain extent. I think let's wait and see, right? I mean, it looks kind of funny for now, but I think for Pacific, the other thing is like, for instance, like DFM winning was like not in anybody's cards against T1, right? So. I think, because honestly, when I looked at the groups, quite frankly, I thought they were pretty balanced coming into it. Yeah, like I remember looking at the groups and thinking like, oh, these groups are actually really well made. Like this is kind of exciting. I mean, I would even argue like, to a certain extent, because I had a little bit more doubts about DRX as well, etc. Like I actually thought Group Alpha might have looked a little stronger coming into stage 1. So I think it's first of all, it's definitely hindsight, but second, because like you can't know exactly how much each team is going to improve. But second, I think you also have to consider the schedule. So I think we should wait and see.
T1 had to play to go for the flank, knowing that the pit is available, but they won't.
Overall, still quite. Chance to soften up the bank a little bit here. Side player the one buying down to get that operator back online.
3 lanes of ascent, and they will get rewarded.
Chance to soften up the bank a
So
little bit here. Side player the one buying down.
Still waiting for another peek out across all 3 lanes of ascent.
what
They will get rewarded.
is
Chance to soften up the bank a little bit here.
okay? So they're checking with the cam. Okay. So they throw the cam up to see if it's a push out. Why would they think it's a push out? Because of Blade Storm. So if you potentially see a tiles crunch, but instead it's the variation where they come out of main, they're pushing out. Granted, if it comes out of mid, I mean, I guess they have enough people that they can go. Like basically they're saying if it comes out of mid, we're going to take over B main. And then we have 2 people here to counter it. Well, so there is a rule that you have to get minimum 2 wins. Right? So you can't go 1 and 4 and then be seed 1. You can't get into playoffs with a 1-4 record. So that won't happen. They specifically have that rule to prevent that. So if that happens, then the next team from the other group would go into playoffs. I mean, a 2-3 team could, right? They could get a bye. But here's the thing is that, like, I mean, if we're so concerned about, like, listen, you're never going to have a perfect system. You can't ever be like, well, this team seems stronger. Like, because even in a full round robin, some teams just glow up later, right? So it's like, well, this team definitely looks stronger right now, but the other team has a better record because, like, they started off against weaker teams, or they looked stronger in the beginning of the season. So, like, they got the bye because they had better records in the beginning, but, like, they really shouldn't have the bye now because they're a weaker team now. And it's like, yeah, but, I mean, what are we going to do? Play 10 matches a day? You know what I mean? Like, you can't do that. So, like, you can't think of fringe cases. Now, I would agree, like, if it was a case of, like, a team going 1-4 or, like, 0-5 and still getting to get a bye into playoffs, yeah, that's ridiculous. But that's why they have a rule where it says you have to get minimum 2 wins to even make it into playoffs, right? So at that point, then I think it's totally fair. The other thing is listen, if, like, let's say, let's say it does become like a 1-4 and a team that's like supposed to be way better. But also just not even anything about that rule. So it sounded like you didn't know about that rules, which is why I'm letting you know. But even if that wasn't the case, let's say a team that's 1-4. Ooh, that's a terrible place to write. Let's say a team that's 1-4, right, gets a bye. And it's very clear that like Group A is way stronger than Group B, right? If they get the bye and these teams have to, play against the second and third teams in this group, the second and third team here is probably moving on in the playoffs. Yeah, like their scheduling kind of sucks because they have to play an extra match. But like, I don't like if they lose then and they get eliminated. I don't think you can complain that they would have done better if they got the bye because it's like, well, you apparently lost to a group that's like supposed to be way weaker anyway, right? So it's like, like if they directly got seeded into Master Shanghai, then I think it would be a problem, right? If it's like, well, the top seed like automatically goes to Master Shanghai, then it'd be like, whoa, that's like not fair because they didn't even get to play against each other. But again, I'm not saying the format's perfect, but I think the fringe cases can happen. Like for instance, like Gen G making playoffs last year for Pacific. Honestly, no offense to Gen G players last year, but it felt kind of bad because they were just looking worse and worse every week. And then they got through because they had an amazing first 4 games, right? Like that saved their bacon. And it looked like both GE and RRQ might do better than them in the playoffs, like before playoffs started, right? So that was another situation where it was full round robin, but because of the schedule order, it was like, wow, Gen G's going to make playoffs? Like, everyone was thinking that. I mean, I think we even said that on the broadcast. We were like, wow, Gen G's going to make playoffs because they looked so good in the first 4 matches, but then they looked terrible. But they're still going to make playoffs, right? And, like, that's the nature of the competition. You just have to be good through, as often as you can. So, fringe cases will happen, like the Gen G making playoff situation last year, but it's not like therefore Gen G eliminated someone else in the playoffs that like should have gotten to, Masters Tokyo. I mean, yeah, maybe they stole away a potential chance from, like an RQ or G or something, but so, yeah, so I mean, like fringe cases can happen, but those are fringe. They will always be fringe cases. And even then, like you have to really think about the result, right? Like for instance, like, I mean, we were all complaining about kickoff, but at the end of the day, I think we can all agree like Masters Madrid probably got mostly the best teams that at the time, right? And it made for a great tournament. So I'm not saying like we should always just have kickoff style tournaments, but I'm saying for what it was, it apparently like worked out quite well. So I don't think we should overreact. The thing is again, it's only one match. Like, we might not even have a single region where this rule even comes into play by the end of the round robin, right? Like by the end of the round robin, it might not have even mattered whether this rule existed or not. So I think we should all calm down. I think it's kind of funny. Like I think it's funny to talk about, and I think it's interesting to talk about. But I think we just all calm down, just let the season play out, and then we say. Did Kakuka specifically say that it was only in EMEA? Because EMEA started first. I assume that's why Kakuka revealed it first. Because we got told about it as well before. Well, I asked because I was like, hey, I just like saw them tweet this out. Like, is this true for us as well? And then we were like given the full rundown of the rule set. But I assume maybe it was just late for us because we hadn't started yet. I mean, it wouldn't be the first time, and they had like rules in certain regions and not in others, and then they applied it later. But
here, side player the one buying down to get that operator back online. He has enough money to go ahead and afford another one here. Right now, pulling well back over towards the spawn.
Okay, some paranoia.
As the Russian finish come through, with damage across, making anything tanked up slightly, but overall still quite healthy.
0 point. You've got Medusa still watching that, and then you pit, and May's covering that as well. And then he peeks out.
Yeah, very big for May, recognizing that if the Odin's going to keep spamming, we got to push out, we got to do something about it, otherwise this pit is our own death trap. Whether they knew about the planks or not doesn't even matter, but you got to imagine that that's a possibility DFM considered. Now T1 heads up late to go for the plank, knowing that the pit is available, but
over. Chance to soften up the bank a little bit here. Side player the one buying down to get that operator back online. He has a money to go ahead and afford another one here. Carpe now pulling well back.
I mean, dude, the pit and then push out is also so good.
Overall, still quite healthy. All T1 is clustered up most of them over here towards.
This one, I mean, we can play it back in normal time so we can look at the angles. What's up, Jakey? Well, I don't know if I'm the plat chat guy, because, like, I'm definitely not the main cast. Easy. Just double the number of matches and have a double round robin league with single round robin for each stage. Listen, like, I'm all for it, but I mean, and then it would be like, well, then the schedule would get packed and everyone would be like, yeah, but then we can just play the league for like 12 months instead of 6. And it's like, yeah, we could do that, but I'm sure there are reasons why that's like just not being done right now, whether financial or otherwise. So it's like, what's the point of hypothesizing whether it can work or not? I mean, we can ask for it for next year, but I mean, both Leo and even Jake, when we had that chat as well, like they're always saying that they are aware of problems as soon as they arise, and they're looking for what the right fixes are within the realm of practicality. And I think we should at least believe that, because they are, if anything, they're changing things every year at the risk of no one understanding the format because it's changing every year, right? So until they hit the golden balance, I feel like that's going to continue to happen. So instead of us complaining that like, oh, the format changes all the time, like I have no idea what's going on, maybe this is them proving that they are trying to fix these things like within the realm of practicality. And we're not going to know all the factors, but I think the best we can do is, like, you know, voice your opinions, give feedback, you know, that you think this is bad in one way or another, etc. But, you know, take it as it comes as well.
He has enough money to go ahead and afford another one here, but Carpe now pulling well back.
So they push the Odin back. The drone gets beaten out. May dodges away from the Odin. That's the first part, right? He doesn't die. The 0 point to make sure. So I like the 0 point here as well, because first of all, you're checking if there's more. You're checking if there's more than the Sova, because the Sova was hanging back with the Odin. So there isn't more. So first of all, then you're kind of wary about this, but then also you know that there's not going to be like an immediate pop flash or anything like that. Obviously there could be one thrown from here, but there's not enough members to like flood in immediately. You don't have a paranoia or anything coming out, etc., etc. So you're relatively safe from that. You're also pinging this, so they're not in that smoke. And Medusa's just checking in case the Sova still decides to peek out. You've still got a trip to cover your flank for the time being. And then once you... And look at May, right? He's watching and watching and watching this angle until his teammates both land and they're able to go into a double push into backside. Immediately, he changes his sights back towards defender spawn and pinching that with Medusa. So then he's covering for Medusa because Medusa's still going to be watching this. And then he covers on Market because that's when Viper is weakest. During all of that, Neth comes up and tripwires this. And you still got a trip here. Like, this is all very thorough from DFM. And, like, this is the biggest thing is that we just didn't see this kind of thoroughness from DFM in the past.
Rotate over, round through B main, but now...
Right, and immediately afterwards, you're kind of stuck in the pit. Medusa doesn't really have anywhere to go. Right? So you could get pinched from here. Eventually, you could get pinched from here. Obviously, a trip there. But either way, the Viper doesn't really have a great safe spot unless you actually push out. And also, that way, you don't get pinched, right? Otherwise, you're getting pinched. So either you want to retake full main control and be able to do this, but then you might get smoked off. So then, as the Odin's spamming, they decide to just pressure it with the Poison Cloud. The peek out off of the cloud is great. And then now you know that you have the numbers advantage, so then you just fill, because this is still here. You've got a Cam still watching Market. Very good round.
Whether they knew about the flanks or not doesn't even matter, but you got to imagine that that's a possibility DFM considered. Now T1 heads up play to go for the flank, knowing that the pit is available, but they won't be able to make use of it, like you said. And TFM, looking pretty solid already.
I think they took away the weapons here, right?
And the showstopper online for May, 14-9 in this map. looking very solid already. Not an entirely bad half for the attack on his end, especially given how it started. A 6-round win streak on the side of T1.
Yep.
If they get any more here, it's a nice bonus.
Absolutely would be. Feeling good. You'd imagine, Neth right now, a bit of a rocky start for him, just a singular kill, but as you move over on that defending side as the Cypher, that's where you're really going to be able to...
And they're waiting for the push out again. I mean, this is just their default. It's such a good default, actually. You got the screen here to retake mid anytime. You wait for any type of push out early. You're able to see if they peek out of here. Like the default is so good. Yeah, they ping that because they know the 0 point doesn't clear it. Then 0 noise. And they're double peeking this consistently as well, right? So they eventually take this guy out. You still got a third guy who's watching for Izu. So they stick to the wall. That way Cess gets first sight on Izu, right? So they don't get picked off. They're both going to shimmy forward. If one dies, you're still there for the trade. So DFM, because they're recognizing, okay, no one's pushing out from here. No one pushed out from here. No one did a tiles crunch here. So you're saying we're going to cut noise because that means they don't have information, right? The only information they have is us making noise in A main. So then we're going to creep forward, take contact. And then even if they did trade one here and still one here, like you're basically coming out on top within A, right? And then that would shift the weight. And then it's at a minute mark. So let's say both of you died. So there's only one person left. Then you could still retake control of mid with the screen and you could group as 3 and you would still be advantageous because you're on the attacking side. It's really good. Why are top 42? What? Wait, is this true? Top 42 is such a specific number. That's a crazy metric. Top 42. Yeah, I mean, you know, taking contact, that keeps all your util as well. It's all very, very good. Now, obviously, yeah, like accidents could happen and they could like mess it up and they could all get sprayed down, or like the double peak could mess up and you could get, but like if that double peak gets taken out 1v2, then like either they're just really good or you're not that great. But they did have the fail safes here to be able to constantly trade, right? So Cess goes down, but because of the way they were hugging that wall and the angle, May's able to trade that out. Like overall it's, but like people, and this is what I'm trying to say. Like it's even just like just what 11 rounds so far, and the number of ideas they have, but the fail safes they have, right? So it's not just hard anti against T1. Like this is just always their default, and T1's actually trying to pressure against this by throwing fake tiles crunches and fake A-main crunches in the beginning. And DFM just says, well, good thing our default's like this because now we know whether you're doing it or not. And then they just have these small adjustments on like, are we using the cam to go forward here or not? This Cypher on attack is actually really good. It helps them recover a lot. Very proactive. But that's what I mean is the way that they're getting these rounds, the way they're bringing back the map, the way they win this best of 3. That's what's impressive. Right, and now that there were 2, you just stick around to see if there's more contact here. Realizes that there's probably more here. The backup has arrived on both sides. But yep, there's 0 point. Now there is an Odin. Yeah, that. I remember this round. This is unfortunate.
I didn't see you there. It's a headshot now that brings May into the 1v2. Can't quite line it up though. The readjustment side player continues to counter swing against him. Finds that elimination.
So okay, so I've seen people talking about like why would May wide swing here. So I actually think May makes the right call, right? Because they're expecting him to be here, right? He was last seen here. You put the lockdown. You didn't hear him sprinting across. So they're expecting him on this side. So you're expecting them to basically double peek this. And at at this angle, if they wanted to double peek it safely, they'd have to have one guy jumping. So the goal for May here is either get a peek, or he's probably, if he doesn't see them peek at this timing, he probably keeps shimming towards the left, right? And then showstoppers. So I think he's trying to just set himself up for the next cross angle to hide himself. But if not, he's trying to make sure that he can get one before the other one jumps up onto the steps. Before the high-low is like actually set up for him, or before they have like much wider areas to go for a double peek. So like a lot of people said, like, why would he do that? He has showstopper. He should have just like he could have activated here, but it's like the spike still had so much time. So like buying time with it was not going to work out. If he activated here with no sight, they could be anywhere, like, right? They could have one here, like they could peek out after it's launched. Like that doesn't sound very good. So I think May was really just playing for the win. I'm not going to say it's like the right way, but I don't think it's a bad way to play this out. Right? We'd be seeing very different things. Like if he had gotten Saya, we'd be seeing very different things, right? So
Wow. The readjustment side player continues to counter swing against him. Finds that elimination. T1 will be able to get themselves now up to 7 round wins.
Yeah, a good double swing high-low setup there, going up to the spike as well from Exterior and Saya. Well played. Medusa, it seemed like he had his own pick of trying to find...
So I mean, this is credit to... That's... Well, okay, first of all, the real reason they lose this round is this Poison Cloud. Okay? That's the real reason DFM loses this round. It's not May in the clutch situation. I mean, it's an Odin, so like they could have still lost it, even if the Cloud was good, but that's the real reason.
And then, you know, seeing if he has a chance to break it, doesn't quite clear all of that area. That's going to be the death of the round going over T1. But again, DFM, some good ideas in the first half. It's just that they start to get real cautious as they start to taste a little bit of that round win coming their way. Now, because it's T1, they get rewarded now every now and then. But at the end of it, you're down to 20 seconds, 30 seconds. You got to start rushing in.
Chance to make this a 7-5 half here for DFM. They're in solid position to be in.
So this time they just clear it with 0 point on line. Once again, an aggressive cam to help clear mid. Cypher cam. The timing on it's perfect to get notice. Dude. Oh my goodness. The fact that... Hold on, does Cess jump because he gets shot, or was he about to jump down because they got the kill?
Cam, not going to be spotting too much there. Side player now starting to work forward. There's the Cypher cage down. Knows that he's in there.
So as Neth is drawing aggro, Cess checks for tree. Cypher cage goes down. No movement from tree. Nothing from main. So Cess goes back to mid because of the drone. He hides against the boxes so he doesn't get spotted. Still nothing off of the drone, right? So in some, like T1, first of all, is using an off timing here. They don't peek with the drone. So Cess was waiting for the peek with the drone. They don't see it. So it's a good timing from Rossi. I think Cess was already jumping. That's, I mean, and he tries to reset too, but.
That's it. Okay, I was gonna say likely getting caught, but no, I've been covering fire. Net the cross away, able to find him, and then Izu.
Good cover from Izu though.
Caught.
More space.
Oh, that's it. Okay, I was gonna say likely getting caught, but no, I've been covering fire.
Actually ends up getting both.
And then Izu goes right back in, cleans him up. So the 3v3 now. The showstopper still online in this final round of the half. Everybody closer together, over towards B.
It's gotta be
just extra.
It's gotta be a flash drive into the showstopper, right? You don't have time to clear everything. Set up for it.
Flash drive out. Showstopper finds him. Extra to be taken down. TP had to be canceled.
Oh, and he takes over CT as well. Medusa's still watching for that. Why is Medusa still watching for that? That's so crazy.
Everybody closer together, over towards B.
It's gotta be a flash drive into the showstopper.
The showstopper still online in this
Oh. I mean, it's just no. I mean, yeah, it's actually really good.
Set up for it.
So the flash is for close, right?
For everything. Set up for it.
First of all, it's an underhand flash. It's not deep in because they don't want to get caught close range and slowed down. So the flash is to clear close. May is meant to jump through, especially with the showstopper. You're hoping that you're going to have the advantage of flying through the air at longer range. And then once they kill the Killjoy, right, they remember... I mean, first of all, also, it's like the anchor that's already out on the site, so that makes things easier. But you remember that the drone came out in mid. You remember that Izu got the kills over here on E short. So then you push CT, you cancel the from the shadows as well. And at that point, you know the site's safe. So Medusa stays watching for market.
Way too fast for him. Finds the headshot. Now it's just Izu. Try to pull off a 1v3.
A relatively quiet start to stage 1. Still not quite where he would want to be himself, but if he can make this clutch, he's right back in it. Look at these angles that DFM's holding.
How do you isolate this? Smoke would be one way to try to help it.
Yeah, I mean, there's no one's winning that.
They let that streak come through from the side of T1, but they stabilize off the back of timeout.
An incredible recovery from DFM, and a big part of that helps to support the pistol round as well. The pistol and the anti-ego puts them up. Be interesting.
I mean, again, really
T1 can.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, 5-7, good half.
So goes with a 5-7 play for means that T1
The T1 tech pause. Yes, I remember.
aside, no, if he even expected possible, but DFM says we've got our own interpretation this time. 16 and 10 for Main, a great first half leading the entire server.
I think, you know, you can maybe expect a lot of the composition.
Yeah, it's just good defaults though. I mean, there's a little bit of anteing here and there, but it's not like hard reads at the start of the round. It's just good defaults. So this though, how many times? I guess they only played it twice. But is it always their go-to? Why did I jump forward so far?
That's going to be a big stack.
It is.
Already. You notice he's spying out execute. That was Euron also using his drone very early on, only spying out execute. So if T1's plan is to rile up a bit of utility here from Zeta, which is successful already. You notice Zeta very much kind of scratching their heads where they are.
But the thing is they cut noise and then they creep up, which isn't how DFM reacted to it. Well, it kind of was actually. They tried to get him in mid, I guess.
Here comes the push out on short. Euron's actually looking on his own side of the spawn. He's aware of this, but damage is being done already by T1 here on the site. And Euron, this is the timing there. Experts flying perfect. Short's gonna get traded out, but the damage be done. The site secured, and T1.
Merry way with Paper X trying out new stuff.
It's the best. There's nothing else better than walking. Maybe you can use that against your opponent here because of that area.
What about here?
Often, you know, you expect him to be on that jet with an operator
Again,
like that, like we
it's
saw last
pressure
year.
on A.
And that space.
Granted, different comp, but
Keep your eyes on, I think, as this map progresses. The positioning of something, the way that he's
it's
gonna
the
be
A pinch. Both times, different tempo, but both times, same idea. And DFM is ready for it.
And both trips, they bought both trips and the toxic screen.
I mean, honestly, I thought they were just about to run away with it after seeing this setup during the cast. I was like, what a read. What a read. Trips on both sides. Cam to check, both tree and main. Could even work for a retake, depending on the timing. I mean, you've got Paranoia and Raze. All right? You've got double flash drive. Like, you have everything to get rid of these guys.
You may be on for a big night.
And then it's the three that can set up those fights that rotates. Like, overall, this is all very good. So you check for the rush because there's been multiple tempos. And then because you left mid empty, you go to re-clear it, but now it's with three. And Neth is just holding. They activate the toxic screen, which was also used for mid to A.
Now, it's hard to read Excure's position, but there are multiple people in mid, so if they ever choose to go for the flank, should be able to go for the trade.
That's smoke coming through, but
With that smoke, you see nothing, so you kind of have an assumption now that it's going to be A.
For his trips to delay, as long as he does not get picked off early. That's a big question.
pushing forward and seeing that playing quite far back against, avoiding the 0 points coming through. A little bit of spam on the
Dodges the 0 point, but they kind of go in real quick.
Avoiding the 0 points coming through. A little bit of spam on the
Early. That's a big question.
pushing forward and seeing that playing quite far back against, avoiding the 0
What do they clear that with?
As long as he does not get picked off early. That's a big question.
Too fooled by the movements here.
The real question is, can Net stay alive for his trips to delay? As long as he does not get picked off early. That's a big question.
Pushing forward and seeing that playing quite far back against, avoiding the
They
0
shoot it, I
A
guess.
little bit of spam on the right clicks. Speed shells has been sent in. Ross going to be tagged down about 74 cents to the fragment. The lady approaching on heaven. He's in a very aggressive position. Fragment locked in. Move on. Not getting an easy fight too. Instantly pulls the trigger and it is rewarded. They and Net both taken down.
I mean, dude. I mean, even up to this point, like,
Choose to go for the flank. Should be able to go for the trade.
the smoke comes out,
Smoke coming through, but
right? You see nobody pushing, and you say, okay,
too fooled by the movements here.
probably going.
Stay alive for his trips to delay.
So wait for them to creep up, and then let's pinch on them. Now they get spotted by the turret, so it shuts it down.
Avoiding the 0 points coming through.
Then it's a fast rotate back through spawn.
Has been sent in.
You're still holding onto tree. You reset the cam to watch for that.
Fragment locked in. Move on. Not getting an
Paranoia to try to clear, but Izu's already on heaven. I mean, Izu being on heaven was huge.
So much to clear here for Sess.
Oh, Exterior spotting him. Has managed to play elusively, but he's between a rock and a hard place. Now smoke goes down. Instant. Little head tap there. Gets a finisher. And will be able to finish off Izu, but the rest of the team cleans it up. It's going to be T1 tying up the count. Pistol round wins.
T1 played so calmly because he recognized the trips immediately, and then they slowed things down as they've all been decayed through the toxic screen. That's what saves them from the right-click spam of Neth on tree, and then this Izu way ahead of the boombot. They don't expect a thing.
Snap reaction there as Medusa's bouncing around the corner. Solid work there from the side of T1. Moving up by 3. And they have a hell of a lot of firepower here behind them. Someone's side was able to get done with that. Marshall the first time out.
Okay. 4 rifles.
That's in a bad spot. Flash in. It's tucked in the corner. Just not even enough to really fall find a huge amount of damage. Dude, lead it away, gets us.
Yep, this one's just an easy peasy round.
Just take him down, but weapon be recovered. Looks like the answer's gonna be no. That's now gone. Sai will snipe him out. And Answer kind of dance around, but yeah, they know exactly where he is. That's all I'm gonna do is see if he can deal any kind of additional damage. But Sai is ready, right as the door shuts. T1.
Do you see any reasoning for why T1 changed their comp? Yes. Because I think the way they were playing the Viper Omen, the double controller, wasn't great. We can take a quick look at it.
It feels like it's so the first time that we did have it, it was pretty much just stock standard.
So I mean, even on paper, I think it had some limitations. Because here's the thing: is that you still chose the fade, and then the jet, right? So it's kind of like you're trying to say that you want the best of both worlds, but you're not really getting it. So let's skip the pistol for now. So first of all, T1 was focusing very much on like retake potential, things like that with the Viper setup. So they're trying to go for, you know, this abilities to be able to set that up for retakes. You know, same with the Cypher setup, so they can go for some faster rotates, things like that.
But at the same time, it's just really interesting to see because like everyone else kind of thought T1 would be the team. They're more, you know, veteran. Yeah, you got the star players, you got extra.
But basically, if you look at the way that they're playing, like it's all for like early info, right? It's all for early info, which is it's a very traditional way of thinking about it. But then your comp, like there's other strengths. Like this is just you making this comp work in that meta.
That's the thing. Is Zeta's upgrade that much?
In my opinion.
And I'm truly impressed to see if that is the case. We know how strong that is, and yes, he's still opening a lot of it. But I'm very curious to see.
So then they push out, right? Because they're like, well, we don't really have that information. So you push out, and it's just a fade. And I feel like Carpe is kind of always ends up always being the anchor here. Obviously, with the Odin, yeah, it's possible. But obviously, that round they win. I'm not saying that they can't win rounds with it, but I think it's just that it starts to get red quite a bit. They do at least put Excurate like down in CT so that he doesn't get pinged all the time with the 0 point. But first of all, like that screen, it's for a retake, right? It's not to hold control. But at that point, then like you should be doing what you did the 2 earlier rounds, which is like push out and erase this part, right? If you don't do that, this is just like it's a soft insurance plan. But basically, and so then they push this so that, you know, you run into the trap, etc. Yeah, I get that. But it very much feels like this was them saying, we know how to play Ascent, but we want to do our own thing to add a twist to it, which works a little bit. Well, it can work a little bit. It didn't for them because they got 2 losses on Ascent and kickoff. But I remember even watching kickoff, I was like, other teams are knowing just exactly where to pressure. They know exactly the way that Rossi's playing with this Viper. They know where Carpe's waiting. They know where the Cypher usually is. Like, they just know the positions. And granted, they also showed that comp during the off-season as well. So it wasn't new from T1. But I think all of that combined, it was just like, okay, we got to figure something else out.
You could really try to snowball it. So go with something like Outlaw if you recognize the situation. Side player things.
Yep. See what he lands on here as far as weapons are concerned, and you mentioned the Outlaw. Here it is.
Yeah, I like the heads up play here. Theory, what should have been your bonus? Obviously, you're well ahead of it.
Oh.
It's tag.
He does. He's knocked down to 60 HP. Not quite the Povey shot from yesterday, but...
Dude, the Povey shot was so good.
So trips haven't cleared.
Okay, DFM resets the smoke in A main. Yeah, how does... Okay. How does he get the kill here?
The ping, they know that they're weak now on A short. So they'll bring in Medusa over. That means mid is short, so only the cam really helping protect that. But a nice spam through the smoke from Cess.
I forget. Was that... They show it in the replay. I remember watching it on the replay.
Shot really...
Oh, it was just above the wall. Okay.
The spot there, but actually 100% certain if it did. Either way, May. White side, Carpe now dead. May down to 10 HP, but Just Rossi and Execute left alive here for this T1. Execute on a deep push. Could certainly catch people by surprise, but now they are going to be, suspicious of this. And will get taken down. Rossi and Sloan says, all right, well, my goal is to now just try to get my ultimate online, grabs that orb.
Do you think Boaster's initial idea of not playing cheese comps will backfire them? Not only them, but teams playing meta comps on most maps. I mean, it depends on your definition of cheese comps. If I am to assume that I understand him correctly, I get it. I'm actually all for it. But like, for instance, are we considering this DFM comp a cheese comp?
Yeah, I thought maybe just right out of the peripheral that they might have been able to see.
Because the way they're playing defaults is like it's a lot of defaults from DFM on both the attack and defense. Obviously, it's different, but I don't know if I would call this a cheese comp with the way that they played it. Right? So I think it's innovating, and I think innovating you would need. I think you need that. So maybe not having the mentality of like, we don't want to play cheese comps, because then it's going to be hard to innovate, because at that point, like, suddenly everything feels like cheese. So that, but I doubt that Boaster and the Fnatic crew are like thinking of the game that way, right? I doubt that. But
and the orb control to deny the potential command as well.
Dude, this cam mega useful. Comes out several times. Execute several cam on round 7 versus Zeta. Hold on. I don't remember the details of this game, I'll tell you that. Oh, I think I remember this. I remember people being like, isn't this illegal? This is the one that's like on the leaves, right?
And if I were to add, I mean, just another interesting note. Actually, last year for Masters Tokyo, T1 was that team that knocked Zeta down. T1 was the team that denied Zeta.
I mean, it's on the mini map, but do they show it?
Little bit.
All right, I like it. Storyline, setup, revenge arc. I mean, not guaranteed, but we are seeing a possibility here. That being said, though,
revenge arc.
That being said, though, both of the initiators for T1 and Zeta have been.
Are you ever gonna see it?
Already rotated closer to
Oh, here it is. Yeah. So you can see through Garden. Yeah, no, this one's nasty for sure. This one's like a real strong solo Q cam. This is a really strong solo Q cam. I think they're allergic to trying new comps. Like, it goes so good nowadays, but I mean, it could also be a case of they're not going to do it until they know exactly the ins and outs. Like DRX used to be like that, which, to be fair, I thought was DRX's weakness for sure. But you say that, but also Fnatic were the ones who popularized the current Lotus comp. They were the ones who popularized the meta Fracture comp, right? So while those became meta, they were the ones who introduced it, right? Granted, with a lot of help from Anders, as far as I'm to understand. Both times, I actually think. So I don't know if it's necessarily the players and the staff like being allergic to it. I think it might be a matter of either they can't come up with something that they like or feel good about, and two, maybe just not having the confidence, like even if they're seeing other people use it, not having the confidence that they understand the real ins and I think it's more so probably about how they want to play it. Like they probably only want to play a comp once they know the exact ins and outs and enough of the composition and how it works to eliminate the cheese factor, like even if it's a cheese comp, right? So for instance, I would say DFM's comp, like some people might look at this initiative and be like, oh my gosh, that's an insane comp to have on Ascent, which it kind of is, right? No drone, double controller, Cypher over Killjoy, Raze over Jet. It's like it breaks all the norm that we have on Ascent. So it seems a little crazy, but then you look at the way they play it and you're like, oh, they understand it. Like they know exactly how to play their comp to both the strengths and weaknesses. So I think that could be another thing that maybe Fnatic's just waiting to like discover for themselves. So we'll see. But if, for instance, like if we don't see anything new from them on any of the maps, like through the end of stage 1, then I think you could start to question of like, is this a matter of not being able to figure out new stuff? Is it a matter of like you're being stubborn? Is it a matter of maybe everybody's wrong? Like if they are just winning everything again, like maybe everybody's wrong, right? Like I think that's a question, but I think it's very similar to like DRX in the past. Like DRX, for instance, DRX was one of the teams that popularized the 3 initiator on Ascent with no duelist. So yeah, they innovate. Like they were the innovators in Asia and Korea, but they would innovate in very meta ways, like meta comps. But they don't do that until they're like 100% certain. So usually what they did is they would wait, or I'm not saying they waited, but the timing would work out where basically you would wait until you saw it from someone else, but it looked kind of neat, but it kind of felt like a cheese comp. And then DRX would come with their variation that was like way more solid. So that could be another thing. That could be another thing. Who came up with the meta comp on Ascent? Wasn't it Loud, I want to say? I think Loud was the first one that like popularized it. Wait, so what was the comp from Foot? Here, I'll look at it because I haven't taken a look at the page yet. Everyone keeps talking about this. What was it? Lotus? Wait, what? Initiator comp? Or you mean no initiator comp? We're talking no initiator, right? 그러게요. 다들 이 경기가 그렇게 신기했다고 얘기를 하는데 I mean, I'd have to watch it. I have to watch it to see how they were set up. It is kind, I mean, on paper, getting this many rounds on attack is kind of crazy. That is kind of crazy. The thing with Zero Initiator, though, in my opinion, well, actually, no, I take that back. No. I was about to say something that I would have really disliked myself. I was about to say something like, yeah, but you just have to aim good, like, all the time. But that is exactly the trap that I think most of us fall into. I think most of us just can't get away from our little CS-like brains, which I didn't even grow up playing CS, but we can't get away from our like very traditional-minded brains where we're like, oh, but you don't have like flashes or info, so now you just, like at some point you have to take on it. But there's the way that abilities work in Riot, you can really force people into your crosshairs, right? Or into positions that you can predict, etc. So instead of always getting an advantage in the fight itself with things like flashes and stuns, you can actually just put them into your crosshair or into your other abilities. And I'm going to assume that that's how this was played, but I'd have to watch it. I mean, I'm sure they out-aimed them as well. Like, here's the thing. You're getting this many rounds on attack. Like, you're not doing this with any comp unless you're out-aiming them for sure. But I'd have to take a look. I'd have to take a look. My Streamlabs just crashed. Which, I should really update my stream elements instead of Streamlabs, but... Let's see if we can get to this. Let's see if we can start to scrub through this T1 and DFM a lot quicker. 젠지 경기는 방송에서 다시 보기를 하지는 않을 것 같아요. 오늘 방송에서 다시 보기를 하지는 않을 것 같고. 근데 전체적으로 저는 뭐 젠지가 당연히 더 발전을 했고 잘했다고 생각하는데 탈론도 사실 준비를 되게 잘해왔다고 생각하거든요. 탈론도 약간 어떻게 보면 젠지의 약점들을 좀 잘 파악을 했다고 생각하는데 로터스에서는 그냥 젠지가 그냥 더 강한 팀이었죠. Yeah, we won't be watching the Genji games, reviewing the Genji games on stream, but I said it before. I think Talon came pretty well prepared, especially in the Lotus. But Genji was better, and Genji is continuing to evolve, so that's good.
Side, they did give it to Medusa. Slow creep up towards that Viper's pit. Now this cam has been very useful for them, right? They don't really have to push him in too hard to gain information. They'll always spot it before the cam goes out.
He's also been sat on it, so I'm not really hearing toggle. Now we'll know exactly where it is. Clear it out, but Dark has to be removed. So he just worked his
Yeah, this oh, we talked about this on Planet Chat. Dude, it was so funny because before the podcast went live, we were all talking like, oh, are there any specific rounds we want to talk about? And I wanted to send in clips too, but since I casted the game live, like, I didn't have the time to come back and be like, oh, I remember this specific round. But I was so glad that everyone else, like both Sig and Sideshow, wanted to talk about the exact same rounds because this round was so good. Like, and then so what's crazy about this round is Medusa peeking out is actually so good because it buys time. And dude, the pop flash from very good boathouse as well from backside. Like, for those of you who missed us nerding out over this round in Plat Chat, we can watch it again here, but
Ultimates on their side, they did give it to Medusa.
which good for you. You waited to watch it on my stream. But first of all, obviously, good cam.
For them, right? They don't really have to push mid too hard to gain information. They'll always spot it.
It always sounds weird to listen to yourself. It's kind of just like a human thing. Right, so they back out into the site. Neth is still trying to just create, you know, more angles to thin the numbers. But so Medusa just walks in, right? Tries to get a timing kill and just walks in. But what's happening here is during all of that, these guys aren't just doubling up in here and getting trapped, right? Neth is still making sure that they don't get flooded on the site. So Medusa's goal was basically to make sure this was clear and to also buy time. If he gets a kill, it's a cherry on top. But he buys enough time for Made to continue to come through. This smoke also slows down T1 because you're like, well, is anyone hiding here? Is anyone on this box? Like, what's going on site? Like, why is the smoke there? And then the next smoke comes out, and then the pop flash. So the pop flash is thrown from here over the switch, and then the cyber cage, which wasn't used for Medusa, which that's the real crazy part, gets popped as well. Because again, so that tells me that Medusa was not meant to get kills there. Like, that wasn't their main goal. Because if it was, they should have cyber caged that for Medusa, and they probably should have flashed for Medusa as well. So Medusa goes in to check where they are once again, make sure that they haven't pushed in, make sure stairs not taken, make sure that they're not all like disappeared and already on lane. And then once he does that, the smoke is still there. They realize that there's still people hanging out over here. There's still people coming in through main. So the cyber cage gets popped one way, pop flash, and then May, with just excellent adjustments, gets friggin' 3 in a row right off the rip. Such a good round. Yeah, it always sounds weird to listen to my VODs, but I also do it a lot just because I'm very keen on monitoring my own casts. I think it's very important. So I hate it, but I do it.
Look at this absolutely rejuvenate DFM, because when May started pushing to that smoke, I thought, surely you don't push this again. But
obviously, when we're doing like VOD review, then it's like 2 times speed. So then it doesn't really sound like me, so I can just go through it. But listening to it at 1 time speed, I'm like, ugh. I also just I always monitor myself. I try to be as critical as possible. So listening to it when I'm trying to VOD review is kind of annoying because I'm like, I always get hung up. I'm like, oh, I should have done this better. Like, I could have said this better. Like, I probably, next time I should do this. Like, I'm always just trying to think about how else to cast better as well. So I do get hung up on that. Dude, and then this adjustment cam right after is so good too. Yeah, and then this is the next round, right? Where they set up so that you have the Viper here, and then you have the Cypher on that side. Got the Poison Cloud here. So that way, even if the null command happens, both sites have abilities to anchor down, right? You've got the Cyber Cage, or you got the Trip Wires, you got the Cam-in, etc. And then if it's going to be a hit on A, you've got the Poison Cloud to anchor around. It's such a good setup. It's off of a timeout. You've got the Toxic Screen to delay mid as well. It's just all very good.
the setup from DFM.
They hear the drone, so they come in. So May's waiting for it. They put up their own toxic screen, so it cuts it off. And he's trying to isolate 1v1s around the smoke, too. I mean, they do line up a little bit, but... Dude, and then Medusa... And then Medusa plays this so well as well. Right? Tries to make sure that they're not pushing this out. They check, and he's not. So immediately afterwards, backups arriving this way. Medusa can refocus alongside Anthem. So look at Medusa. He throws the snake bite. It delays any potential from main. Then he puts up the toxic screen so that he's covered. And then he's checking for market. And he wants to get ahead of this nanoswarm as well. So he does all this to make sure he avoids getting trapped by the nanoswarm, because otherwise Anthem's all alone and he might get swarmed. Grant, of course, no smokes on the side of T1. So then he's going into the site to not only help Anthem, but that way they also have to worry about him. So he hides away, doesn't greet that. And while Insecure, it looks like he was focused on clearing lane. Obviously, the weaponry is not there either, but then they have the crossfire. And then worst case, you've already bought enough time for them to come mid. You still got someone on A in case that it's a flank around. You've still got that poison cloud. It's all very multi-step. Yeah, I heard FNS was just going crazy. Wait, so like, was he legitimately excited, or was it like part sarcasm in the beginning that turned into faith by the end? I already lost power on map 3 too, which is so funny. So you got the cam, you got the counter to the null command. It was like part sarcasm into faith. Oh, it was kind of just supporting the underdogs, but by the time they got on DFM, it was breaking down their plays. Yeah, I mean, it was kind of the same thing for me, right? Like I saw the pick of Ascent, and I was like, okay, they probably had some anti. Then I saw T1's comp being different, and I was like, okay. But then I saw DFM's comp, and I was like, okay, kind of exciting. And then it's, you know, it looked like they won the pistol, but then it looked a little rough. I was like, okay, I mean, they're still playing way better than before. And then they had some incredible plays. I'm like, ooh, we got some ideas here. And then it went over to defense, yeah. And I think this Ascent defense is when everyone and anyone watching this was like, DFM might actually win the match today. Like, given how they're playing this defense on map 1. I don't know. I was thinking that. I mean, I didn't say it because I was just like, it still seems so surreal and like way overhype, but like the way they were playing this defense, I was like, dude, they might actually just win the match today. It ended up being close, so I'm not trying to say like I predicted or anything. Obviously, it's also like not the craziest prediction to make after the way they play the Ascent, but it's also like what changed? How does a team grow so much? I don't know. I don't understand. What's your opinion on the Raze pick and Ascent? I really like the Raze. I mean, I think Jet is like... the only thing, in my opinion, that the Jet really does better than the Raze is opping, like safer opping. But even then, ever since the Tailwind changes, it's not like it's a guaranteed. It's not like it's a guarantee, not a guaranteed. It's not like it's a guarantee that it's safer. So in that sense, I think people are used to the set plays that you're doing with Jet. I think you're used to opping on Jet. Then I think you're used to diving into the site with the Cloudburst. Like, I'm not saying that Jet's bad on Ascent. Obviously, you know, especially with like the Cloudburst, your own Jet smokes, etc., like dashing in. But again, that all comes back to the set plays, etc., right? So the same exact set plays aren't always going to work out with Raze. And I think that's part of it. It's just like, well, this works so well, so like, why would we change it? You know, you can do the things like the tiles crunch, the A hit, but like, I mean, if you're really good at your Raze, you can do all of that with Raze too, and maybe even more, right? We see that here with DFM in one of the rounds. We talked about it with Slippy and Plat Chat as well, with like the paint shells, things like that. Like you can do similar things with variations with Raze, At which point, I think Raze just does a lot more. So, yeah. I mean, I'm starting to think that on a lot of these maps, Raze is... I don't think there's any map where, like, Jet is better. Hold on. Do I really want to say that out loud? So, I'm trying to phrase it correctly. I don't think there's any maps in the current pool where I'm like, well, Jet is objectively the best. But I think there are map, you know, for instance, like there's Breeze where Raze doesn't seem good, right? like there are maps where Raze might be bad, but Icebox, the thing is back when are they still playing it? I actually don't know. Let's double check. Do they still play it? Does Navi still play the Raze on Icebox? Back when they were like one of the only teams that was playing it, right? When they were FPX. I really liked it. I thought it had so much potential, but not enough teams would pick it up. Actually, they did play it, didn't they? Oh no, they didn't. Did they play it in... Oh, no, they haven't. So I guess we don't know. But I think Raze on Icebox. I don't think Raze is bad on Icebox. I think Jet has some really neat things that Jet can do. Right? And I think there it's... Yeah, I think there's neat things that Jet can do. But I think Raze can be really good on Icebox as well. The other thing, though, and here's the other thing, is that like Raze has a much higher skill floor to become consistently viable in pro play, right? Because first of all, to even do the same exact, like let's say the same exact setup could work, right? Like with flashes, etc. Matching the timing so you don't get team flashed, making sure you land on the exact right platform at the right angle, etc. Like all of this is a lot harder with the Raze to do consistently, which is why I think great Razes get praised so much worldwide, because it's insane that you can do that so consistently. But I think that's the other thing, is that there's just like a lot more risk to do the simple things with Raze, even if you can do other cool things, right? So I think that's where, yeah, like a tailwind, even if you kind of miss it, unless you like run to the wall and you don't gain any distance, a lot of the times you're kind of okay. But with satchels, like one miss and it kind of messes up the entire tempo, et cetera, et cetera. So I think that's probably the other thing, is that, like, do you even have a player that's that good at Raze, et cetera? But then there are certain maps where like your satchels don't have, like you can still gain so much other value that you'll be okay. I think Ascent isn't one of them. I think Ascent, you do want to have really good satchels. But I don't think you need to have the craziest flight paths in Ascent. I would actually say kind of the same for Icebox as well. But like Split, maybe you kind of want some crazy flight paths, right? So... but yeah, generally, like Breeze is the only one I can think of where I'm like, well, Raze doesn't really offer anything over anybody else, right? Like, I think Neon's better than Raze on Breeze. Not that Neon's a bad agent, right? I just think Neon actually, I think, has a decent role on Breeze. So, dude, I'm just waiting, man. I'm waiting for someone to bring that back out to VCT Pacific. Man, the Jet Neon on Icebox, it's so good. It's so good. But yeah, I'm actually, like, I'm really growing into the idea that Raze is generally better than Jet, and I think Jet is a little bit outdated. I think if you're playing Jet, I'm not going to use the word lazy because that's kind of demeaning, and like that questions their work ethic, which is not true. But I think if you're playing Jet, you're playing comfort over value for the most part. Now, again, caveats. If you're like amazing with your Blade Storms, then okay. Because now that econ value that you get from your ult can be really good. So, you know, other than that.
What does it mean for me and the crew?
I mean, yeah, guys had a whale of a time.
What about the double control instead of Sova? On which map? This map?
Part of the conversation when a lot of the fans of the Japanese scene will talk about the likes of Last and Dap, right? You say,
Or do you mean on
never really got that chance to shine on the global stage. Now
well, I feel like you probably mean this map instead of Icebox, but on Ascent? Well, so that's the interesting thing about this, right? Is that there's no droning, right? There's no Fade, there's no Sova. But I mean, that one I don't know if I can confidently say if I like it better or worse for like my own liking. But oh, and then this dude, that's 3 rounds in a row where DFM does something so good. Isn't it? This is the round, right? Where they have the paint shells ready? No command? Oh man. Generally, I don't know if I can confidently say if I like it better or not. I think this is the best iteration of the double controller that I've seen on Ascent, to be fair. But I think it works. In some ways, I'm kind of okay with it, because I think this allows for trickier defaults. But right now, I'm just kind of thinking in first impressions, so I couldn't really tell you. Like, I wouldn't sound confident in it. But I think DFM has shown us that this allows for trickier defaults, but still gaining all the right pieces of information to make your decisions. That's my opinion. Paper X Omen Viper Fade. Well, but that's a big part of that is not just the double controller though for Paper X, right? Did they play that here? No, they play. Oh, no. Yeah, they play the Gecko as well. Yeah, Paper X has Gecko. And then they've had Reyna before that. So like they've got other things going on here. To be very fair, even Paper X, it's not the double controller usage that really inspires me. I mean, they're both individually very good, but it's not the like way they use their smokes that really inspires me. It's more so the other things that come together with it. Yeah, but this round, like, Poison Cloud stays up, the nade to delay, and then backup arrives. Like, it's all so very good.
The reads are absolutely solid from DFM. I mean, knowing the tendencies, and then also a lot of it, I think, is just also trusting that their toxic screen will bring the value that it's meant to, right? This time they set up the toxic screen to deny mid and B control. You know how T1 used to play the Viper as well. Maybe just using that against them and saying, yep, this is our intended setup. Now push him to the other side.
Nothing else to do.
And there's not much, right, with this meta composition. You got to play so much more passively to overcome the Viper setup.
Counter null command again.
You're now tied up at 99.
Look at the ult economy, a little bit in favor of DFM. Now, sure, you could argue that T1 ultimately are a bit more valuable, a little bit more impactful.
Necess had one heck of a game this day as well. I hope he can keep that up.
Need to be able to. Results ready. Get success from them. Side player. Nice pop once again. Making his way down mid. On the corner. May's gonna be there. There he is. Looks for it. 2 knives sent. Still not found. They continuing to reposition just in case that repeat comes in. Try to be a bit unpredictable. Also had the backup there.
But look at just how fluid DFM can be thanks to this cam. They can empty mid at any point. He can still watch it. He's still got cyber cages to protect himself from B-main.
Mid gets spotted. Then there's a 0 point. Dude, and the showstopper. Oh man, it's so good. Alright, toxic screen this time for mid to A. They switch up the camera again. They're gonna have some presence in mid. They've been shutting down A site. So they check for the one-way earlier, then they leave the one-way. They now provide backup on tree. Then you stack that. You're still smoking this to make sure that you're buying some time. Now you're watching for mid. The Cam's watching as well. Cam and him watches it. The 0 point gets thrown short range, and then it's just a pinch with the showstopper. And the paranoia as well. So good. So by holding here, they're covering the last point of contact. The smoke and the toxic screen should be buying time. You still have sightlines into the site from the raise. I mean, Cam plus ability to potentially get the first pick off of the Cam short-range 0-point to make sure that you're tagging and shutting down any extra utility, including the ever-so-crucial Blade Storms. Once you see them all tagged, Medusa still catches 1 kill. Then he backs out. Are the Paranoias coming in to cover the entry in from the Showstopper? It's just layers on layers. How did they do it? Like, how? It's almost to the point where you have to ask yourselves, like, why haven't you done this before? Like, that's just how different they look.
Yes, it's almost an entirely new roster, but even much more upgraded than kickoff as well.
I mean, clearly DFM have not been resting on their laurels during the Madrid break. This team has clearly been putting in the work. Now find themselves up by a round here in this set.
Dude, okay, so I've been meaning to look this up. Let's look at, like, since... Well, I guess we'll just look at since kickoff. %, 37%, 47%. 56, but it's a Lotus. And then Sunset, it's a small pool. What do I if we include AVL, though? I mean, it's fine. I guess Lotus, in theory, should be better. They have a better defense win rate. Their map record overall is kind of funky. Dude, I mean, I hope, but as we're watching this, I mean, I don't think it's sure. There's like a couple rounds that are hard reads about T1's tendencies, like their pistol on attacking side, things like that. But mostly, it's the understanding of the compositions. Mostly, DFM understands the compositions.
Yeah, early on. 7 kills to his name on Exterior. Another switch on the screen. The top screen this time doubled up with the Cypher as well. You've got the pit. Eventually, if you want to make some fast rotates back over to A, they're going to do a fast push out. It's going to be a pinch on to A with the flash drive.
Up over the top. Flash. There's the 2 kills. Easy to run TP into the corner.
So good here too.
Eventually, if you want to make some fast rotates back over to A,
Does this?
it's going to be a pinch on to A.
Okay, so ping shows immediately to cover that. That way, there's no backup. Then the pop flash. Cess comes out of the shrouded step. Overall, just
so clean. The coverage from Cess as well.
They know what they're doing, what they're going to do in every single moment, and I don't know how DFM is doing this.
I mean, yeah,
they know what they're doing, what they're going to do. I don't know how they're doing this.
But then have the coverage high low to watch the center step to be listening out for it. I mean,
look, there's still more to be played, but if you told me coming into this week that DFM was going to have the hardest counter stratting out of all of the teams in the region, I would have called you a liar.
Well, and I guess the team that wasn't at Madrid, so you don't have that much tape. I mean, sure, they got through the playoffs.
Okay.
Oh, the cam spots as well.
Spotted, take it down.
Does the cam actually spot it here?
I mean, sure, they got through playoffs.
Okay. All of the teams in the
No, I
region,
don't think it does. Well, maybe right as he's exiting it.
I mean, sure, they got through the playoffs.
I had to have because he comes out for pre-fire.
Well, and I guess the team that wasn't at Madrid, so you don't have that much tape. I mean, sure, they got through the playoffs.
Okay.
Oh, the cam spots as well.
Spotted, take it down. It's just been so crisp.
I don't know if it did. I don't know if the camera is he's just exiting it or if he actually swivels it back right before he exits. Without seeing his POV, we wouldn't know for sure. No, it almost looks like he's just exiting it. At which point, that's a crazy timing, though, for Medusa to peek out. Maybe he got a question mark?
All of the teams in the region
play for sure. Okay,
and I don't know how DFM is doing this.
I mean, yeah, to have this many hard reads, I mean, like that play for sure. Okay, doing it off of a timeout seems reasonable, but then to have the coverage high low to watch the potential shrouded step to be listening out for it, I mean,
look, there's still more to be played, but if you told me coming into this week that DFM was going to have the hardest counter stratting out of all of the teams in the region, I would have called you a liar.
Well, and I guess
Oh, no, you know what it is? No, he gets spotted.
listening out for it, I mean, play for sure. Okay, doing it off of a timeout.
I think his gun barrel gets spotted here.
To have the coverage high low to
Does
have
it?
this many
No, it can't. Well, no, but he hangs far, so it would have to be his legs. But what I'm thinking about is Neth moves over, so he's very wary of the flank.
like that play for sure. Okay, doing it off of a timeout seems reasonable.
No, I know the pings come out, but it's not when the cam spots him, right? The pings come out afterwards, but I don't know if they ever actually spotted him. But he moves into the pit before they ping, right? And then they ping it afterwards, just being like, watch out.
Out of all of the teams in the region, I would have called you a liar.
Well, and I guess a team that wasn't at Madrid, so you don't have that much tape. I mean, sure, they got.
No, he must have, because he pings here again, right? He says watch out here, but he pings this separately. Well, I guess that's a watching this ping, and he's on his cam now. Was there a footstep?
Doing it off of a timeout seems reasonable, but then to have
First of all, Saya's actually very wary of this cam right now.
To be listening out for it, I mean,
look,
But right when he crosses, either he's not watching the cam.
That DFM was going to have the hardest counter strategy.
No, no sound.
All of the teams in the region, I would have called you a liar.
well, and against a team that wasn't at Madrid.
But the thing is like, Neth moving over here is kind of surprising, right? I mean, sure, you help reinforce this as well, but the big reason you would do that is maybe if you're afraid of them having gone around the wall, right? That way you don't show your back and you can safely watch the cam because your back is covered and you've got Viper here. So I feel like they must have seen the gun barrel or like a question mark or something, and then Medusa just keeps a timer.
So you don't have that much tape. I mean,
I mean, yeah, well, it's a timing read, but I'm like having a timing read from like the start of the round sounds a little ridiculous.
It's just so clean. The coverage from Cess as well.
They know
What do they clear here? So at 120, they clear this. They didn't see more here. They smoked that off.
I mean, yeah, to have this many hard reads.
But like
like that play for sure. Okay, doing it off of time.
So the question is, at this point, does his gun barrel show? Because this is the furthest he goes forward, and then he gets off the cam.
Timeout seems reasonable, but then to have
I think his gun barrel might have shown. I think his gun barrel might have shown.
off of a timeout seems reasonable. But then
Because he creeps closer towards the wall. I think he might have seen the very tip of his gun barrel.
I mean, look, there's still more to be played, but if you told me coming into this week that DFM was going to have...
At which point, then it's a timing read, right?
Out of all of the teams in the region, I would have called you a liar.
Well,
I mean, Medusa's kind of already jiggling. He already jiggles back and forth once.
Okay.
Oh, the cam spots him as well.
Spotted, take it down.
That recon dart, by the way, like what value? That's an unfortunate one from Carpe. Like, what is this gonna? What is it doing for anybody? Right?
The playoffs.
Okay.
Oh, the cam spots him as well.
Spotted, take it down. It's just been so crisp.
Yeah, I don't know. This is an interesting round.
What can you do? Just back away. Hold on to your weapons. That's absolutely no fruit.
But my biggest guess is that the tippy tip of the gun barrel showed.
Getting very close now. It's really just a matter of as long as DFM doesn't get too antsy, doesn't overheat, doesn't start to lose control of their own excitement, perhaps. Because thinking back to, for instance, this round, it's off of a timeout. Like, even if it's not hard counter strategy, you think about how they set that up. Off of a timeout, we want to make sure that we know up the tempo on A side, change up the toxic screen again. But this time, it's Cypher and Viper double. We still got the pit as a backup. So if you push out A main, if there's no one there, you pit up, you got the drips. Like, everything is covered. And this is just some thorough Valorant here on this map 1. And another.
It was really thorough.
Because now you have Cypher and Viper, essentially 2 Sentinels. It's just incredible.
Back up here for B. May's gonna be flank back. Go for a quick rotate. Should be necessary.
No delayed toxic screen this time, so they don't know exactly where it's set up before the round begins.
Toxic screen sets up a pocket here as well, outside of mid.
Try to deny its value early with a push up from Saya.
They haven't used it, but
Not spotting much there. Flash just trying to save the ball. Stop the peak coming through there at B main. So spike now is gonna be ushered across the map towards the opposite side here, where Neth and Cess ready. This push to come in.
I mean, Cess is prepared with the paranoid. He knows he has full faith that Neth will cover him. Not only will he get first sight with the cam.
no ults on the side of T1. You have Hunter's Fury available or readily available, but
Kid goes up though. We have obfuscation as May spraying into that smoke. Mortiz down. 45 HP on him. Carpe well. Jump down Saya. Trying to bring his way up through window. He has to pull away from the angle. Paint shell still held. TP4 along to the box. He's able to find one. May trades it back. Gives himself a second. Carpe will fall. May now send Saya player. Stuck in hell. Knocked down to 51 HP. May just doing so much damage to him. Boombot on the chase.
This just tags everybody that's bouncing around.
The Boombot knows where everyone is. Back into the corner. Check switch side. No, gun barrel spot. Saya.
gun barrel spot.
They read this. Medusa. Drop down. And her. He finds the first. Extra eliminated. Swing out from Rossi. And he will bail them out. A 3K from the KO. C1. We'll inch this back.
And 2D smites. So they're constantly swinging out of doubles. That's what really saved them at the end, making sure they're staying one step ahead on the trades. Because otherwise, honestly, the response was pretty good. They even made sure that he checked window again for that lurk in from Saya Anthem. Catching sight of that brings back May and denies that flank. So now with that no command online once again, it's a Cypher on A site.
He's about to drop 30.
Wow. And we may not even go to overtime. that's insane.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is also that. I think that part is a anti of T1. T1 uses cat a lot.
One of the trips having cleared.
So I think that's the thing. I think it's also, but it can be one of two things, right? One is it's probably a bit of anteing on T1 because they like to do pinches on A lot. Saya loves to go in through A short. But the other thing is like that's where you're weak, right? Like mid is covered. Like whether they've already gotten to here is not the issue because you can always retake up to market with the toxic screen. You got mid covered with a cam here or here, right? You've got A covered with potential peaks. You got one ways, you got trips. And like you might have trips here or like here. But at the end of the day, like this is literally the part where you're weakest if you're using this screen. So I think then they're also just recognizing there's two options. If this is our weak spot, we could push out, or we just always make sure that we're holding a position where we don't get overwhelmed from this part, right? So if I'm holding here, like let's say they dash in, I can still back out, assist my teammate here. Maybe I call for a rotation. They're already here, something like that. So I think it's both. I think it's partly DFM just being well understanding where their strengths and weaknesses lie in each of their defaults. But second, understanding that T1 also has a tendency to really use that a lot. You mean that that previous round, I don't know if I said it on the cast. I'm pretty sure I remember there being a very specific reason why he would have been wary of this.
Spot because now you have Cypher and Viper, essentially two Sentinels. That's just incredible.
Like, I remember thinking that this round.
Delayed toss screen this time, so they don't know exactly where it's set up before the round begins. T1, they understand that the screen has really been plaguing them, so they'll try to deny its value early with a push up from Saya.
Not spawning much there. Flash just trying to save them off. Somebody's gonna peek coming through there. That'd be main.
No sound just yet.
Across the map towards the opposite side here, where Neth and Cess ready.
Cess is watching.
He knows he has full faith that Neth will cover him. Not only will you get first sight with the cam, you still got a cyber cage, you still got a trip. Turn around with smoke.
Uncleared. Flashes out. Cyber cage goes up though. Plenty of obfuscation.
Turn around with smoke.
Smoke there, paranoia.
Flashes out.
Nano swarm to clear him out.
Cage goes up though. Plenty of obfuscation. It's Meg spraying into that smoke.
Oh, okay, no, I remember what I was thinking. They didn't have solid information. They didn't. But what they did have was basically you had a guy who tried to go in here. This was nanoswarmed, so they're not in the smoke. You had a guy who was sitting here. You had two people watching main. So literally the only weak spot was this. Right? So I think this is, I mean, for one, again, I think a little bit of understanding the tendency of Saya liking to use short one way or another through window or even just through the door. But two, it's knowing that your team all was watching this very well. And then after they push it all back with utility, right? Then you still have two people watching. So then May turns around to help as well. I think that's, it's just really good understanding from Anthem of where the weak spots are. Like, what could be the one thing that ruins our setup right now? Because otherwise, if they're coming in through main or even switch, like, we are covered, right? You've got this for a potential dash in. You've still got the cam that you could try to reactivate. Everything is set up other than coverage of tree. And then you've got the Viper still ready to kind of use their own utility to bounce away and buy time. Yeah, and then they immediately push it back as well to make sure that he actually fully left. What does this mean for bleed in GE? I mean, could be a while since for them to get a win. That's what it could mean. You wish you had ranked teammates like Anthem. Oh, I mean, that's a big wish, no matter what rank you are. But it's very good. I mean, even in pro play, we see mistakes like that happen, right? Definitely see it happening in challengers. I mean, that's the thing, is that just like this new DFM, like their mini map, their calls of like where they're strong, where they're weak, it's all just so good. I get two there.
just get Neth over to a corpse.
And you've got a paranoia and a flash drive as well. All the tools you need.
He's here, put some shots through, across there as they jump their way over. 1-for-1 there, side player just take it down immediately after finding Anthem. You're up now, invested extra. Spotting them here. Reveal his hand, swing down on the site. Rossi dead, extra. Needs to try one, 2 this. He gets the first. Neth, low HP, able to shorty.
Dude, and Neth's just charging forward with a shorty there instead of trying to play ring around the Rosie.
What a hero play. You're the one lower in health. You still just jump in with the shorty. It's the Hail Mary because otherwise you don't have time to jiggle around. We've seen so many ring around the Rosies there that really denied the time for the defuse. And now
No, if Medusa doesn't get the double, that round does not get won. But we can maybe talk about how does Medusa get the double, right?
With a fantastic opening kill. The line share the damage.
First of all, good catch there. Slows it down. You go for the res.
Is Resible. Back into the fight. Script picking him up. Oh, Medusa coming up with. Back into the fight.
Wait, well, who's he getting shot from? Who's shooting at him? The Jet. Okay. So Saya sees him through the box. So he goes in mid, but instead of waiting, he's trying to inch forward, right? Because he was last spotted here. So the logical conclusion would be he would be somewhere against the wall, because if he's far back, he has a risk of still being spotted by the Jet. So he purposely continues to go for a wider swing like this to try to isolate fights 1v1. I mean, yes, there's a timing here where he doesn't see 4 people. Like, there's a world where he could have seen 4 people on a screen and doesn't know who to shoot. But very calm and collected as well. The reset to get the second kill instead of a spray. Very good.
Shallow doesn't catch on to anybody here from DFM. Available. Just get Neth over to a corpse.
And you've got a paranoia and a flash drive as well. All the tools you need.
He's here, put some shots through, across there as they jump their way over. 1-for-1 there, side player just take it down immediately after finding Anthem. You're up now, invested extra. Spotting them here. Reveal his hand, swing down on the site. Rossi dead, extra. Needs to try one, 2 this. He gets the first. Neth, low HP, able to shorty in hand. Jumps in the boats, takes him down, gets the defuse, and DFM get themselves up to map point.
What a hero play. You're the one lower in health. You still just jump in with the shorty. It's the Hail Mary because otherwise you don't have time to jiggle around. We've seen so many ring around the Rosies there that really denied the time for the defuse.
Yeah, he almost gets 3 there.
Again, these setups. T1 just not ready for it. A great double from Medusa to buy time. Things like this, that's going up high.
What? March 9th?
I think a little bit worried.
I mean, listen, you gotta be worried.
Also, why is he streaming on Billy Billy? Does he normally stream on Billy Billy? Is that even a safe link? I don't know if that's how Billy Billy links look shortened, but I'm not trying to doubt your overall morality on like sending not safe links.
Not really being taken quite just yet. They start working their way forward now. Cybercage coming in. May up here on heaven. Oh! Absolutely unexpected. Comes in, strikes. Takes out 2. That is monstrous. Now Milkman can be burned here by Anthem. They want to end this right here, right now. Side player taken down to 3v3. This Carpe, he's coming in onto the site. His Hunter's Fury. Not in a position to really find immense amount of value. Drop down around the back. Carpe, that's going to use. Finds 1. Anthem gone, but now Medusa and Neth versus Rossi next to it. They're both so damn low. Stinger by 1. Extra with 31 HP. Cannot make it happen.
Nah.
He'll get the defuse once more. And DFM, their opening series here on stage 1 will get their map victory.
What a map from DFM.
Dude, Neth clutches it out on map 1. He sets up the clutch on map 3. The craziest part is Neth was pretty up and down in this game, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I mean, well, I guess he's not negative. But 12-12, I guess he's playing Cypher. So you can forgive him. 13-16. Anthem had a rough time. Then he pops off on Sunset.
Space not really being taken quite just yet. Let's start working their way forward now. Cybercage coming in. May up here on heaven. Oh! Absolutely unexpected. Comes in, strikes. Takes out 2. That is monstrous. Now Milkman can be burned here by Anthem. They want to end this right here, right now. Side player taken down to 3v3. This Carpe, he's coming in onto the site. His Hunter's Fury. Not in a position to really find immense amount of value. Drop down around the back. Carpe, but that's going to use. Finds 1. Anthem gone, but now Medusa and Neth versus Rossi next to it. They're both so damn low. Stinger by 1. Extra with 31 HP. Cannot make it happen. Neth gets the 3K. He'll get the views.
Man, even just at this point, chat, I was thinking on the cast, like, what a day. What a miraculous day. DFM looking good, winning a map off of T1. Like, hot damn. But then they're going to go to Lotus. And then they're going to go to Sunset. And I was thinking, there's just no way. Although, to be fair, after that ascent, like I said, that was when somewhere in my head, I was like, oh, they play like this. They might. But yeah. Oh, it's in... Oh, they were just chatting. Dude, first of all, I didn't read this transcript, but it is insane that Forsaken wouldn't let him know immediately. Oh, apparently Microsoft Edge's translations are not good. Can't translate this at all. Oh, they were just like chatting and then he just like says it. I guess before that he was probably just like complaining. Uh-oh. I think my mic stand is finally broken, chat. I gotta convince my wife to buy a new one. Do you think she'll let me? I mean, I can just buy it, but... Well... I mean... Who knows?
Opening series here on stage 1 will get their map victory. What a map from DFM. They showed exactly why they picked this set. And they bring home.
Man, can you imagine though if you like if you were serious and then you realize that because of a stupid slip up that it now is out in the world and then you still have to play on stage? Like, okay, for like there's multiple ways this could go down, right? Let's say the reasons are resolved. Even then it'd be like, well, I can't address it now, and you know everyone's still talking about it, right? So that gets weird. And then if they're not resolved, you're like, well, everybody knows how I feel, right? It's like if this is true, it's just like it's just such a crappy situation. I mean, listen, like what people are saying on their streams and stuff. I don't want to get into that. I don't want to get into too much of the drama. Like, thank you for letting me know. Like, I'm happy to have a post on it, but drama's drama. I mean, hey, DFM fought the day before. Apparently, I heard about that, but it got them to win. And sometimes, like, you need that, right? Like, Sentinels talked about how after one of the maps where they lost to Gen.G, right? They went back to the waiting room and they were basically having a yelling match, letting it all out, like venting it all out. And that's how they got back into the game, right? Like, sometimes you need it and some people react to it differently, right? There's a time and place for it. So I don't want to read into it too much. Like for instance, so some people were saying this, like, I think after the T1 DFM game as well. But there's a clip in one of these maps where there's the replay of, like, the comms, and Carpe's like, shut up, shut up, shut up, like, at the end. But then, like, there was also that clip of Zekken, right? Telling everyone to shut up. Of Sentinels. And everyone's like, oh my gosh, like, Zekken is so toxic, right? And then everyone's like, oh my gosh, Sentinels is falling apart. And Zekken's like, dude, like, this is out of context. And then they won Madrid. So it's like, yeah, I mean, no, people are telling me that there was apparently a stream from Forsaken where he was chatting with Xcurit, and Xcurit apparently said something along the lines of wanting to leave the team. But it's in Indonesian, so I cannot confirm nor deny. But it sounds like my Indonesian viewers on Twitch are confirming that that is what was said, but whether we want to read into it too much or not is, well, I would not read into it too much. Whether you want to believe it or how much you want to pay attention to it is up to you. Dude, May 366. But yeah, for instance, like, if I was playing on a team, dude, I'd be saying shut up all the time. I would be asking for clear comms all the time. I hate messy comms. I'd rather play in silence than have messy comms, which is probably why I will never be able to play on any sort of team, because it's probably generally actually better to have some sort of comms than no comms. But, like, I'd be saying shut up all the time in the middle of a match for sure. Dude, whenever I hear Paper X comms, I'm like, how are they playing this game? Like, I just don't understand. or even sent like 100 Thieves, dude, 100 Thieves comms. I'm like, what are we doing? Like, dude, the moment it really blew me out of the water was when like obviously it's a different game. They're not TAC FPSs, but like Halo and Call of Duty teams. Have you ever heard their comms? You can't even hear your own gun firing when you're on those teams. Like, you cannot hear anything. Granted, again, not the same type of shooter. But whenever I listen to those comms videos, I'm like, how are you playing? Like, how is your brain just not fried right now? So, you know, like, I don't know how people do it, man. I don't know. I think I just generally get affected by audio a lot, but which is funny because then I can also always do like live translations, which one of the reasons a lot of people have trouble with it is because you have to listen to one language and then think in a different language and talk while you're listening. But that, I guess, just because I've like done for so long, I'm used to it now. But I get freaking blasted by audio for sure.
Killjoy in the chamber, so I do wonder if
okay, this is a map I really want to look at because I think we all agree that their Ascent and Sunset generally looked very good. Sunset a little bit more heroics, Ascent overall really good from DFM. But when I was casting this game, I really felt like DFM's Lotus was pretty good. It's just like the mistakes and whatnot. A couple kind of curious things like, you know, like the Medusa ultimate, things like that.
Right, even up the score line, extend this all the way to a map 3. And hit it once more into Lotus. It's been a very steady map for them.
Yes.
You know, dropping it to the likes of Rex.
But that also means that DFM surely could have predicted that this was going to come out of the draft, and seemingly so, especially with the comp change, going with the more meta fade for the time being.
This is who I have to have my eyes on. Execute. Continuing to bring in the chamber. Spots one, 3 shots. Takes a couple of those headhunter bullets, but eventually is able to find the elimination. Himself pulled away. Oh, has even more. Now they're all gone. Just to clear out that Prowler. Forced away. Into the back here. Continuing to backpedal a little further. It's going to be tucked in behind the box. 15 HP. Here for Execute. They very much want to try to hunt him down. They read this. Yes, they do. They able to find that kill.
They have waterfalls now as well, so this postman's not so bad for DFM.
Zion will find one. As Rossi does fall straight through. There's a push. Out of the smoke. Able to find Zion. Confused. Being held. They rush him down.
I forgot about this pistol.
They have waterfalls now as well, so this postman's not so bad for DFM.
Oh, it hurts so much. Oh, it hurts so much.
Oh man, I mean, you could also tell that T1 knew that was the only shot they had. Once they heard all the spam coming in, they had lost all control of positioning. So just carved a body blocking for Yizu, just hoping that they can stick it, and that they do.
So good from T1, but rough. Orb control. They also have really good orb control. They had such good orb control, even on Ascent.
Yeah, no, they just talked a little bit about, potential maybe Sky continue to return for
This team is good, man. Like, man, if you want a hype underdog story, like DFM's your team this year for sure.
Personally, I'm kind of okay with this.
Take coming through. Medusa starting to move as you can see on the minimap. Yep, there you go. Service snap over. Rossi will find the headshot. Reveal decent there from the haunt. Spotting these players up the rope. Carpe holding close, able to make swift work. Set up 3 players now. On the post flanks.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine if DFM goes to Masters Shanghai? My gosh. Oh, that'd be so exciting. I actually really want to see that happen. I don't care which of the other Pacific teams doesn't make it, and because of it, DFM going would be sick. Your friends aren't buying it yet? How do you not buy the DFM hype train after this?
That falls on him. So this is going to be the big one. It's not really always going to be fade, but how much space you take?
Zion rushing forward. Sports at maximum. Going to be there for this side T1.
Yeah, this was good from T1. So the first few rounds, T1 plays it quite well. This is much more T1 than, well, the pistol, kind of 50-50, but...
Welcoming arms. No next it. Outlaw at the ready. TP set up to take him behind the door. Sees nothing and actually whiffs the shot. Cess with headshot able to take him down now. Lingering around.
Yeah, Cess had Skirit's number.
Does manage to find that elimination. That gives the advantage back over to T1. Yizu first. Try to deal with this plane coming in, but widely. Wait patiently for the rest of the team to get rotated over.
I mean, yeah, they could go to Champs, which would be so sick. DFM at Champs. DFM at Champs. DFM. Oh my gosh. Dude, as much as I love the Zeta Division guys, I'm here for the DFM becomes the new hope of Japan arc. You know what I mean? I'm not saying people don't have to hate on Zeta, but like, DFM becoming the headline of Japanese Valorant would be sick. That would be sick. You know? What, did I go too far? Did I go too far? Is that a fever dream? Should we calm down? I'm not saying dislike Zeta. I'm just saying like Zeta stays, but DFM goes above, you know? Yeah, I mean, dude, even FNS is selling friggin' tickets to the hype stream. That's sick. Joel, I do the same thing when I play with a group. Well, I want to, but then most people don't want to, so then I'm just like, whatever. So then I just also just play Euro and I just solo TP around when I play with friends. Sugar Hero's the one you're banking on? Sugar Hero's the guy you're banking on to shut up DFM. Not Laz's Chamber, not Deb's Phoenix, not Neoran's deadpan humor, but Sugar Hero. The guy who just has not been a hero for the past full year. That dude ain't coming back as a hero, let me tell you that. He's not bad, but he is far gone from hero status. Let me tell you. I mean, I think DFM probably already overtook Zeta for a lot of people globally. Obviously, recency bias, but dude, I don't know what it is. Like, I've been waiting for Sugar Hero to come back in form, but at this point, I'm kind of convinced that like this is just where he's at. Like, he's not bad. I'm not saying he's bad, but like he used to be in discussion, right? And he used to be like, oh, like Sugar Hero is scary. Like Mako's still up there and Mind Freak, but like Sugar Hero is scary. Like they could still catch up. Like they've got the clutch moments. And then now Sugar Hero is just like not anywhere close to that conversation. You know? I don't know what happened. You're still high on their Reykjavik run. 2022? Yeah, 2 years ago. I mean, listen, I'm cool with that. That's a strong one. That's a strong piece of copium right there, but you know, that's a good point. By Spy. Yeah. Oh man. Is there a sneak peek of the Vets episode afterwards? Who's on the Vets one? I had heard about some episodes from behind the scenes about like what it was like to film those. I thought it was a great idea. The Rookies one was so good. If you guys haven't checked it out, go to VCD Pacific's YouTube. There's a Rookies video where they have like flashback, which is sad to see him on that since obviously we wanted to see more games from him, but I don't know. Hopefully he'll come back ASAP. But it's like flashback, Charon, Euron, May, and DG. It's sick. It's so funny. Euron's so funny. He's so deadpan, but he's so funny. Everyone's like, what's the best thing about being the youngest on the team? Everyone's like, I don't know. I don't think there is any. Euron's like, well, they don't say anything when I don't pay for the food when we go out together. And everyone's like, oh, yeah, I guess that's a good thing. And he's like, NDG, how much samgyeopsal do you eat? How much pork belly do you eat a week? Oh, man. He just seems like a chill dude, you know?
In the third round, but it does cost them multiple rifles.
Yeah, but with how things started, of course.
Yeah, May was like fanboying over Flashback, and Flashback was like, he was being really shy about it, which I totally get why, because May is known to be like one of those players on ranked that everyone is just like, dude, I can't beat this guy. Like I've heard several people, whether it's pros or like other people who are, you know, like they're ranked like streamers and stuff in Radiant. Like they'll mention players, they'll talk about certain players where they're like, yeah, these are players where I just accept that I'm worse. I just know, like, there's just no way I'm ever getting better than them. And like Something's one of those types of players. When you meet them in rank, like just in terms of pure like mechanics, you just know that you're never gonna win this guy in a duel. Like Something's always mentioned, and then May I've heard mentioned by several people. So as much as Flashback looks great, and he's also a ranked monster, I don't blame him for being a little shy about it, because May probably in some way has way more reputation. So Flashback probably feels a little embarrassed that like someone he maybe looks up to is like being like fanboying over him.
Going forward, goes off. He's down now, 40 HP with just Spectre in hand. Lose will finish off the classic. As DFM will go ahead and get themselves online in the third round, but it does cost them multiple rifles.
Yeah, but with how things started, of course, Anthem getting caught on the other side, getting seasoned. They'll be happy with the round win. They'll still
I forget who I've run into someone in Korea on like unrated. It was not fun because it was like party queue, like our queue versus their queue.
So they gotta make a choice. Do we just try to swarm whoever has taken over Rubble, or do you try to slow creep and work the revolving door on BC?
Okay, well, extra this time to give it a shot, not gonna get punished. Just backpedal over towards the door once again. And the rendezvous set up, ready to go. Gotta range the trademark, it doesn't matter. You have a double stack of Saya player as well as Rossi. Just watching their get to pain. Test again.
Yeah, he's got his number for sure.
Let's take it down. He's a little bit delayed reaction. I'm gonna find that headshot. Would have been a big opener here.
But it looks like DFM is going to work the fact that both controllers were spotted solo to their advantage a little bit. You might have caught a glimpse of Anthem, but at the end of the day, you know that you've
Chat, I'm suddenly so hungry. I think it's because I talk so much. Granted, obviously, that's like every streamer, but
Players well. Time ticking. There's the plan.
So they'll get the plan, but how do they keep
Forward left corner here for them. Still lurking outside.
RP's way ahead, and they have no idea because of that haunch not tagging him.
He's forward, paranoia now. Set Medusa. Leading out of the duel, side player. Ends up getting robbed. There's a reveal. That's the play now. Anthem getting gone. Medusa still holding ground. Tracks across, gets the 3K. Now T1 1v2. Yet again. Tap onto the spike. So there's one above. It's
dude,
Medusa.
moments like this, and then he's not able to bring it back in the second half. Like, what a round from Medusa, man.
Slow creep up. Carpe nearby. Players well. Time ticking. There's the plan.
So they'll get the plan, but how do they keep
Forward left corner here for them. Still lurking outside.
Unfortunate. Even going back up heaven, right? After clearing baby door for Cess. No, Medusa, listen, Medusa, to me, Medusa was one of the weaker links of this team coming into VCT Pacific. His peaks are very good, and he's mechanically quite gifted, but like he would make some solo queue moves every now and then, you know? But like consistently enough. So I always thought like you've got to like get a little bit more consistent with your decision making. But overall he played a lot better than I normally expected him to in this overall match. It's just that he had like that unfortunate spotlighting here in the last round, the 1v1, things like that. You got a full dinner and a mug cake. That sounds good. I want some cake. This is dangerous, chat. Why do I want cake all of a sudden? I just want like really like a very standard birthday cake. It is not my birthday. I know, right? Even up to this point, I was like, dude, DFM's gonna do it. Like, they knew Lotus was gonna get picked. Like, they came prepared. I got real excited. Oh, yeah, mug cakes, man. I gotta try that. I gotta go out and buy some cake mix first. That's what I gotta do. Yeah, you know, a little pre-dinner cake and then a post-dinner cake, you know? And then a little side dish cake. I really like this smoke, too, by the way. I mean, they're not the first ones to do it, but this smoke right here, I like this smoke. Basically it's like the fact that DFM is doing things like these, right? A lot of teams still just rely on the one way here. But I really like this. First of all, it's shorter, so it blooms faster, right? You can now set up crossfires. You can even TP into it. Like, it just creates so much mental pressure to whoever's holding Mound. All right?
forward space there, but headhunter that you'd be relying on. It's a massive bit of damage. Now it's 20 HP now. It shows up on the top. X-Ray nowhere to go. Ends up falling. Next jump, just mentioned equalizes. DM on top of the box.
Yeah, this was an unfortunate moment. This was one of those moments where it's like they had already committed to this idea at the round start. So the Prowler goes in, doesn't check anyone close. Then the paranoia keeps him at bay. You know what's funny is that they actually, they're like, I think unintentionally, really far back. The paranoia keeps one of them behind. Then the snake bites land. Then the seize. When he dashes forward, thinking that he had to be seized, right? So he wouldn't hear anything because the Prowler didn't tag anything here, but Izu's already moved forward.
It's just absolutely on its hair. Now all is lonesome. Nightfall gets committed. Knows where the two are. He's got some space to play with. It's going to be recovered though.
Still just going to go for the safest play. Trying to get the plant on A, it looks like. What's the setup though? Does he try to go aggressive outward? That's going to be the call.
Oh yeah, Medusa was a T1 Fortnite player. I forgot about that.
Himself right over onto the side. Anthem watching for this as the smoke comes down. 9 HP though. Now coming through. He confirms his position. 36 HP here from Anthem.
This was good from Izu, man. This was good from Izu.
36 HP here from Anthem. Swing the instant headshot. Izu, what a monstrous round.
The absolute snap on him. And I mean, Anthem was playing as best he could, right? He goes for a bit of a wide angle, and then he's creeping
here. So correct, man. Good shot pretty much anywhere, but he said no. I want to look good doing this.
Snap on.
Dude, I want Izu to succeed, man. I don't know. I like Izu's vibe. I like the way he plays.
At the ready. Around. Next year, just going to be holding here inside of tucks back, Prowler.
I mean, you can't help but become a fan of Charon because he's like so good, and he's also just like, it's so funny because whenever you watch the interviews that he does, or like even in the Gen G videos, you can tell like he's still just a kid. Like he did his military service already, but he's just a kid. Like he's just happy to be there. Like he's just happy to play the game. But so I'm a big fan of Charon, but I kind of want to see Izu succeed. I know, yeah. It seems like there's just a lot of pressure on him all of a sudden in stage one. Like at kickoff, it seemed like it was okay. But honestly, sometimes that can happen because, like, if you're winning and then once you finally taste a tough defeat, that can be when the pressure starts to kick in because now you're like, oh god, like I never want that to happen again, right? Yeah, he also did say that, didn't he? Yeah, this was one where the lockdown was... They kind of rush it, right? But granted, first of all, good trade. Very good trade. Very well aware of it.
Great way for T1 to get rid of
It's the first target. Go ahead and collect a kill. 10 seconds left. 4v4. Low on health. Medusa gone. The pit can't come to play here in this round. But with that plan,
so they plan it safe. I get that. And then they plant the lockdown safe. I mean, I kind of get that. But the thing is, here's the thing. There's nobody, now that I'm thinking about it, there's nobody here who can clear that with util, right? So if you really had your wits about you, I think there's a world where you could have planted this and still covered the boxes from here. I don't know. I mean, that's probably riskier. Honestly, here's the thing, is that even when I was casting, like, in this moment, I don't blame this lockdown. I'm just wondering, like, was there a way where they could surefire win this round? Surefire probably not, but...
In the end, he takes him down low, but can't quite find the finisher. Rossi will be able to get that defuse, and T1 will stretch their lead ever so slightly.
See if they can go all the way. Pick up the operator, looks like it. Keep the most expensive weapon in the pocket.
DSG, I mean, DSG is, like, also partnered with Bleed too, right? So...
One of the opponents will have to clear the off for sure.
It's a way too site-committed lockdown. I feel like there's so much space.
Is it gonna be? Is it gonna be Crazy Guy and Ego? Crazy Guy Ego is juicy enough.
But at the end of the day, totally understand why, you know, things panned out. DFM, they didn't have any further info, so they didn't want to risk crossing over anywhere else. Just wanted to buy time. Hopefully having faith that the operator would be a bit of a nuisance for T1 to work with, but that was not the case.
I'm so used to 2 times now. Anytime I listen to a cast normal, I'm like, oh, everyone talks so slowly.
making sure the opponent's comes out first, and then retaking
Like even my own voice.
from DFM.
Once when I'm monitoring in real time, I'm like, oh gosh, I talk so slow. Because I'm so used to watching VODs on 2 times now. It used to just be 1.5, and then once Anders convinced me that 2 times is the future, I've now gotten used to it. So now even 1.5 feels slow. The time you save, chat. Once you taste the time you save, you can't get away from it. This is a good hold by Xcurate.
Still going to be T1 moving up yet again now, 5-2.
See what T1's reaction is after that previous
Oh, it is crazy guy. Oh, that's true. Ego is actually retired. I forgot. So sad. To be fair, I wonder if it's a case of Egoist kind of knew that, like, he's good, but not championship level, and maybe didn't feel the want to, like, put in the time to get to that level, even if it was possible. Because I've always felt Egoist is fine, but if you're just fine, the chances of you getting into a championship level team is like, the stars have to align for the right chemistry to happen. Dude, Carby just has these rounds every now and then, man. To be fair, overall this match, I think he played better than he used to in terms of consistency, but... So Izu leaves A at a minute mark. And they hear the nightfall, so he immediately comes over towards door. It's good.
And what happens here is DFM making the assumption that, well, the pit's still up on C, surely that's the weak site. So we can hit the nightfall. As long as we can get through the pit, we should be fine. But it takes them just a little too long. The alert's not activating. We're on the other side. T1 have the read. They hear the orb.
Time saved is not worth the perma brain damage. What perma brain damage? Of like not being able to watch anything else in 1 times, but it's mostly just Valor. I still watch everything else in 1 times. I was a little afraid of that. I was like, what if I just can't watch anything on 1 time? But I think because I actively do this with a very specific purpose of just watching the minimap. And like even like Valorant, like if I'm watching it, like when I'm watch partying, I'm not sitting there thinking like, oh gosh, these casters are so slow, you know? Yeah, I mean, I think there is a risk of getting too used to that speed, right? I mean, it's the same thing with like social media, etc. But you just got to keep yourself in check. Make sure you're doing it only for the right reasons. And then just like watch a bunch of games in normal time too. It probably helps that I cast, so that I'm like forced to watch things in real time anyway. Do you think May keeps up this form? Well, he's always been very good. He's always been very good. The real question should be, do his teammates keep up this form? Because he was consistently getting multi-kills even in Challengers Japan. Granted, Challengers Japan, the opponents are worse too, but the problem was the trading was never there after May died. So he may or may not. I mean, I think this is also... I'm not saying May always plays like this. This is definitely a peak game from him as well. Absolutely. So I'm not trying to take away that. But I think it's unfair to him if you say, like, damn, do you think he can still play like this? It's like, well, generally, he's always been very good. So... yeah, it's always been May and friends, but now the friends are fighting. Also, Cess's addition is huge, in my opinion. Cess and Anthem. I think Neth's calling was always left a little bit to be desired. I think Anthem showed that he could learn even better calling towards the end of last year. So I think Anthem calling, and then Cess has been a huge addition, I think. Oh yeah, I was wondering if oh no, wait, but Paper X is partnering with Full Sense, right? Yeah, everyone's been wondering, like, does Maniac go back to play for Challengers team? Who knows?
Control this part once you give it up.
there inside the smoke. He's going to be taken down. Side player around the corner. Sends a showstopper. Not going to do any eliminations. That's gone. Needs to clean up Carpe again. Looking to keep them in this. Spike drops. Swings around the backside. Rubble. Sets up the wall. Doesn't manage to find the adjustment. He's had extra its number.
Dude, Cess, man.
Incredible from Cess.
Bounding across a
The
number. To keep them in this.
This smoke is so smart. This smoke is so smart. Right? Spike's down here. Surely he's just smoking to make sure he can come across. But he might peek out here, so I should watch out. So it forces him to come out and check the spike. And Cess is just like, haha, zoomer. Hop hop. See ya. And just sends him back.
Coming into 2024, the introduction video that DFM had, they introduced
Has Sylvan or King found a new team yet? Great question. King has not. I don't have good tabs on Sylvan, though.
Just catches him mid-movement, trying to take that more forward position at the base of the stairs. And now that's going to be the tour force drawn out here of Excurit. Not well in the hands of side players, also plenty of firepower available to T1. I mean, we saw what easy we can do that Sheriff, crying out loud.
And DFM has to suspect the double up. It's not the first time that T1's shown it. Multiple occasions, especially with the Druid, of course.
There you go. 2 tap. Get the thing down. Fade now. Out of the equation. Grabbing his sword, trying to get close.
I also called the Outlaw an op this round. Gosh, chat. I was cringing mid-cast. I was like, I never thought I would ever make that mistake.
They know that this team has to be stuck in the trademark and activated before.
Goes through, finds him, will take out Sesman. Showstopper finds Carpe. Double kill action for Ross. Hit the snake bite, but Excurit not ready for Medusa to be hanging that far back. A lot from side player. Oh, looks down. Hit the no scope now. Upgrades to the Vandal.
30 seconds left.
Just E versus Medusa. Medusa, he has. He's got the spike. He's got the spike in his hands. He can rotate to wherever he wants. Granted, only 20 seconds remaining. So he'll cut all the way across.
The Outlaw.
Now, the pit, I mean, it's a 1v1, so it could go either way, but on C site, you don't
The
have anything
pit.
to worry about.
The pit.
Go for the mountain land.
The pit.
Full util here for Saya.
Where's the pit? Not like this.
He's out towards Mountain. Out towards that attacker spawn.
Now, he's waiting far back, right? Not sure where Saya's going to come from, but also wants to make sure that Saya has to clear every single corner.
I mean, Saya has no idea where the hell he is.
Now, with the spike, he's going to have to clear out a mountain a little bit.
Pushes over top of Mountain. Oh,
Medusa.
ring around the Rosie, and Saya eventually does find him. Quick blast back to get himself onto the fuse a little bit faster. 7-3, side player with plenty of time, gets to the fuse.
I mean, honest, you know,
Pushes over top of Mountain. Oh,
Medusa.
ring around the Rosie, and
the thing is like, I don't blame him.
Not sure where Saya's going to come from, but also wants to make sure that Saya has to
out towards Mountain. Out towards that attacker spawn.
Now, he's waiting far back, right? Not sure.
Here's the thing. If he had used the pit, is 100% win? I don't know. Obviously, you can get a lot craftier, and you have a huge advantage. But he has Boombot, he's got Blast Packs, he's got Paint Shells.
Out towards that attacker spawn.
Now, he's waiting far back, right? Not sure where Saya's going to come from, but also wants to make sure that Saya has to clear every single corner.
I mean, Saya has no idea where the hell he is.
Now, with the spike, he's going to have to clear out a mountain a little bit.
Pushes over top of Mountain. Oh,
Medusa.
ring around the Rosie, and Saya eventually does find him. Quick blast back to get himself onto the fuse a little bit faster. 7-3, side player with plenty of time, gets to the fuse.
This is going to be one of those rounds where, listen, I get it. In a 1v1, sometimes the pit, especially when you don't know where they're coming from, sure, it could be a bit of a pain. But it's going to haunt him a little bit if they're not able to come out on top on this map. Especially as it was Nico here with T1, just that Outlaw, of course, tour de force.
Yeah, I mean, that's the other thing is that, because I think I said that as well during the cast. I don't remember if I said it exactly in those terms, but like, as a Viper player, well, pitting in 1v1s is such a mixed bag. It's such a mixed bag. So like, and especially at the pro level, like you should have faith that if you have good sight lines, like you're gonna win the fight, right? So I think it's better now. It does kind of depend on the map and the pit, though, right? Like if you can set up a pit where you can basically only look at like one vision line, right? So like, let's say you plant here and like the pit is like, it's obvious where you are, but then, you know, maybe, but then it gets obvious where you are. So it depends on the map. But if you can set it up in a way where you can hold like a general one direction and you're okay, then it's okay, I think. Or if there's like a lot of craftiness that can be going around with like high lows, and you can keep bouncing around as well. Things like that. Yeah. Also, if you had mollies, right? Like there are situations where 1v1 pits can be fine and can be good, but generally I'm in agreement that it's like you're just creating more question marks for yourself for the sake of decay, but then like they could also spam you, right? So I don't actually blame him for not using it. I think blaming him here would be very hindsight, in my opinion. Yeah, the thing about here is, yeah, you only have to worry about one sight line, but I don't know if it was the best position, right? So, like, I get why he went there. I don't know if it's the best, but maybe it was.
Potential for 7-5, but would require thrifty.
I mean, also, he's better than me, so I wouldn't have the faith that I can flick to whichever angle he comes out on top of across the mound, but...
He had the judge in the mix here for them. As X-Grid, taking the forward position. Paranoia not going to catch. Up shot will, and them dead. Spike now spotted. Time Frosty just spamming through that door. And okay, now 2 quick kills there with the Sheriff. Just charges.
Yeah, like if it's A, you're right. Yeah, like a pit from tree would be good, because even if they know that you're in tree, even then, like, you would still have multiple positions you could be in, etc., etc. But no, that's a good point.
Unreal sheriffing from him. Not the round victory, but certainly showing off a bit. 8 rounds still confirmed here. 4T1, so 8-4. The best DFM could hope for on those so far.
Yeah, they've got the tools to do it. You've got a lockdown to push into the site. You've got a pit to protect it. So there's definitely some options now. Rushing to the C site might be a little obvious though, so we'll see. Great hold from Mizu. Eventually he'll come through. Of course, the Odin from the other side of the revolving door also assisting a lot from Rossi. So it's going to be some initial pressure onto Rubble to see what the reaction is from T1.
The paint shells, but no forward presence realistically here from DFM.
Yeah, C pit, unless you have a full team, is a little rough.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Again,
Man, maybe they didn't play as well as I thought they did.
but at the end of the day, you know the C sense of paranoid.
The dual side, 2 around pit now online.
But
built up.
I'll notice. Granted, even T1 said they thought that DFM came very prepared.
HP though. Coming through. Get around. Next here, just going to be holding here. It's going to be Hugs back, Prowler. Not necessarily revealing the operator, but just doing the damage to try to get this one protected. But it looks like DFM are getting a decent read.
I like it. They realized where that shot came from. It wasn't in front of the Prowler, that's for sure.
Solid awareness here from them.
To open up some space.
Oh, there's a shoulder to shoulder alongside Saya. Saya, he notices just a little bit sooner. Rossi now spying on the leg. There's a spray coming through. Let's make down. Low on HP. Paranoia does send Rossi running, but DFM now in a very precarious.
I mean, but it's stuff like this, right? Like, they understand their spacing in the map. Draws out the Nightfall. Pushes in here with the Paranoia. He doesn't have audio, so you run back out. Now T1 puts a failsafe of that smoke on C main. Oh, this was the lockdown round, though, wasn't it?
I mean, there's a world where, maybe you plant the lockdown, and I was wondering if they do it, is tag the door, at least with the pressure, right? That there might be a flank coming in, something like that, to delay the retake, or maybe have to rush a little bit more. But at the end of the day, totally understand operator would be a bit of a... Here's the thing, but either way, it's slowing them.
After the timeout, they fight for Rubble.
Multiple marks, but may take a lot of damage.
That's important, right? It's your eco, but you were able to tell them that you're willing to take this control. Next time, next round, maybe you slow things down again, see if you can get a reaction out of the opponent.
Not gonna spot much. See more than enough before that smoke does come in, but Prowler in the jump. He's gotta make his exit. So TV's out. There's gonna be a little bit of space temporarily conceded. Over here
Paranoia to re-clear that. Execute has a good hold.
More than enough before that smoke does come in, but Prowler in the jump. He's gotta make his exit. So TV's out. There's gonna be a little bit of space temporarily conceded. Over here to the side of DFM, but now they need to try to work on the side. Clobber side, gonna climb to it. There's one piece. Off jump next turn, gonna be good.
I mean, overall, this was a good attempt too with the pistols. But a good hold as well from Execute.
I mean, this is hard to read. Now, it does mean that you have to commit 2 people on. Oh,
that's a hell of a flick to try to hit. Can't make it happen. Moves with a headshot. Does take down Execute. Up now on the ground. Prowler to lead. May. Oh, little fade away. Takes down side player.
This was a round that DFM should not have let go.
I mean, if you can fly over, you've still got the Boombot and a Prowler and some Nanoswarms. Nightfall, yep. Playing safe, I like it.
Back up, not. Yep, Rossi does end up being caught by this. Down on the doors. He's going to get himself a second copy. Takes out that.
A Carpe and Isu.
The alert's not active anymore on the other side. T1 have the read. They hear the orb, and that's just the moment.
Right, but then a couple of those rounds string together, and then it's followed by a bunch of rounds DFM shouldn't have won, so... Clutch from Sass.
Firepower available to T1 when we saw what easy we didn't do that share. Crying out loud.
And DFM has to suspect the double up. It's not the first time that T1 shown it. Multiple locations, especially with the vertical force.
There you go. 2 tap. Gonna take down. Fade now. Out of the equation. So that's just grabbing his sword, trying to get closer to that lockdown. Showstopper still available here. Trying to use it off back the door.
You really don't understand why they would push the ult.
Adjustments as they need it.
Absolutely dominate.
Because I believe in that round.
That is about as good of a start on the ground. Prowler to lead. May. Oh, little fade away. Takes down side player. That is about as good of a start around as you could possibly hope for. Looks like though DFM still maybe wanting to play into this pit.
I think it's just the idea that, I mean, you could argue the same, but basically you've seen one extra person here. You know the Omen's here. So like, you know it's just one person here. You don't know where the Omen might be, and you don't want to use a Nightfall just to clear this. Like if you clear the pit with a Nightfall, then the site's free, right? And like you can blast pack forward, the Nightfall is there, then they're decayed, so you can like throw all your util that you have. Like you could throw your mollies, you could throw your paint shells, you could throw your nanoswarms, like just to clear that, because then it's a 5v2. So I don't blame them actually. The real problem is they thought because everyone was split 1-1-1 that this backup would be late. Yeah, I mean Rossi delayed well too by just running away from it. The snake bite down, I believe, but now, like, I get where you're coming from, right? Like, I've looked at rounds where I'm thinking the same thing of the teams, and I'm like, no, this is a round where you do push the pit, right? You disrespect that because you have the advantage, and then they get bodied, and I'm like, yeah, I guess you should never push the pit. So, like, I get that, because the other way around, you could argue that, well, then you know the Viper's here, so no matter where you go, it's a 5v2. So, like, I get it, but I think they didn't want to have to risk like spending time in util clearing this to then clear this, and then maybe the pit goes down and you're like, well, did they regroup or not, etc, etc. It's still to 5v3, etc. Whereas they were like, it's just one person, dude, it's an ult, let's dump our ults, like we got this. And then they didn't. So I think the biggest miss was this. But I think pushing pits in any situation, you're always gonna, like, there's always gonna be the, well, what if we just don't push the pit, right? That question is always gonna linger in your mind. So but overall, this was, I think, a much more just good hold from T1.
Oh, the start was fantastic, but the ending absolutely tragic. Carpe and Izu just absolutely dominate DFM.
And what happens here is DFM making the assumption that, well, the pit's still up on C. Surely that's the weak site. So we can get the Nightfall. As long as we can get through the pit, we should be fine. But it takes them just a little too long. The alert's not active anymore on the other side. T1 have the read. They hear the orb, and that's just the moment they need to set up for this door trap. And Carpe, excellent triple kill to secure the round.
I don't know. I'm a bit of a risk taker as well. So I actually like the idea that they went for the pit there. Generally, whenever you see a team trying to go for the pit, generally you can assume that I kind of like the idea. Like on Bind as well, when it's on A short. Obviously, when it's on A short, like there's other ways to do it because you could take shower and pitch it entirely, etc., etc. But like, if teams have a good idea of how to push the pit, I like it because otherwise it's like it's just a given, right? Granted, these days it's really tough to see multiple pits in one half. But I'm generally a big fan of teams attempting to push it as long as you have a good idea. It sounds risky, and it is, but I'm generally a fan of it. And I will still to this day I will argue that this one, it's not the pit that was the problem. It's just that no one was properly prepared for this. Like, they still had a minute, so I get that you want to take advantage of the Nightfall, but if you use the Nightfall and there's a snake bite, like everyone being prepared for this immediately afterwards, like in their flow chart to fight and push maybe this way, like I think that, see, so that's probably the better way to have done it, right? Is to pressure this, see if there's a reaction from either side. If there is delay, you wait it out, or you just blast pack above it right away. And then if there's a reaction here, like immediately say whether you get, like how many kills you get or not. If there's a reaction here, we push B, right? Like that probably should have been the flow chart in their head in hindsight. But I don't mind the attempt for the pit.
Still able to afford these operators, still has that tour force in his back pocket. Showstopper from Sai as well. Just go off and does some damage. A little bit of later action there.
That was a medium fill in from the A side. So T1 making the adjustments as they need. They're just trusting the trademark on the C side. They got a showstopper if they want to go for a retake there.
Yeah, I mean, I think they just thought of it too simply, right? They just thought they could ult and waltz in. And then the door opens and no one was really prepared for it, so they all kind of freeze and turn around. And they give these 1v1s to Carpe. And then also, big credit to T1. They ditch it Rebel right away, right? They say, let's bring Izu over. Because the thing is if they use the Fatal to clear the pit, it feels bad. But if we stack and they use the Fatal to clear like an empty side on A, it's like whatever, right? So I think it's full credit to T1 as well. Yes, we've been repeating it because I'm trying to figure out, because I felt while I was casting that DFM still had fairly overall good ideas. It really just came down to a couple kills in my opinion, but watching it back, I'm wondering maybe if I gave them too much credit. I still think the scoreline was unfair to them, but
He's got the spike in his hands. He can rotate to wherever he wants. 20 seconds remaining. And he'll cut all the way across the opposite side of the map.
Now, the pit, I mean, it's a 1v1, so it could go either way, but on C-site...
Here's the pit. Let's not talk about it.
They're going, not going to catch. Oh, John will, and them dead. Spike now spotted. Frosty just spamming through that door. And, okay, and 2 quick kills there with the sheriff.
Yeah, they kind of rush for B whenever the things are a little weak. Yeah, I guess their attack side wasn't that great. I mean, the score line is definitely a little bit unjustified, but
They saw Prowler chase all the way into deep into the side on C as well, so Precious making the wrong assumptions, but either way, it's going to be an unfortunate 3-9.5 for DFM and a hefty lead for T1.
you can actually get blinded by your own Gecko. Did that happen in Team Heretics versus Vitality? Holy.
T1 well poised, looking a lot more alive and well here on Lotus, as expected.
Yes.
Yeah, you technically, it's a projectile. Anybody can get hit by it, I believe.
That defense side doesn't feel so bad, right? You can trust him alone, and then you get the Odin and Rossi's hands. That's 2 parts of the map that you can really rely on to be locked down. Now the question is DFM, are you prepared for the attack? Because if you can make sure Spirit doesn't find a lot of value on the alerts with the op, that will make things a lot easier on getting the read on T1's movement.
Let's see if they're going to be up to it. As for now, looks like Saya, surprisingly, not going with the sheriff. Goes to the blast back. Oh, no, there it is.
Ah, there it is.
That's what I thought. Oh, no.
Well, they're debating.
He's got 20 seconds to decide. Frosty, though, is going to be going for this.
All right, I mean, it is a pistol, not going to be relying too much on the post plan. Saya's all alone on the C side, potentially trying to get an orb if there's no movement.
Just Medusa over there, Jiggle peeking. Okay, anytime next year.
Oh,
3 kills.
Holy.
Dude, his movement's so good during that entire fight.
Those are there, both on this side of the map.
We're really seeing now, with everyone upgrading, we're really seeing the importance of a really solid left hand in Valorant.
Yeah, something I'm noticing is you spotted both, but because you're near the entrance,
Your counter strafes,
they don't technically have
like the best player, like the players that people get really excited about now are the players with really good counter strafes and jiggles. Because like a lot of players have really good like snaps and flicks. Yeah, like Texture's got it going on. You know, back in one of the first players I think globally that got a lot of that fame was Sugetsu, right? Charon has a little bit of it. Yeah, like Texture on Split, man. That was insane. I didn't get to actually watch the video yet from Gen G. They posted a video of them reviewing their own plays from Masters Madrid.
Thrifty coming through as T1 just immediately sucking all the air out of the room.
And T1, I mean, Carpe, very heads up to just rush him down as soon as that Prowler tags. Knows that he's not going to be able to hear him. Knows that he doesn't have the sight down the lane behind Rubble. A great first kill. I mean, that slows it down a lot, right? This tough screen plus the chamber kill. That point tempo on their side.
All the way to stop any kind of momentum build here. Double digits for the T1. DFM with everything to do. Trying to get themselves back into this one. Early damage out on Anthem.
Just holding inside the sight, not even on
It's about to be over soon. TM. I mean, the attempted hold here also not terrible considering everything. Do they actually get this round? I forget.
Not entirely impossible, but the angles aren't going to be in their favor.
No.
T1 looking, hoping to close this out in clean fashion so they can regain some of that confidence that they should have had for this entire match. Looking towards Sunset, which would be map 3. Now DFM, they will be able to pick up some of the vibe, but of course the Oppie Odin coming out on the side of T1. Gonna be a very, very powerful round for T1 to just try to snowball their way to victory.
Well, last time with rifles in hand.
Why? Because he says shut up, shut up, shut up? I mean, listen, let's not try to read into things too much, right? If you want to fiend over drama, like, go for it. Read everything, you know, all the leaks and all the streams, but like, I'm fine having a tab, keeping a post on it, but I don't want us to dive into too much potential unnecessary drama rumor milling on the stream. Carpe also just has a really deadpan voice in general. Like, he always sounds like he's kind of condescending and bored. So I wouldn't, like, I don't think that really means anything too much.
Now DFM to just try to snowball their way to victory.
Well, last time with rifles in hand. Donovan's not going to be doing great here for DFM. They lose this round. Maybe shows up now. Goes up here for a side player. He just ended. Yes, he does. Last pass to use on the back end of this one. Does get sent there by the Prowler. Sight widely is just going to be space creating.
Yeah, I mean, overall, it's like not bad. It's not as good as I had thought. Like, even the ideas. But it's not bad. Definitely could have been better than 13-5. I didn't mean to skip it. I didn't do that intentionally. But now that we've skipped it, I'm not going to go back for it.
this. So off the timeout, T1 gonna wait to see if there's some sort of util dump onto Rubble. Not gonna be entirely it though. He just want to take it slow. Let the Odin spam. Let's see util come out.
Yeah, like if it's a funny moment, I'm down to rewatch it. I'm down to freaking put it on loop. But again, like we literally just mere months ago had people freaking out about a similar clip, and then it turned out that we shouldn't have been because it was like better for the team. So I'm talking about Sentinels and Zekin. So like I get that, you know, there's evidence popping up here and there. Otherwise, listen, I think T1 is absolutely a team where egos could clash. I mean, personally, I thought Gen G was at risk of that again this year. Clearly not so far, so that's good. So like I get it. Like trust me, I'm personally always like there are certain teams where I'm like looking to see their body language, etc., because I think that they're at risk of clashing. So you know, it matters. I'm not saying it doesn't matter.
They've often been doing this T1 in this game against DFM, right? Where they actually have side player alone on the C side to try to clear. That way they save the paint shows. It's just the Odin that really helps clear a Rubble. This sets them up for the potential nightfall.
Just waiting to see if you can hear a tap on the door. Oh.
It's gonna be a pinch with a
No
double
idea. Nightfall at the ready. There it goes. Opens things up. Trying to flush him out. Side player already in from behind. Easy. Able to go ahead. See the crunch. Right there in front.
I mean, T1 plays way better on Lotus. DFM not as good. Yeah, their Lotus wasn't as good as I thought.
Continuing to put up incredible numbers, so we'll see if that can happen once again in map 3.
All right, well, before we go to map 3, we'll once again pass it back over to the analyst, the breakdown.
Said, despite the scoreline.
Yeah, I mean, Sentinel again, like right, like they said, Zelsis was like having a shouting match after one of the maps with Gen G, things like that. Like, again, as long as everyone's on the same page and you're not like actually degrading people as human beings, then I'm fine with it. Like, I've met people in other games where the coach has said like, it kind of sucks, but like I have to berate my players because some of them, like that's the only way that it like registers. And some people are kind of like that, like depending on their background. So like, listen, different strokes for different folks. Again, there's a certain line you shouldn't cross with anybody, but I know Zekin's just a kid, man.
Okay, so I've seen a little bit of Neon on Sunset here and there, and it can kind of work. Like some of the fast lanes you can use to take some of those like tight angles and stuff like that, and use the relay bolts to also clear some of that space. So it can kind of work, but it is shocking to see side player go for it. I can't tell you off the top of my head if this is the first Neon game that he's played. It definitely feels like it. He's probably played it in NA, I just don't remember. But here in Pacific, I don't think he's played Neon.
Saya's Neon. That was definitely a little weak. That's for sure.
Jojo still on the squad.
Yeah, and Popo got you part of the starting five there as well. So very big changes. Meanwhile, T1 taking the Team Heretics comp. We'll see if they can master it just as well. Now, Saya, if I'm not mistaken, I think the last time he did play the Neon was actually with T1, but not in Pacific. It was at the Olympic Terran Invitational on Fracture.
Fracture would make sense. There's a first blood. Next year, going to be taken down. Anthony will find that open kill. Mitchell's locked in. Swing backs. Sight here from side player. We'll find two buff. Hey, Zest, however, going to be coming up. Solid. Good. Rossi, however, cutting down to the classic. Keeps things open. That leaves now Medusa all on his lonesome. Saya down low. 21 HP remaining here on this Neon. He plays up front. He'll take it down. Now there's an armor advantage here. As that is the last bit of util sent by Rossi.
I actually don't remember watching that map. Was it bad back then? All I remember from T1 back then was everyone questioning whether Carpe could get his stuff together.
But in the first two maps, when we won in the first half, was able to carry it all the way through to the end. See if that trend continues here. Just a great 2v4 by Rossi and Zaya. The hops coming from Zaya as well as he reloads, keeps him alive.
Yeah, back then, the Ludwig Target Invitational, everyone was like, dude, T1's gonna bomb out, and then they did okay. Flooding the site.
Solid start here for T1. And Rossi with his 3 kills.
Stack, but mostly a trap play. Oh, did he say that on the podcast? I actually haven't checked out the Cruise and Frost one. It is funny that every team has a podcast now. I mean, it's the easiest way to do content, but it's also just like so much content to digest.
Still at the ready though. Fast lane, relay bolt in the backside.
And paranoid to make sure that there's no coverage coming from market either. No command.
Now in play, but Zion not checking right. Bolt not to make shoulder. Armor gone, down to 85, there's the raise. Still at the ready, though. Fast. And relay bolt in the backside.
Yeah, paranoid to make sure
So they close the door.
that there's no coverage coming in from market either. No command.
Now in play.
Why are we pushing this though? If we're T1,
Course right back to the left. Set the falling, 1-for-1. So far as Jesus spotting, says he'll win the fight. Sees Rossi's head, but in the meantime, he'll find extra. So just keep him in this one, but now the advantage is there. Oh, man, pulls off the angle, but Carpe hadn't seen him, so he's still able to collect the kill. Rossi now on 1. Oh, man. Really try to slow them up. Just one more charge left to go. High player going on the rush.
Right.
Catches the clips there, up Neth, but the shot to make shoulder. Armor gone, down to 85, there's the raise. Still at the ready, though. Fast lane, relay bolt in the backside.
Yeah, paranoid to make sure that there's no coverage coming in from market either. No command.
Now in play, but Zion not checking right. Course right back to the left. Set the falling, 1-for-1. So far as Jesus spotting, says he'll win the fight. Sees Rossi's head, but in the meantime, he'll find extra.
I mean, you got a neon, like I get it, but it's B side on Sunset. Yeah, no, Frost seems like a very like. Listen, let's get down to work. Business is business. And again, like sometimes that's better for certain players. It's not always going to work out for every player, but I mean, Solo used to be super strict too. Obviously, Solo's kind of changed his ways, he said, but
DFM's gonna have to give this side up because they don't want to get sworn, but that does mean that they'll have to deal with this post plan. And T1's actually gonna push out because they don't have long range weaponry.
Not finding him, but still Saya will come down. Vandal now recovered for him. Smoke to try to cut off Boba. Ooh, not well locked in. Saya eventually getting himself up over the top of there.
DFM's gonna have to give this side up because they don't want to get sworn, but that does mean that they'll have to deal with this post plan. And T1's actually gonna push out because they don't have long range weaponry.
Not finding him, but still Saya will come down.
yeah, this time they push out because of their guns. I get that, right? Because you know you have the flank covered. I get it. I get that.
Moves up into the smoke, take out Izu. The fuse can come in. DFM will tie us up at 2-2.
Something I've noticed throughout this entire best of 3 from DFM is not only we talked about how they're kind of covering for those angles at their backs, but also the pacing of their trades, right? They used to have some members kind of overheat, or not really overheating, but just not on the same page in terms of tempo. But this time, knowing when they want to buy time, knowing when they want to jiggle peek, knowing when they want to double swing, the comms just seem to have been cleaned up entirely. Because even here, as soon as they realize it's a push out instead of a hold, they decide to wait until backup arrives.
Round 4.
So looks like we're going to be seeing that coming through. Up and overdrive, it's right on the opposite side available from Anthem. There you go, like the figures now in play.
The overdrive, paranoia to hold time. Oh, yeah, this is the one where he pops off, right? Was it an 8? Oh, as soon as I say that, find out it's on.
Weakening the economy even further here up T1, but they will go ahead and reestablish the lead.
Massive value off of that overdrive, and a great setup for it too. You recognize that the trip was there the previous round as well. You're able to shoot it down. Eventually, you take the shock dart. Just plant hand in.
Do they maintain the lead is the question. Kick back economically.
So after that, lots of mid pressure from T1. DFM goes to cover mid a little bit stronger. You've got the cam, you got the trip and market.
DFM not gonna send it just yet. They do have a lot of other ults as well, though, for things like the retake. The thrash.
A lot to work with here.
And they reset. Here's some utility in B. Some Mako's over there. You've got ults. So you're just looking for the retake. Now, Anthem chooses to stay here. Which seemed like an insane choice.
Another 3K for him on that KO. Plant in, go ahead and get that ultimate up once more.
I mean, if Cess was able to push out Saya, good utilities from T1 to clear all the corners. They're able to swarm the site, get another round win on the board.
Back in with a buy. Give them not finding any opportunities to utilize these 4 ults that they have out online. See over the top. Double pump there on the blinds.
Okay, so this time it's kind of the same idea, but they don't want to. They want to make sure they can try to delay the trips. Now they've got everything. Really good retake. We can watch that one in 1 time speed.
Up from Carpe, just fishing for anything that he could possibly find. And narrow miss. Anthem almost getting clipped by that one, but nothing else.
So relay boat keeps them at bay. They're not going to react to it. They're just holding the smoke.
All 5 players at the ready,
right.
already in position.
And they're waiting until May gets into position. This is what's important. They're waiting until smoke blooms. They're waiting until the paranoia. As soon as all that goes through, he goes in immediately. Medusa's in there to help trade. And then they go in as another double, and then Neth is going in once they kind of have confirmation on almost everybody, I believe.
Casualties. Showstopper goes out, but Izu already dropped. May does get taken down.
Enemy remaining.
As Rossi, yeah, he's who already dropped. May does get taken down.
Yeah, he hears the kill from Excured as well.
On top of the spike. So, a couple ults committed there. DFM will be able to find some stability without.
Three, keep it up.
A bit of a breathing, seething sigh of relief there.
That resets a lot of these ultimates.
Now it talks to Scream plus trips to control mid, right? So this is another adjustment where they can say, we want to stop worrying about mid. They've been pushing it a lot with the Neon. And then instead, they're also going to put the pit. Trip gets broken, so they're going to group back up towards mid, but the pit is on A main, so they're feeling safe. And the mega bait here. May poking out of the smoke is huge there. Keeps a massive numbers lead.
Our base recognizing that Medusa could come out of the pit. It's good, but it doesn't exactly give them a lot more hope for the round just yet.
Spike picked up it. How do you try to get this onto the site? MCD main. Let's open here for the moment. May start to back away from Market. Has that trap wire still set up. They have the Cypher cam. So he's now going to look to take that position, but T1's starting to work away from him.
Yeah, May just trying to make sure that he can hold on to that area. They got A main, they got B main, they shut them down in mid. Everything is covered for DFM. Now they are spread far apart, so I like this from Medusa. Banking out of his own pit, as it's been enough time, making sure that you have an exit, and it's just going to be the same.
No time.
We have us tied up at 4-4. They have cycled out their ultimates. T1 maybe with slight edge in that regard. That neural theft online here for Excured. The rest of them still needing some more time to get built up. You can do it.
I mean, here it's the Viper Cypher again, huh? Same counters for the KO are there again.
But I like this too. Yeah, what's good about this is you see some teams committing a little too hard to push out in mid on Sunset, but there's just too many angles for you to cover afterwards. So just putting that pressure, denying that pace, and taking it back. You've still got a lot.
It's just a Gecko instead of a KO.
Slow going for T1. See if DFM are going to make any missteps here. Smoke comes in, but
It's really good.
the trap wire really bolt set down as well. Forces May back off the angle here for the moment. They work their way forward into the site. Not onto the camp. Dart out.
It's very, very good. This was a good round to try to push out there from T1.
Two kills, Excured with the finisher. T1 back in the lead.
Easy to see absolute undisputed MVP of that round. The Paranoia right as the smoke, his base position outside of that smoke was actually really good. He doesn't hold too close, doesn't want to get surprised. But the Paranoia, it's just as if it's a tie animation to the smoke.
Absolutely fantastic shooting there from Izu.
No, will I?
Tell him, who is he?
This man has lost his identity.
Who am I?
He is Clint Eastwood in fistful of dollars. You know, that's certainly.
So the screen not coming up, but versus Cypher yield to the real thing that they want to fish out with that KO.
So once again, Viper set up. Trips elsewhere. They're both spread out. And that allows them for fast rotates as well, right? They already have a stack on A. They don't play heavy retake on A. They play to fight it. And their setups are meant to kind of push them into A a lot too.
Comes down to Izu here on the site. It is a flawless round. What a timeout call here for DFM. Very much getting everything aligned. With the help of the coaches, they keep things neck and neck. 5-5. These teams looking absolutely inseparable on Sunset.
And one of the changes we saw off that timeout was he returns to putting that tripwire back up in mid. He took that off once it got taken out 2 times in a row. So if you want to switch things up, play for more delay on the site. But that hasn't worked out so flawlessly. So he just goes let's go with the default. Let's hold mid, right? Don't have to worry about it. That way we can stack a little bit more weight on one side of the map. It's going to be that A side.
That's true. The trip change. Overall, the overdrives have been pretty good. Excuse me. Let's just start yawning once. It's just never ending. Trips in mid again. Market cleared for Paranoia. They're once again just holding Boba. That's always been the plan. Thrash. Oh, the bait here. I remember. Dude. This was... I mean, this is... Saya player was the perfect bait. Saya player was the perfect bait. He ties him up in Boba. He makes the call to his team. He breaks the trip. And they hear the Thrash coming in. And he gets hit. And it's like, okay. Excured smacking his lips. Taken out by the showstopper. And then you just have a Neon who's detained. The people in the site don't come out because they want to try to fill the site and push out elsewhere. Because otherwise they would all go into 1v1s.
Over the round to tie things up right at the end of the half.
The heads-up play to spin 180 degrees in the set up by T1.
May's good.
Map who?
Not seeing we haven't. They're cool.
DFM's reads are probably copy.
Well, one.
Gotta figure out what to
The lead
to
by
do for
1
dinner.
round.
My wife's coming
The pistol wins.
home late after work today, so I should probably prep
Ties that
something
up to take the lead
by the
for
time she gets home.
once again.
Saya's got that frenzy in the half.
Take a look at the attack, dude. This game was so close, honestly.
Looks like it might be a setup to just push out of A, take hard control. You've got the pop flash over the wall, the relay bolt. To stop at
We're
the
back to
wall a
normal
little bit.
speed.
Dizzy
No, 2 times speed only.
Information gained for T1. Back away, separate. One way.
All right, mid control. Trying to clear out some of the trips. Not really getting all of them.
They know that the initial idea was a bit
Eventually they do. Paranoia to clear, but now you know the paranoia is out. So DFM tries to see if they get some control once again of A, your own smokes, your dizzy. And off of that, I mean, look at how much they spend pushing and pulling.
30 seconds left.
So good. What are you going to make? I don't know. I mean, at home, but we've kind of had the same menus at home for a little bit. Might go out and maybe get some pasta. Make some pasta. A little fish roe pasta. This was so good. I mean, but it's okay. Honestly, like if we're seeing this on all their pistols on all the maps, right? And we see it frequently on other rounds too, where basically they just have a really good understanding of time spent and what options we still have open, right? So this got taken over. So then you push this, right? You're gonna push this. You want to take away the trips. That way you draw attention out from the smokes as well. Okay, let's assume that we push them back. We still have a full minute, over a minute. What can we do? Ooh, paranoia comes out. Does that mean A main is weaker? Let's go back and check that out. All right, we're gonna tag him. We're gonna put the smoke, pressure that. Does that draw out anything else? They even check for the lurk somewhat, and then they get that, and they say, okay, we got the tag here, we got the lurk here, and then we immediately go to B because we got B main. It's just like, just flowchart, right? For a full minute and 10 seconds. Really good. And it's like, that's stuff that you can see another team do on their defaults, and you can't just copy, because your opponents may have different reactions. I think that's what gives me so much faith about this DFM, is that a lot of the rounds they win, both on defense and attack, is them having really good understanding of timing.
They'll keep the important weapons here, the rifles in their own hands, so they're happy to leave away. They already spotted enough members. Still, I mean, look at this, right? Medusa's still waiting to see if there is an aggressive push out of tiles. That's the area they don't have control over. So again, a much more thorough DFM. I like that you mentioned it's not just slow. It's been a lot of controlling. I mean, DFM is causing so many forced errors on the side of T1.
Actually risk giving over some crucial ult charge here to their opponents.
The other side.
Hello, they're even ready for this.
Celebrations for the end after they confirmed the victory for themselves. T1 though, still in a decent position, but
One way again, early on A from the defense. So you just plant someone there. You're going to clear B main, right? The raise still doesn't move. Until you know exactly how much space you have to work with, the raise ain't going anywhere. So you clear that, you pressure it. Now you're trying to regain A control, right? I mean, dude, Anthem is a busy bee in the second half. He's bouncing back and forth. This, by the way, this cyber cage is so good. Okay, so there's a smoke here, right? You're still watching if there's any push here. You've cleared out mid as well, and then you get spotted over here, and you exit quietly. And they throw a fragment, and you immediately throw that. That's so good. This cyber cage is so good because you're like, oh, there might have been another person here. That means the Cypher is assisting them. So the Cypher is most likely helping them exit. Also, they might have crept back in, right? So like, it denies any sort of plausibility. Because if the fragment comes out and there's no Cyber cage, you're like, okay, well, they would have died if they stayed behind the wall. So now B main's clear. Or if the Cyber cage is late, you're like, oh, it's just the Cypher because they should have died because we didn't see them poke out yet. But the immediate server cage where they could have gotten out after the first pulse, things like that, it's so good. And then the 0 point checks for him, sure, but it only checks the Cypher here, so you still don't know if they went back into the wall, so Saya still has to clear that. During all of this, Izu completely taken over. It's really good.
Well, you have to, because here's the thing, Sai was on the hunt for Net, but eventually he has to run into a tripwire, and he can't get past that without notifying him. I just accidentally played from DFM. Like you said, pushing and pulling across the entire map, forcing T1's hand, knowing that they will always want to re-clear. Like, how does this happen?
No, just, not like this. I'm not even like dumbfounded by the situation or by the opponent. Just
You thought it. Trying to work these, very diverse variations of the T1 squad, but Astel, one of the youngest coaches, especially in terms of career, definitely the youngest career.
a bit more aggressive, takes forward space here, but from DFM says, have it.
Yeah.
Oh, way over here.
I mean, what a read off the timeout as well. It's one of the best things that Neon can do. Even on the A side, they've got that tripwire ready. One of the youngest coaches, especially in terms of career, definitely the youngest career.
What's the it's the push out?
Trying to bring back this fallen kingdom of DFM to the light.
Right, Paranoia, push out, B main. So they've been giving that up for free. So T1 makes a good adjustment. Break the trip. Make sure that DFM has to kind of pay attention to it. You're still watching for it. So DFM immediately, they start clearing elsewhere. They make sure there wasn't a push out at mid. Checking here, but they have no intention of going there because the trip is there. Swing B main. But they don't rush it, right? And Carpe also delaying step by step. There's still 40 seconds.
So they're holding mid, and they've shifted their way to A. This might work out.
This is actually working out because I don't think they realized quite where that 0 point came from. It's all the way across the opposite side.
Yeah, this was, I mean, DFM thought they had the read, but I mean, I think it's still it's not a bad idea from DFM. It's just a better idea from T1.
I mean, that being the other one there is huge, but Izu. Oh, I mean, what an incredible spray out for him, doubling his kills in that round.
Was ran in the previous round. The setup up to it was good, though, so curious to see if they're able to identify that in the server, as it's much easier to tell when you're seeing the entire map.
Checking, nothing spotted. Cam set up, though. We'll see all of this.
So creep in, cam's been broken, you know they've all been spotted. So the Paranoia to keep them at bay. Backside. Dude, Anthem with the, oh man. Peek back and forth.
In the end, he's able to find the spray, find it. There. Still investing. Multiple players.
Then they wait for a push out. And then DFM waits for a push out.
But the thing is, DFM saw more than one in mid, right? The Neon and one more member. So they're just going to shift that weight, and this is the timing for Medusa. Start to go forward.
Enough space, they grab that. Ult's now online. Like you said, Medusa, he's been
So good.
hasn't really seen much of anything yet. Seems like DFM
In another full minute. Like they always re-clear at least one part of the map
where they want this fight to rest.
so that they know what they're dealing with. This is, and that's something that they do to shore up some of the weaknesses in the single initiator comps where they don't have something like a Sova or a Fade, where you can't just ping 100% information. Good retake though. I remember this. Carpe mega recon value.
And DFM, I mean, I was going to mention that I like that they sent both ults on that entry because they wanted to get one step closer to the match point, but now they'll need to take a little bit more time.
Oh yeah, and then T1 continues on. Izu starts to really feel it. So then DFM tries to go for a rush onto B. They got all tagged. Mid being covered. No push outs. So now it's a minute. You haven't really gained any information. So this is one of those rounds where it was a little rough overall.
There's the investment though. Real depth in from Net. Oh, the pass push in. Flying on the rest side, flying out, flying forward. He's behind the box though. This spray pull. Net has a covering fire. Takes him down. Net on for the ace now. Fell to the very last moment. Spike planted. That's in a bad spot. Up there on the corner. Knows that he's in, but no, he still holds his ground. Waits for Carpe to swing into him. And he takes his head off.
I can't believe Cess just stands there through all of that. I mean, Carpe, you can tell. He was wondering, well, surely you push out at some point, and Cess says no.
This was,
I mean, what?
Net bailing him out.
Yes.
And Cess just finishing the job Net that started for him. Timeout now. Give him.
Nice. Dude, and then you see his hand shaking. It's like, oh, dude, when I saw Nets' hand shaking, I was like, oh, please don't get overly excited. You're so close.
It's been, was on different. Calm down. You don't want to look at the finish line too early. You are only mere steps away from it.
Now, DFM, they take the second to last step. Can T1 get in their way once more? Side player, operator in play. Should go for a retake. Does have that overdrive as well, but for now, DFM not playing in towards that op whatsoever. Given how good the reads are, I'm curious if they have a very strong idea that Sai is going to use that off, because so far he has not been bringing that out at all.
Man, T1 doesn't do anything to like push them into the op though. Well, I guess they have Izu there. Yeah, I remember this.
I mean, it's a fast recovery before they can swarm on it. I don't mind it at all.
But the op's already rotated by that point.
Rotation, and well, now they certainly do know about it. Sai
30 seconds
putting
left.
May down. 3 members left, drifting away. It looks like DFM helped kill the Swallow. Okay.
So why do they play so... Like, they win that previous round.
Decision has to be fast here from Excurit.
Right, off of the last minute rotate. The paranoia is very good. That basically opens the round.
Oh, the fast push in.
Then timeout happens.
Of course, he was on a different team back then. Oh, Yo was on that team. It was HSK was a player on that squad that brought a match victory to DFM. And
DFM just gonna hold.
DFM, can they take the second last step? Can T1 get in their way once more? Side player operator in play. Should go for a retake. Does have that overdrive as well, but for now, DFM not playing in towards that op whatsoever. Given how good the reads are,
Wants to clear behind the wall. Do. Paranoia, jump in shallow, but Little Bro dies.
was ready for that though, right? Recognizing that that's the best spot.
Okay, I'll just pick up the spike.
I mean, it's a fast recovery before they can swarm on it. I don't mind it at all.
Door now shut. Drawn. Rotation, and well, now they certainly do know about it.
So just sell that one more time.
3 members left, drifting away. It looks
Then they say, nah, not enough time now. Okay.
Timeout called.
So the immediate counter timeout. I really like that too.
That's it, the last few seconds. The last contributions of the players. Maybe take a peek here in towards mid.
Fast hit. Mid market.
Instead of just fighting here. Over B mains, camera does get cleared.
But with that paranoia coming out into B main, I wonder if DFM's going to slow things down a little bit.
It's decent spray though. Managed to make some connections there on the Izu. He's down 4-2 now. Not the kill that they would have definitely preferred to have had, but
So they do slow down because of the immediate push out from B main. So if you had just gone, and let's say you don't immediately clear everything, then you would kind of be stuck here. So DFM wants to re-clear stuff. I don't mind that. Use the Thrash. You've cleared all the way up to here.
But Medusa has to stay alive and sell this quite hard on A. He can go down eventually because you have mid control.
all coming back up. Market being checked out. Izu. Sat back over
And then they decide to push on to A. I remember this.
Second four now. There's extra strikes. Finds one. Side player to get down. Real depth. Invested. TP for it. There. He's going to down. Who's applying on Rossi? Still here on site. Trying to stay alive. Spike. Early. Get planted.
10 seconds left.
Behind the box. Wait for him to get down. Poison off the twice. Spark him out. Carpe on the flank. Comes up with the kill. And now it is all on
This drone is so good.
Been able to get the target onto him, but Executor re-swings with the off. With that defuse, he won. They tie us up 11-11.
The thing is after that mid control, DFM had already played so much entirely on that entry from top mid.
I mean, you look at things like that, and I think T1's still going to be okay. It's just that who would have thought DFM would play this controlled? Once again, waiting across all 3 lanes. 20 seconds. That's when they make their move.
Normally, DFM's waiting because they're like, well, T1 surely repeats this again. They usually come out to clear this area again, and it has not been happening since the timeouts. It's on them to have to regain control of the map.
So now with no information, DFM has to pick and choose. And clear up B. Meanwhile, a lot more active here on A. Then they decide to go here.
The rest of the team now moving over towards this site.
30 seconds
They
left.
have to suspect something though, right? That's gotta be the reason why Medusa hasn't won this yet. Surely they're trying to go for a double to try to take this out.
Blues tries to go for the timing shot. It's a little bit too early, but no, they do not know about Rossi. Smoke now goes down. They turns back. He's flying another. 2 for 2. Showstopper at the ready. For the TP. Doesn't know where it
Check the
went.
smoke. Does he check the smoke? He does!
He's going to take it down. 3 kills.
That's what saves the round. But overall, though, right, this round. So because they have no information, they send the boom bot. Then they jump peeking, they're making noise, but then they get contacted mid, right? They get contacted mid, and that's what forced them off of it. But they still have mid control. They put up the spy cam, so they're thinking that we can still control the rotates. So they want to go in here, whether it's the op or not, it doesn't matter. Obviously, DFM getting that second kill is huge. Of course, it's going to be maybe the showstopper. That showstopper is massive. And this, there were like three or so moments from this game where Saya does that a little bit. Slides ahead of the team, slides without knowing exactly where to like aim and pick and choose to fight, things like that. So it's a bit of an effect there as well.
Incredible endurance, incredible preparation, and once again, it's made with some heroic mechanics.
Crucially here, though, T1. Plenty of cash to go for the buy rush. A little bit of a faster pace round here. Cage out. Here's out one of the trap wires. Main out, diving in, up over top of the side of Cage. For the reveal, Carpe, trying to go ADS in, and pick off. Will just go 1-for-1 now the pit. And long last invested here from Medusa has had this for quite some time.
And then this round, I mean, I remember it as fresh as just this morning.
With this overdrive side player.
Just the rush, man. The rush at match point.
Diving in, up over top of the side cage.
Over the cage, over the trip, still gets caught. They send the wingman immediately pit so that the pit is safe. So good.
Going fishing right now with this overdrive side player. Trying to find any straight damage that he can get. So far, not much can be found. Sessa, drop, Izu coming up with a
And then they, dude, after they see the initial spam, by the way, look at the minimap, right? They hear all the spam.
with this overdrive side player.
They hear the paranoia. They're like, all right, stay backed up, stay backed up. And then once one person goes down, they immediately go in at 2 different angles to refill the pit.
Sends out the shot. Swinging a ring around the rim. Medusa gets it done.
It's so good.
Long have they waited. Finally rewarded. Tap Nation Focus Me find their first victory in VCT Pacific.
So good.
Other than T1.
Absolute miraculous showing from this squad.
I was actually tearing up, choking up a little
You
bit.
just saw how happy they were at kickoff to just even win rounds and to take that time off, come absolutely prepared. Not a single win in VCT Pacific. It's all been red lights stopping them from moving forward, but finally, a spark of green.
Something I've picked up from watching VCT Split 1 is that if you know your enemy likes to send shocks to keep destroying your trip. Yeah. We've actually seen quite a few pros picking and like doing that more regularly as well. You just kind of wait for the shock darts. You see it a lot on Ascent. You see it a lot on Ascent when the shock dart lands on mid and then the alarm buck goes up. Things like that, for sure. What a game, though. What a game. Okay, we've got a good selection of rounds, though. Okay, watching it back, so I will say, I think because of the hype, maybe I was overrating how they played the Lotus. I mean, I think they played it okay. I don't think they played it bad. So I definitely think the score doesn't do it justice. But they definitely should have lost, for sure. And T1 definitely played it better. I guess that's a good way to put it. But honestly, the Ascent was really impressive on showing the peaks of DFM. But I think the Sunset is what, if you're a fan, if you want to buy the hype train ticket for DFM, the Sunset is what you should look at, in my opinion. Because that's the one where they were hitting a couple walls. That's the one where they weren't able to adjust to everything immediately. Like, they didn't have the full playbook in their mind already. And they were able to adjust and keep up just enough to win. Because that shows resilience, that shows good mid-rounding, that shows good round-to-round adjustment in the server, it shows good timeouts, it shows that a team can fight, right? Even if not everything is prepared. So, honestly, I think DFM is worth getting. I think they could make playoffs. I think they could. I think they absolutely could. We'll see. So exciting, though. So exciting. Cool. I mean, T1 overall had some good adjustments as well. I think Ascent, they kind of let it go. I think T1 should absolutely not be happy with their Ascent. I think the Sunset was more like individual mistakes that kind of cost him the game overall, and then DFM really pulling through. But T1, I think the Ascent is probably the one you're really looking at for a review. Because they definitely, like, they didn't figure things out fast enough in terms of how they wanted to counter it. So, cool. That's going to be it for today's stream, though. I got to go figure out what I'm going to do for dinner. Figure something out so that my wife and I both have something to eat when she gets home. But that's going to be it for today. We will be, if you missed it, we'll be putting up the power ranking and pick'ems for week 2. There will be no stream tomorrow. And then I'll be on the broadcast all week 2 for VCT Pacific. So we'll have like co-streams and VOD reviews again next week. Next week, for sure, we will be co-streaming Challengers Korea Finals, which is on Friday. So we'll probably do VOD review on Wednesday or something. And then I'm gonna try to put up some more like actual in-depth breakdown of what DFM's doing here. So if you want to go back and kind of pick apart round by round, then we'll have that. I think everyone's doing that just because it's kind of the biggest upset that we've had. But it should be exciting nonetheless. So thank you so much for joining. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream. I enjoyed all the conversations we had today. Chat was pretty lively today, so I appreciate that. Appreciate the gifted subs as well. All the new followers, welcome. Hope you enjoyed it. Don't remember to turn on your notifications. And I will see you all on the main broadcast for VCT Pacific on Saturday for an absolute banger of a day. Gen G Paper X, T1 DRX. You don't want to miss this. It's going to be exciting. I will see you then. Cool. Have a good one.